What's up? Ghost Fictions is here and we're back again. This is the part 1 of a story where Issei was betrayed and got kidnapped. What did I do wrong? I'm sorry Issei, but this isn't going to work out for us. Forgive me, Issei. Decisions that will cause pain when made. A broken heart will lead the Sekiryuutei down a new path, one he didn't expect, and that will result in a change no one expected, and that will end up damaging the foundations of life for many living beings. And nothing will ever be the same again. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations. Also, this is a translate version, you may find some mistakes, specifically in the character's gender. Issei of course is a male, this time we have female volley. Now, let's get into part 1. Chapter 1. The day it all began. Issei's point of view. It's been a few months since my team, DXD, and our allies defeated Qliphoth and brought peace to the supernatural world. Things were amazing. I was living happily with the girls I fell in love with. Everything was hunky-dory. Or at least that's what I thought. One day I had left school early due to preparations for our graduation, and I decided to pick up Riaz and Akeno, who were studying at Kuo University, which, like any good university, was located in a remote location. Thanks to the amount of free time I had, I was able to learn how to ride a motorcycle, and so I said to myself, what a fun way to get around. And using my trusty motorcycle, a Victory Vegas 8-ball model, I set off for my beloved school, hoping to find them and go out like old times. How wrong I was. Arriving at the entrance of the school, I could see how all the students were leaving, and then I stayed outside waiting for Riaz and Akeno to come out. I waited for about 30 minutes and realized they hadn't come out, which struck me as odd. I approached a girl who was leaving school and asked her if she knew where the students Riaz Gremory and Akeno Himejima were. She very kindly told me they were finishing up some paperwork, since it seemed Riaz had been chosen as her class representative and Akeno as her assistant. I thanked the lady and entered the campus to look for them. The girl was kind enough to tell me where I could find them, so I set out to surprise them. But I didn't realize that I would be the one in for a surprise, a very bitter surprise. Riaz classroom. Today was a busy day. Who would have thought human university could be so tiresome? With so many tasks, projects, and events taking up so much of your time. At least I'm grateful there aren't so many problems since the Chaos Brigade in Qliphoth were destroyed, and for the moment the threat of Trahexa isn't causing panic among the factions. Things have gotten a little difficult at home. Now that I've been spending less time with Issei because of school, I started thinking about our relationship and realized an irrefutable truth. Our relationship isn't going to work out. My beloved pawn has helped me since I reincarnated him and saved me from many dangerous situations, but he's always been perverted. I don't see that as a flaw. On the contrary, he's proven to be a truly spectacular man, and thanks to that, I wasn't the only girl who fell in love with him. My queen, Akeno Himejima, also fell in love with him because he was her emotional support when she was about to break down, in addition to reuniting her with her father and helping her overcome her hatred against the fallen angels. My bishop, Asia Argento, she loves him since you saved her from the clutches of that damn fallen woman named Rainer, and Issei showed how much he cared for her during the Diodora incident. My horse, Zenobia Quarta, at first she only wanted to have a child with Issei, something about having a child with strong genes, but as time passed, she truly developed feelings for the current Sekiryuutei. My rook, Kaneko Taoju, she has always had a hard time showing her emotions, but again it was thanks to Issei that she was able to overcome her problems and reunite with her sister. Kaneko may not show it, but she also fell in love with Issei, even if people can't realize it. My other rook, Roswis, Odin's former bodyguard and now a member of my peerage, was the most recent to fall at my pawn's feet and ended up confessing to the girls that she wanted to start a relationship with him. That was a couple of months ago and as far as I know nothing has happened. Other girls who are also in love with Issei are Irina, his childhood friend. Ravel Phoenix, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix house. Kuroka, Kaneko's older sister. There are more girls, but I can't remember them right now and school is on my mind. I need to start sorting out my life, and my first step will be to talk to Issei. I have to tell him I can't be with him, that it's best if we maintain a king-pawn relationship, and that. Excuse me Riaz, can I talk to you? End of Riaz Excuse me Riaz, can I talk to you? The redeeted girl was pulled from her thoughts by a boy a year older than her. The boy was wearing casual clothes, a black shirt over a gray jacket, jeans, and black sneakers with white accents. His hair was black and cut short, and his eyes were the same color. This boy was Ryuji, a student at the same university as Riaz, but a second-year student. The boy noticed that the redeed was alone in her classroom and took the opportunity to talk to her. What's wrong, Ryuji-san? The Gremory heiress asked politely. There's something I've been wanting to tell you for a couple of weeks. The boy said with a blush on his face. The Redeed, seeing the blush on his face, was a little surprised. She didn't deny that Ryuji was an attractive boy, but the Redeed was currently in a love dilemma. Should she tell Issei that she didn't love him anymore? Should she give him another chance and wait for Issei to take the next step? Or should she move on with her life and look for love elsewhere? Ria's made a decision. A decision that would shape her life, but the consequences it would bring would end up hurting more than one person. With Issei, minutes before the talk between Rias and Ryuji, the brunette was walking through the school hallways, heading towards the classroom he had been told belonged to his beloved Redeed. Issei was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't realize he was walking slower. I have to do something. These past few months, with school and everything else, I haven't been able to spend time with Rias and the other girls. I hope I can fix this before it's too late. The brunette was worried. Due to all the business in the human world they had to attend to and the few supernatural matters they had to take care of, Issei hadn't been able to spend time with the girls. Despite trying to make time, he simply couldn't find it. Partner, pay attention, you're almost at your girl's living room. A thick voice appeared and brought Issei out of his thoughts. That voice belonged to none other than Drake, the Red Dragon Emperor, who resided in the boosted gear that Issei was carrying. You're right, thanks Drake. The brown-haired boy replied to his partner through the mental link they had. You're welcome, partner. The dragon replied to the boy. Issei arrived at the front of the room and noticed that the door was open, and when he was about to open it completely, he heard something that made his blood run cold. Yes Ryuji, I agree to go out with you. With Rias, when Issei was arriving at the classroom, Rias was determined she would give Ryuji a chance. The boy had confessed to Rias that he was attracted to her since he first saw her and asked her out. Rias took this as an opportunity to try a new experience, now she just needed to tell Issei and hope he would take it easy. Yes Ryuji, I agree to go out with you. Right after answering the boy, they both leaned closer and kissed. What they didn't notice was a brown-haired boy watching everything from the doorway, surprised, but above all, sad. Back with Issei. Issei couldn't believe it. Rias, the girl he loves, was kissing someone else. The boy could feel his heart breaking at the sight. Coming out of his surprise, Issei ran out of the place and headed towards his motorcycle. Leaving the building with tears streaming down his face, Issei saw another scene that ended up breaking his heart. With Akeno, minutes before Issei ran away. Akeno Himejima was leaving the building while waiting for her friend Rias. The black-haired girl was in the girls' bathroom and didn't notice when Issei had come in looking for them. Issei occupied Akeno's thoughts, who was thinking about the boy who stole her heart. Akeno loved him, but she was afraid of having a serious relationship with him. She knew more girls wanted him, and Akeno was worried that Issei would be with all of them and gradually forget her. She had no problem sharing it. What terrified her was that Issei would pay more attention to other girls, like Rias, instead of her, and that the brunette would decide to stay away from her. Akeno loved him with all her being after Issei helped her overcome her emotional problems and helped her reconcile with her father, Cadre Baraquiel. Akeno hadn't spent much time with Issei for a few weeks due to their school duties. She was also annoyed that he didn't make an effort to spend time with her or the others, but especially with her. During that time, Akeno made what she believed to be the right decision. Akeno decided to start a relationship with a boy to gain experience and be able to satisfy Issei once the two formalized their relationship. Akeno knew she couldn't waste this opportunity. Having a relationship with another boy would be useful, and with the limited time they all had to get together, no one would notice and misunderstandings would be avoided. Now all that was left was to choose the boy. Just as Akeno was about to go find her queen, she saw a boy coming out of the building. This boy was wearing a black jacket, blue pants, and black shoes. His hair was blonde and his eyes were green. Akeno recognized him as Pierre, an exchange student from France who was in his final year of college. Akeno knew he was the one, many girls wanted to be with Pierre, plus he was going to return to France once he graduated, so for Akeno, he was the ideal guy to gain experience. Nice to meet you Pierre-san. Akeno told the boy as she approached him. Pierre wasn't stupid. He'd heard about two very pretty first-year girls, Rias and Akeno. Pierre thought they were cute, but not enough to pursue a relationship with either of them. Not many people knew it, but Pierre had a girlfriend in France whom he was engaged to, so he wasn't interested in the girls at his school. What's wrong Akeno-san? I need you to help me with something. How can I? The boy couldn't finish his question when the brunette threw herself at him and planted a kiss full on his lips. The boy was extremely surprised and did not understand what was happening. Coming out of his surprise, the blonde abruptly separated the girl and looked at her with fury and some disgust, something that surprised Akeno, since normally the boy saw her body with desire and many wanted to be with her, so seeing that Pierre rejected her and looked at her with disgust was something new for her. What the hell was that, Akeno-san? The boy asked angrily. At least he was reassured that no one else would see them, since very few people knew about his fiancée, and if they had, they would have told the girl. This scared Pierre, since he was very faithful to his girlfriend. "Pierre-san, I told you I needed your help." Akeno reminded him with a smile that had lewd touches, and again Pierre made a face of disgust. "And how would you kiss me help you?" Akeno proceeded to explain her situation to Pierre, obviously omitting the supernatural stuff and the fact that Issei has a harem, telling him that she wanted to gain experience to satisfy her beloved. Pierre looked at her in disbelief. What the hell was the brunette thinking? "What the hell are you thinking?" And so he let him know. "What you want to do is wrong, Akeno-san," the boy told the black-haired girl. "But, no, let me finish, Akeno-san," the boy answered seriously, and that made the black-haired girl stop and listen to him. "I'm actually already engaged." This surprised Akeno, although she said she wouldn't mind being Issei's lover. Hearing that he could have made two humans end their relationship made her feel bad. "And we also swore eternal fidelity, so what you were about to do pissed me off." "You love that guy, right?" I asked the girl who was looking at him. "Yes, I love him with all my heart," the black-haired woman answered with conviction. "So tell me, how would you feel if your boyfriend found out you were seeing other guys behind his back?" "But I'm doing this to gain experience and," the girl replied, but was interrupted by Pierre. "This has nothing to do with the experience." He yelled at her, and the girl was shocked by his reaction. "This is about trust, Akeno-san," the boy continued calmly. "If he were to find out what you did, do you think he would trust you?" The boy waited for Akeno's response, who remained silent. Akeno realized he was right, and when she came to her senses she began to feel guilty about what she was going to do. "You're absolutely right, Pierre-san," Akeno told him, her gaze hidden by her hair, but one could see small tears running down her face. "I really appreciate you helping me. Don't worry, Akeno-san, just keep in mind that the happiness of a couple depends on two people, not just one." And with that Pierre walked away, leaving Akeno to sit on a nearby bench and think about what had almost happened. "I'm stupid. Why do I bother? Issei has things to do too, not just us. It's best to keep this my secret. I won't tell anyone so there are no misunderstandings, but it's best if I stay away from Issei for a while. If I see him, the guilt will return. It's best to distance myself for a while and forget what almost happened here." Akeno was still crying, but she'd made up her mind. What she didn't realize was that things were about to change, and for the worse. She didn't realize that a certain brunette had seen the kiss the girl gave the blonde and that he left with his heart completely broken. Moments before Akeno kissed Pierre, Issei was running, heading for the exit. He couldn't believe what he'd seen. Ria's, the girl he loved with all his heart, kissing someone else. The brown-haired boy didn't understand. They had sworn to love each other forever, and the girl was failing in her part. "I don't understand either, partner," Drake said to his carrier, who had stopped and leaned against a wall, while his tears continued to fall down his face. "What did I do wrong, Drake?" the boy asked, his voice breaking and his eyes watery. "I don't know, partner, it seems that the Gremory girl was lying all this time," the Welsh dragon told him with regret in his voice. "No," the boy shouted. "There's something else, Drake, I know it. That may be so, partner, but what we saw back there. I don't know, Drake, let's wait for Rias to get home, and I'll ask her." With that said, Issei left the building still with pain in his heart upon seeing Rias with another boy. What Issei didn't expect was that when he left, the first thing he saw was Akeno passionately kissing a blonde boy. Issei watched the scene in disbelief. Braig also watched in surprise, first a Gremory heiress and now the demon fallen angel hybrid. The Welsh dragon worried about his companion, but was more surprised to see his wielder staring into space. Little by little, he headed toward his motorcycle, started it, and drove off without saying a single word. This day would mark a drastic change for the supernatural world, a change that would cause pain to more than one person. Chapter 2. Fateful Mission. Issei didn't understand. He had lived many adventures with Rias and Akeno. He truly thought they would be together for all eternity. Apparently I was wrong. Issei had first seen Rias kissing another boy and agreeing to go out with him. He then saw Akeno throwing herself into the arms of a blonde boy right outside the building where he saw Rias. Heartbroken, Issei hopped on his motorcycle and left the university. If he had stayed a little longer, he would have seen the blonde boy reject Akeno. Along the way, Issei thought about what he might have done that caused Rias and Akeno to decide to leave him. Her thoughts quickly turned to the other girls. Had they decided to leave him behind too? This question popped into Issei's head and he began to fear the answer. He didn't realize he was already in front of his house and had even turned off his motorcycle. "Issei!" Drake shouted at the brunette to get his attention. He was worried that his partner would fall into depression after what he saw. Issei wouldn't be the first Sekiryuutei to suffer from a broken heart, but he would be the first to suffer from 2 or more heartbreaks. Drake hoped with all his might that it was just 2 heartbreaks and nothing more. What's wrong, Drake? The brown-haired boy said to his left hand that was glowing with a green light. We're home now. The dragon replied. Are you okay, partner? The dragon asked his carrier. I don't know, Drake, I just saw two of the girls I love kissing two boys, I don't feel like it. The brunette responded with complete sincerity. Approaching his home, he noticed the door was open. He entered and headed to the living room, but before making his presence known, he heard two very familiar voices, and as if it were a cruel trick of fate, what he heard hurt his already wounded heart even more. Okay, Asia-chan, I'll go out with Marco-kun too. Minutes before in the living room, while Issei was on his way to the house. Inside the Haidou residence, or more precisely in the living room, two girls were sitting, discussing something of utmost importance. These girls were Asia Argento and Kaneko Taoju. The two members of Ria's peerage were discussing something that had to do with Issei. Kaneko-san, I'm feeling nervous. It's been a couple of weeks since I've been able to be with Issei-san. The blonde said, somewhat embarrassed. It had certainly been 2 weeks since she had been with her beloved, and that time gave Asia the opportunity to think about how to improve her relationship with Issei. She realized that, despite his high levels of perversion, Issei had no other flaws. But on the other hand, Asia would like Issei to lower his level of perversion. I'm also eager to spend time with Issei-senpai, I just hope he doesn't start with his perversions. The lowly responded with her characteristic tone of voice. Well, Kaneko-san is right, I wish Issei-san were less perverted. Said the blonde, who remembered the times Issei did his perverted acts, and her face turned as red as a ripe cherry. Issei-senpai is a pervert, but he's our pervert. Said Kaneko at the same time that Asia's face turned redder and steam came out of her ears as she imagined a not-so-holy scene between her, Issei and Kaneko. But, I would like Issei to lower his level of perversion, even a little. Asia said once she managed to control her blush. Being a faithful follower of the church, she was a little bothered by the perverted attitude of her beloved brunette. She followed the teachings of God and would like her relationship with Issei not to be based so much on the physical. Taking away Issei-senpai's perversion would be like trying to make Gasper-san act like a man. Said the white-haired lowly while the blonde's head watered upon hearing the comparison. It would be very difficult then. Said the nun with some heaviness in her voice. The two girls found themselves immersed in their awkward silence. The reality was that both girls would like the brunette to tone down his perversion levels. What neither of them knew was that in those weeks that they hadn't seen the brunette, he had reduced his perversion to such a degree that his classmates no longer called him the perverted beast. And his friends, Mitsuda and Motohama, could no longer convince him to do perverted things. I have something in mind, Kaneko-san. Said the blonde, who caught the white-haired girl's attention. What is it? The lowly asked, intrigued by what her blonde companion might say. I saw a TV show where a girl went out with a different guy to make the guy she loved jealous, and the guy changed to win the girl's love back. We could do that. The blonde said in an innocent voice. She thought what she saw on that show was cute and thought maybe they could do the same with Issei. Kaneko, for her part, didn't seem so convinced. Going out with another guy so Issei would get jealous and change his ways. At first, it didn't seem like a good idea. I don't know, Asia-san, I don't think it's a good idea to do that just so Issei-senpai will change. Said the lowly, who, seeing the blonde's sad face, began to feel bad. But, this would also help Issei-san get closer to us. Said the blonde, and the latter caught Kaneko's attention. What do you mean, Asia-san? If we go out with other guys, Issei would get jealous and realize that we are pretty too, and that we don't need such big breasts to get his attention. What Asia said began to convince Kaneko. The times when another person saw Ria's Ni-sama and Akeno-san with perverted intentions, Issei-san was protective, and I also want Issei-san to be that way for me. The blonde continued speaking. The reason Asia wanted to do this was because she wanted Issei to see her as a woman and not as his younger sister. Despite Issei saying that he loved them all equally, Asia had a small thorn in her side that told her that Issei loved, even if it was a little more, Ria's and Akeno, and the blonde believed it was because the two mentioned had more developed bodies than her. After hearing the last part of Asia's reason, Kaneko was deep in thought. With Kuroka's declaration of wanting to be with Issei, the little white-haired girl felt threatened by her sister's presence. She knew that Issei would love them all equally, but Kaneko knew that Issei was someone whose perverted tendencies would make him lean towards more developed bodies, and in that department, both she and Asia were at a disadvantage compared to the other girls who loved the brunette. Even Ravel was beginning to stand out since her body was developing. Hoping that what Asia had planned would work, the white-haired girl seriously considered following Asia's plan and thus ensure that her Issei-senpai would see them both as women and maybe, just maybe, share a magical night with her beloved senpai and seal their love with a sacred act reserved only for couples who love each other. But Asia-san, how would we make this work? I don't want any misunderstandings. The white-haired girl asked hesitantly. She didn't want anything to happen that would take her away from her beloved brunette. You don't have to worry, Kaneko-san. We could ask Marco-kun for help. The blonde said happily, believing that what they were doing wouldn't have any repercussions in the future. Marco-kun? The loli asked, intrigued that Asia had named another boy. Was Asia cheating on Issei-senpai? Yes, Marco-kun is a new student that I met one day at lunch at the academy, he could help us. Said the blonde, ignoring that her friend believed that she had a special connection with that Marco. What's your relationship with Marco, Asia-san? The loli asked, completely serious. She wouldn't hesitate to confront one of the other girls if they decided to play with the brunette's feelings. Marco-kun is a friend of mine, Kaneko-san. He told me his story, and I discovered that he, like me, was once a caretaker at the church, but they expelled him when he declared that he liked men. The blonde revealed what she knew about the boy. Kaneko was surprised to hear the boy had other sexual preferences. She thought the boy and Asia might eventually have a relationship. Remembering again what she thought the blonde was doing, the little white-haired girl felt guilty at the thought that the wet girl would do something so despicable to the boy they both loved. Is he gay? The loli asked directly and without mincing words. Well, why yes, it is, but Kaneko-san, don't say it so suddenly. The blonde replied, somewhat embarrassed. Marco confided this secret to Asia, and she told Kaneko, and hearing the Nekomata say it so bluntly made her feel ashamed. I'm sorry. Don't worry, Kaneko-san, it's just that no one else knows about this, and I'd like you to keep your secret too. That's how it will be, Asia-san. The white-haired girl answered. As I was saying, we can ask Marco-kun for help. I told him about Issei, and if we tell him what's going on, he won't hesitate to help us. Tell him everything? The loli asked nervously. Yes, Marco-kun actually knows about the supernatural world, he already met Michael-sama and told him about what has happened so far. The wet girl revealed to the white-haired girl, who was surprised. Michael-sama is going to propose turning him into an angel, since he has a very pure heart and a huge affinity for learning magic, and Marco-kun. Asia couldn't continue because her face had turned red as she remembered something else Marco had told her. Marco-san, what Asia-san? The loli asked, intrigued. Since I'm going to tell you. Marco-kun likes Gasper-san. Kaneko opened her eyes in surprise at Asia's revelation. She hadn't seen that coming, but she wasn't one to criticize other people's tastes. Besides, maybe Marco will be the person who can help Gasper break out of his box and make him more confident. They were both so immersed in their thoughts that they didn't notice that a motorcycle had stopped in front of the house and that someone had entered. That someone was Issei, who, upon entering, only heard the last part of the conversation, right at the moment when Kaneko agreed to follow Asia's plan. Back to the present. Okay, Asia-san, I'll go out with Marco-kun too. That's what Kaneko said, and Asia smiled happily, knowing that they would make Issei pay more attention to the two of them. Very well, Kaneko-san, I promise you won't be disappointed. Asia said with a tone of joy that Issei noticed and, unfortunately, misinterpreted. It can't be. Them too. The brunette couldn't believe it. It seemed all the girls didn't like him anymore. Partner, don't worry, you still have me. Drake reminded Issei, since he didn't want his wielder to suffer because of what was happening. But Drake, don't you see? Nothing the girls told me was true. It was all a vile lie. The brunette reproached, believing that everything he had experienced with the girls was nothing more than a simple lie. Everything that had happened. The Rainer incident, the game against Razor, the fight against Kakabiel, the meeting of the three factions, the meeting of the young demons, the rescue of Asia, the fight against the Cows Brigade and against Klepeth, it was all a deception. What he heard in the living room at that moment ended up breaking the brown-haired man who, avoiding being heard, left the house and got back on his motorcycle and left the place. Asia and Kaneko were still in the living room, discussing what they would do to get Issei to pay more attention to them, unaware that they wouldn't see the brunette again for a long time. At Kuo City Park, 30 minutes later. Issei was sitting in the same park where it all started, he was crying, and no matter what Drake told him, the brown-haired boy was plunged into depression. First Riaz, then Akeno, and now Asia and Kaneko. What was next? Irina, Zenobia, Roswis and Ravel. The brown-haired boy couldn't remain mired in his depression when a magic circle with a seal of Mao Lucifer appeared and a silver-haired maid came out of it. Grafia had arrived on the scene to inform Issei that there was a mission they needed him to complete, but upon arriving, what she saw was the boy sitting on a bench, crying profusely. Surzich's wife became concerned upon seeing the Sekiryuutei's condition and approached him to ask what was wrong. Issei-san, what's wrong? The most powerful queen of the underworld asked the brown-haired boy. What? OGR Grafia-san, it's just you. The brown-haired boy answered while wiping away his tears. And nothing's wrong with me, don't worry. The brown-haired boy said with a sad smile. Grafia knew Issei was lying, but unfortunately she didn't have time to interrogate him, since the mission they had to do was of vital importance. It's okay, Issei-san, I believe you. The silver-haired girl told him. This only helped Issei's depression to increase as the boy began to believe that no one cared about him and that they only saw him as a kind of symbol, a shield, and that they did not care what happened to him as long as the power of the Sekiryuutei was on their side. Issei gradually descended into a state of major depression from which it would be difficult to emerge. "What brings you here, Grafia-san?" the brunette asked, hoping for something to snap him out of his negative thoughts. "Surzich's-sama requests your presence for a mission of utmost importance," the maid told him, unaware that what she said only fueled Issei's belief that they only saw him as a weapon. "Okay, let's go." The brown-haired man hid his sadness behind a false expression of seriousness, and so, they both set off for the underworld. Lucifer's castle. Arriving at the castle where Surzich's Lucifer currently resided, both Grafia and Issei went straight to the Redeed's office. Once they made an appearance, Surzich's asked them to come in. "Ah, Issei-kun, it's a pleasure to see you from." The Redeed stopped his greeting when he realized that the brunette had a sad expression that he uselessly hid with a fake smile. The current leader of the Mayu was about to ask him what was wrong when a look from his wife told him not to interfere and that they would investigate later. Surzich's agreed and then prepared to tell Issei the reason for his call. "Issei Haidu, you have been summoned today because your assistance is required for a high-ranking mission." The Redeed told him with a serious expression that only meant one thing. It was something of vital importance. "What's wrong, Lucifer-sama?" the brown-haired boy asked, also seriously. He knew that if Surzich's showed his Mao side, then there would be no time for joking. "Recently, there have been reports from our allies about a new organization that has begun to move throughout the world. The only problem is that they haven't made a move that threatens the peace we've established," the Redeed said. Issei was surprised. After the defeat of the Cows Brigade in Klepeth, there were still some loose ends, but a new organization. Things were starting to get dangerous. What kind of members would this new organization have? Issei returned his attention to the leader of the demons. "The other faction leaders and I are worried that something might happen, but since they haven't done anything that would make us act against this new group, the only thing we can do is keep an eye on them, so I ask you, Issei Haidu, to help us with this new assignment." The Redeed finished telling Issei why they urgently needed him. "So I'm supposed to make sure they don't do anything that might be dangerous to the supernatural world?" the brunette asked with some interest. "You're right, Issei," Surzich's replied. "What should I do?" Issei wanted to know about the mission, maybe doing it would help clear his mind. "This mission will be long. You'll be on it for 6 months to a year at the most, since we need you to gather all the information you can about this new group. To ensure your safety, we won't be able to contact you, and you won't be able to contact us for the duration," the Redeed explained. Those words were what finally convinced Issei to do the job. Getting away from Riaz and the others for that time will help him think about how to act when he returns. "I accept," the brunette said decisively. "Is there anything else I should know about the mission?" the brunette asked. "Yes, originally you were going to do this mission with Vali Lucifer, but we haven't been able to contact her or her team," the Redeed revealed to Issei. For their part, the Sekiryuutei were surprised to learn this. Personally, Issei didn't know what to think of Vali. When he met her, he learned that she was his rival to become the hacker Yuiku. Since then, they have experienced several tense moments between them, but always maintaining cordiality as allies. What Issei didn't know is that Vali was slowly falling in love with him, but the silver-haired girl didn't dare tell him for fear of being rejected in favor of Riaz and the others, plus it was the first time she fell in love, and to top it off, according to Vali herself, she fell in love with her rival. "Okay, I understand, when do I start?" Issei asked about the mission again. "Today, Issei. You'll be sent to Munich with your motorcycle, and in a couple of hours, once you're settled into a hotel, your things will be sent to you, and right then we won't be able to contact you. You'll be on your own, and once the 6 months are up, you'll contact us. But if you need more time, then take a year, and then we'll see each other, okay?" the Redeed finished explaining. "Understood," the brown-haired man replied. "And don't worry, Issei, we'll tell the girls about your absence." The Redeed told him, and at that moment Issei's gaze hardened, something that Surzich's noticed but preferred not to comment. "Thank you, Lucifer-sama," the brown-haired man said. "I'm ready." Surzich's nodded, and with a snap of his fingers a magic circle appeared beneath the brown-haired man's feet and transported him to his destination. "Okay, Grafia, what happened?" the Redeed asked seriously once the brunette was transported. "I found Issei-san crying in the park, but I didn't want to ask him anything about the mission." Grafia answered also seriously. She loved Issei as if he were her little brother, and seeing him in that state saddened her a lot. "We have to investigate what happened then," Surzich's said. Munich, Germany. Issei appeared on the streets of Munich, riding his motorcycle. Fortunately, due to the time difference, it was early morning in the city, and no one saw Issei arrive. Issei quickly got into his vehicle and proceeded to look for a hotel to stay. Once he found one, and thankfully there was a manager there to assist him. He rented a room for a week, and when he got up to his room, his luggage suddenly appeared thanks to a magic circle. Deciding that he would get everything ready in the morning, Issei settled down to rest. The next day. Issei woke up late, it was 10 in the morning, and after showering and having some breakfast, the boy took his motorcycle and began exploring the city, exploring every corner. The brunette decided to investigate Munich and its surroundings for a week, and if he didn't find anything, he would head to another city. In the afternoon. It was already 6 in the evening, and after wandering around the city a few times, Issei found nothing. He was about to head back to the hotel where he was staying when he felt a pulse of energy coming from the outskirts of the city, specifically from an area surrounded by a small forest. The brunette didn't hesitate to head for that place. If he remembered correctly, there was no supernatural presence in Munich, so the energy pulse couldn't be normal. To avoid attracting attention, the boy left his motorcycle outside the hotel and headed toward an alley where he activated a basic magic circle and transported himself to that location. A few moments later, Issei reached a clearing in the forest where it felt the energy. It stood there for a couple of minutes, trying to locate whatever had created the energy. Swoosh. Suddenly a flurry of blades shot out from the trees, and Issei had to activate its gauntlet to avoid being damaged. "Whoever it was, show yourself now," said Issei, waiting for his attacker to appear. "Hahaha." A laugh sounded from between the trees, but Issei didn't know where it came from. "You really are funny, kid, and you're either very brave or very stupid to come all the way here alone." A man's voice was heard and Issei was on guard. "Fine, if you're not going to come out, I'll get you out by force," the brown-haired man said to the person who was hiding. "Boosted gear. Balance breaker," shouted the brown-haired man, being covered by his characteristic red armor. "Oh, but what do I see? It's none other than the Sekiryuutei," the voice said maliciously. "Show yourself, coward. What do you want?" asked the brunette, starting to get annoyed by the annoyance. Well, what I wanted was very different from what I want right now," said the voice with a mysterious tone. "Enough," Issei shouted angrily. He was tired of what had happened to him, all he wanted was to get it all over with and rest. "So the Sekiryuutei is upset," the mysterious voice spoke again. "And I was planning to invite you to our little group," the voice said to Issei, who realized what he said. "So you're a member of the new organization, right? What do you and your group want?" the brown-haired man asked. "Ha. As if I were going to tell you," the mysterious voice replied mockingly. "If you're so interested in knowing, why don't you come with us? I assure you that you'll love what we have planned," the mysterious voice told Issei. "I'd rather die than go with you. Why don't I kick your ass, and then you can tell me everything I want to know," the brunette suggested. "Tempting, really it is tempting, but it won't be necessary. You will come with us whether you want to or not," the voice said to Issei, who tensed upon hearing what he said. "And don't worry about anything, Issei Haidu, we know everything about you, servant of the Gremory." When the voice finished speaking, Issei felt a chill. Who was this person who knew everything about him? "Who the hell are you?" asked the brunette, getting nervous. "You'll find out later, for now you're ours." As he shouted, a pair of darts shot out at Issei's back. Issei had no time to dodge, and the darts ended up embedding themselves in his back, passing through the armor and sticking into his back. "Arg." The brunette let out a cry of pain and fell to the ground. His armor began to disintegrate, and Issei was paralyzed. What the hell? "Why can't I move?" the brunette asked in pain. "Don't bother, kid, you belong to us now." From between the trees a man appeared and stood in front of Issei. The man appeared to be between 35 and 40 years old. His hair was white and his eyes were red, one completely white, suggesting that one eye was no longer useful for vision. He was wearing a bulletproof vest and military pants, along with black combat boots. His physique was imposing, and he was covered with a black cape. "Don't worry, Sekiryuutei, we will answer all your questions once we introduce ourselves properly," the man told him maliciously while his gaze turned sadistic and caused fear in the brown-haired man. "But first," taking a strange tool out of his pocket that looked like a knife, he turned it on, and the weapon was covered in electricity. Flush. Arg. With a precise movement, he stabbed the knife into Issei's chest, causing deep pain accompanied by electric shocks that ran through the brunette's body. After a couple of minutes the man removed his weapon from Issei's body and proceeded to grab the brunette by the hair and began to drag him towards the forest. What are you going to do to me?" the brunette asked, afraid of feeling at the mercy of that man. Passing through the trees, Issei could see two other hooded figures appear and walk a few meters away from him and the white-haired man. "Who are they?" Issei asked. "I already told you that we will answer everything in due time, brat," the man told him with annoyance, but then a wicked smile appeared on his face. But I can tell you this, those two who came with us were the ones in charge of neutralizing you, and as for the first question, well, you are going to join us. I will never join you. Issei replied to the guy. No Sekiryuutei, you don't understand. You are going to join us whether you want to or not, and believe me, once we're done with you, you'll be nothing more than a simple shell of what you currently are. He said maliciously, something that truly scared the brown-haired man. And don't try to escape. For now you're paralyzed and you won't be able to use your sacred gear, at least until we give you the antidote. The man told him. So you better get comfortable because you, me, and the others are going to be spending a lot of time together. Issei was truly scared. First, they defeated him easily and blocked his powers in some way that Issei doesn't know about. Second, those who defeated him still haven't spoken, they're just walking behind him and this strange guy. And third, he hadn't realized it, but ever since they removed that strange knife from his chest, Issei couldn't feel his evil pieces anymore. Back to the clearing where Issei was stabbed. If Issei had paid attention, he would have noticed that right where he was a few moments ago there was a pool of blood, and right in that pool were 8 objects shaped like chess pieces. The 8 pieces of Issei. Back with Issei. Haha, I can't wait to break you, boy, destroying you completely will be so much fun. Those were the last words Issei heard before his hell began. That day the Sekiryuutei disappeared from the radar of the supernatural world. That day Issei Haidu lost his freedom. That day Arias and the other girls felt a pain in their hearts, but none of them knew how to explain the reason for that pain, especially a certain Redeed. That day the Pillar of Peace was lost and would never be seen again. They wouldn't see him again for a long time. Chapter 3. What happened, Part I. Time skip. 2 years. 2 years have passed since Urzacha's Lucifer entrusted the Sekiryuutei Issei Haidu with a mission to search for information about the new group. 2 years since the Mayu and his wife discovered the reason why the wielder of Drake looked so emotionally devastated. They deduced that Issei somehow managed to find out what happened, and knowing that the boy still held some fear in his heart for what happened with Rainer, they gathered the pieces of the puzzle and confronted the 4 girls who caused a brown-haired boy's pain and learned what happened that fateful day. Since they discovered Ria's betrayal and Akeno's betrayal, Kaneko and Asia, things got tense in the Redeed's entourage. Not only was there a heated argument between the members present at the time and the leader of the underworld, but things got more tense when the remaining members of the Grimoire group returned from their respective errands. Irina Shidu, Zenobia Quarta, Ravel Phoenix, and Roswis the Valkyrie. When the 4 girls returned to Kuo and found out what the first 4 girls in the entourage had done, or in some cases tried to do, they had a heated argument and the group almost broke up. Fibayudo and Gaspar Vladi, the other 2 male members of the group, were also unaware of what had happened. When they both found out, they almost lost all trust they had in their queen and the other 3 girls. The news slowly spread to the other factions, and to say everyone was surprised, and in some cases, annoyed, would be an understatement. What Rias and 3 of her members did earned the scorn of a particular group of girls, young women and women who saw the Sekiryuutei as a unique man, some of whom desired to have them as a partner. Seraph Leviathan, the Mayu and magical girl, initially saw Issei as her rival due to the children's program that the boy had made, and that took away audience from her program, but after they agreed to make a special episode where the 2 met, the Exitri had enough time to get to know him, and after living with him for a while, she developed a crush on the boy that over time became a love as pure as that which an angel would feel. Gabriel, the most beautiful archangel in heaven, with an aura as pure as her late father's, was drawn to Issei's aura. One occasion when Issei visited heaven with Irina on behalf of Mayujuka was enough for the most powerful woman in heaven to meet him and fall in love with Issei. After that visit, Michael's sister would visit him whenever she could in Kuo. Hiroka Taoju, Kaneko's older sister, initially saw the brunette as a possible mate and a means to re-establish the Nekomata race, but after going on several missions and fighting alongside him, the girl began to develop feelings for him. At first, it was difficult for her because she had to compete with other girls, including her leader and best friend Valerie. Lucifer, who didn't believe the story that the Nekomata fell in love with the brunette. It wasn't until Kuroka revealed that she wasn't joking, and that it was also the first time she had fallen in love, and that if she had previously acted seductive, it was because she had never been with a man, and feared that they would only approach her for her body. It was difficult for her because of the boy's perverted tendencies, but after getting used to them, she realized that he was actually one of the most trustworthy beings in the world. Lafay Pendragon, the sorceress of Vali's team, was the brunette's representative and the one who handled everything related to the Up-Eye Dragon program that made him famous throughout the supernatural world. Of all the girls, she was the one who fell in love with him the quickest, spending the most time with him thanks to the show's recordings. Tsubasa Yura, one of the Sona Citri Rooks. Taking advantage of the fact that Rias and Akeno had graduated, as well as their king and queen, the girl decided to approach Issei and see if she could be a part of his life. The results began to bear fruit when Issei and she became friends. She also became great friends with Zenobia. Both blue-haired girls had become almost inseparable, and even more so, since they both became president and vice president of the student council. Although Tsubasa still hadn't mustered the courage to tell Issei how she felt about him, she knew that her chance would come soon. Yusaka, the leader of the Yakai faction, gradually fell in love with the brunette and saw him as the best option for her little daughter, Kunu, to have a father. What Yusaka didn't know was that her daughter didn't exactly see Issei as a father figure. Kunu, Yusaka's daughter, was a great admirer of Issei Haidu and had developed a crush on him because of it. After spending time with the brunette, her crush faded and turned into love. The kid soon knew that her mother was also attracted to the Sekiryuutei and looked for a way to reach the brunette's heart before her mother did so that the boy would see her as a woman and avoid the boy seeing her as his daughter if her mother won the game. Vali. Lucifer, the Hakuryuku of the current generation, had fallen in love with Issei over time after meeting him. At first she only saw him as her rival, someone to surpass, but then she realized that she was starting to feel attracted to him, and thanks to being the bearer of Albion, her instincts intensified, and on more than one occasion, she tried to claim Ria's Gremory's pawn. This caused her shame since she wanted her first time to be special, and not because her instincts told her to mark the boy. And finally, Office, the Dragon of Infinity. Although Office didn't have a gender, after meeting Issei, she felt attracted to him. Taking the form of a girl, she took the opportunity to coexist with humans, and then met the boy. After reviving him with the help of Great Red, the representative of Infinity began to experience feelings she'd never had before, and decided to investigate to find out what those feelings were. She only had one clue. They were related to Issei Haidu. All those girls, plus the other two pieces of the Gremory girl, the Angel Irina and the youngest daughter of the Phoenix, Ravel, developed a deep resentment against Rias, Akeno, Asia and Kaneko, with the exception of Office who was still immersed in her investigation about her feelings for the boy Haidu. It took a couple of months for the girls to be able to talk to each other again without the risk of Vali threatening to rip their heads off. Thanks to Surzich's and Grafia discovering Akeno, Asia and Kaneko's plan. The aforementioned were forgiven by the others after they explained the reason for their actions and swore that they would never try something stupid of that magnitude again. They were accepted back into the group, but with some doubt from some girls. Ria's was the one who had it the hardest. The Gremory heiress brought out her arrogant attitude and firmly believed that what she was doing was the right thing and that no one could criticize her actions. Although some agreed with her, saying that they couldn't criticize her actions because she was no longer a child, others told her that she should have taken Issei's feelings into consideration, and that if this were to be negative for her or someone else, then she had no right to complain or blame anyone. Since it would contradict her assertion that she no longer depended on anyone. It took just over 10 months for Rias to suffer a betrayal similar to the one Issei suffered, and after an event that put the supernatural world in check, the Gremory heiress realized the grave mistake she made in the past, and after everyone saw that she was truly sorry, little by little, she regained the trust of others. But things would never be the same again. Although the girls said they were together again and were trying to recover their friendship, the truth was very different. There was still mistrust between them, they still doubted the veracity of the feelings of Barakwil's daughter, the possessor of Twilight Healing, the minor Nakamata and Princess Gremory. Even though they said and swore that they were truly sorry and wanted to make it up to Issei, only Surzich's and Sona believed them and the others had certain doubts. Tension returned to the three factions that participated in the signing of the peace treaty in Kuo, the main reason being that they had no information from Issei about the new group. It had been a year since Issei was supposed to report back to them, but he didn't. Despite the continued displays of concern from a portion of the coalition members of the three factions and other supernatural beings, none of the leaders of the three factions decided to act, with the exception of Serafal, who on more than one occasion tried to convince Surzich's, Ajuka, or Falbium to send someone to make sure the brown-haired boy was okay, but they refused, arguing that they wouldn't put anyone in danger and that Issei could take care of himself. How wrong they were. Surzich's, Michael and Azazel told them not to worry, that Issei might have decided to stay longer to gather even more information and ensure that nothing bad would happen. But they didn't know that the tragedy had already occurred and it happened on the same day that Issei began the mission. Surzich's in fact had to act against his principles and using his authority as Mau, he had to suspend his sister from her duties as king. Why? Easy, after Rias realized the mistake she made, the younger sister of the Mau Lucifer fell into a state of despair. Thinking that Issei saw her while she committed the sin of cheating on him, the Redeed was anxious and all she wanted was to have her cute Issei by her side, ask him for forgiveness for what she did, and give herself to him body and soul for all eternity, and maybe that way the boy would forgive her, and things would go back to how they were before. But since no one could contact the boy for his safety, Rias grew even more desperate and was about to use her pawn pieces to locate him and go to his side. If it weren't for Gabriel's intervention, who was in the Haidu residence at the time, the Grimoire would have jeopardized the operation, just as she almost jeopardized the supernatural world when she was tricked. After this incident, Rias was reported, and her brother had no choice but to cancel Rias' king piece so she wouldn't do anything stupid. It was with the help of Ajuka Beelzebub that the piece was cancelled, at least until Rias calmed down. This was what happened in the 2 years that the Sekiryuutei was absent. His absence alone caused the near separation of the DXD team, strong tension between the supernatural factions, distrust between a group of allies who had fought back to back, but most importantly, the pain experienced by a group of girls who from day one had felt an immense oppression in their hearts that told them something was wrong, but none of them knew how to explain the reason. They just felt that when they found out, they wouldn't like it at all. And then came the day when everything fell apart. Haidu residence. We are now at the residence where the Grimoire girls and Issei's parents live. After certain events, they decided to tell the Haidu masters about the 3 factions. After learning about the existence of supernatural beings, Mr. and Mrs. Haidu were extremely shocked. Issei's mother actually fainted when they told her everything her son had been through, even telling her that he had even died twice. They also gave a vague explanation as to why Issei wasn't present. His father was surprised too, but his surprise came when he was told that each and every one of them loved him and that there were even more girls who were in love with Issei. Some time later, when the parents asked the reason for Issei's absence, the girls told them that Issei was on a mission abroad and that they couldn't contact him so they could safeguard the brunette's safety. However, when they were told that the mission Issei took was a long-term one, both parents became worried and asked the reason why Issei would take it. Their concern, however, quickly turned to anger when they were told what the 4 girls who came to live with them first did. Rias, Akeno, Asia and Kaneko received a reprimand from Issei's mother, and she gave them a threat that to this day terrifies the girls. When Issei returns, if he hasn't forgiven any of the causers of his pain, then they would no longer be welcome in the Haidu residence, and they would no longer be able to approach Issei. This was already possible after Zeoticus Grimoire decided to leave the papers of the house in the hands of Issei's father, so now they could decide if someone stays or leaves. This threat was also directed at the other girls if any of them cheated on Issei. It must be made clear that Issei's mother became very overprotective of her son after learning of his adventures, and her mere icy gaze was more than enough to scare even Vali. Needless to say, all the girls promised him that Issei would never suffer again. Unfortunately, they could no longer keep that promise. Never. Issei's room. In Issei's room, on the bed where the brunette was resting with his girls before everything started, there was a Redeed lying on the soft sheets, resting. Rias Grimoire was a senior at Kuo University. Knowing her beauty, Rias knew every boy at the university wanted to be with her. But she already had a boyfriend. A unique boy who stood by her side in the most dangerous situations that someone as young as her shouldn't have to endure. A boy who saved her from a loveless marriage. The boy who helped her become recognized throughout the supernatural world. A boy she lost. And all because of her insecurity. All because of the belief that what she was doing was right for her. That boy was her beloved Issei, her cute pawn. Rias Grimoire wasn't stupid. She knew she'd messed up. She knew that when Issei came back there was a good chance he wouldn't want anything to do with her. She dreaded the day Issei would come back and reveal that he had a new girlfriend, someone who had replaced her in the brunette's heart. Ever since the day Rias found out that the bastard who had made her leave Issei was cheating on her with every whore that came her way, the Redeed had fallen into a depression that consumed her with guilt and sadness. Every day while she slept she dreamed of Issei. She dreamed of everything they had experienced up until now, and thanks to those dreams, she realized that she never stopped loving Issei. She even experienced nightmares where the brunette left her side. Every time she relived that terrible dream, the brunette found herself with a different girl. Rias begged him not to leave, falling to her knees and sobbing her eyes out, pleading with him not to leave her, that she was sorry. She always told him that she would not do it again, that she would do anything to obtain his forgiveness. Even on one occasion she went so far as to use her power of destruction to damage her own body, and while she was bleeding and crying in pain, she screamed at her beloved to see her, that she was willing to suffer, just so that they both could be equal. She believed Issei would forgive her if she inflicted similar pain on herself. That nightmare became the worst the Redeed experienced for a while. One night, however, she had a new nightmare that scared her a lot, and even more so because of how it ended. Ria's dream. In Kuo City Park, the same park where it all began, there was a Redeed kneeling on the ground, her forehead touching the floor. A brunette with a cold stare and a completely serious expression. And next to him, an extremely beautiful girl. The girl at his side looked about the same age as him. Her skin was tanned, highlighted by her gray, almost silvery hair, which she wore in a ponytail similar to Akeno's. Her eyes were such an intense blue they radiated power. All of this combined gave her an exotic appearance. He was wearing a white t-shirt that contrasted with his skin tone, over which was a black leather jacket worthy of the toughest biker on the road. He was wearing blue jeans with ripped knees and thick brown boots. He had black leather driving gloves on his hands. The girl not only looked beautiful, but also dangerous. And the look she gave Riaz was threatening enough to paralyze the Redeed. Issei. Please don't leave me. The Redeed cried as she looked up and met the dull eyes of her cute brown-haired boy. You and everyone else asked for this, Riaz. The brunette reminded her in an emotionless voice while the girl next to him smiled sinisterly. No. Sob. Don't go, I need you by my side. Sob. Please. The Redeed closed her eyes while tears ran down her face. Fufufu. Laughed the little Redeed next to Issei. You don't understand, silly girl. Issei has already chosen what he wants. She said while showing a smile full of malice. And he loves me. Hahaha. She yelled at him and ended up letting out a mad laugh, while Issei just smiled while looking at the white-haired girl with love, which broke the Redeed's heart into 1,000 pieces. No. That's not true. Tell him, Issei. Tell him. Riaz begged, crying as she looked at Issei, who looked back at her, but erased his smile when he saw the Redeed. You're wrong, Riaz. And the following words plunged Riaz into total despair. I love her. She said as she wrapped her arm around the grey-haired girl and walked away from the Redeed. Ice. Sob. No. Don't go. Sob. Don't leave me. Sob. I love you. I need you. The Redeed cried while adopting a fetal position, and the brunette and the grey-haired girl moved away. What Riaz didn't notice was how Issei's hair changed. Going from brown to completely black. Riaz Pav. Ahhhh. I woke up screaming. That nightmare. I'd never had that nightmare before. What could it mean? Huh. What the hell? I brought my hand up to my face when I noticed it was wet. Tears. I'd cried in my dreams again. It wasn't the first time it had happened. Ever since I realized I'd hurt the boy I truly loved, every day I felt like the biggest idiot ever to walk the earth. What the hell was I thinking when I decided to go out with that bastard Ryuji? I still remember the argument I had with Akeno and the others when they found out I was dating that bastard. Flashback. 1 week after Issei's departure. I'd been dating Ryuji for a week and I felt so happy. The first day, when he proposed to me, I felt different. That same day, I felt a terrible pain in my chest. I can't quite explain it, but I felt like I was losing the most important thing in my life. At first, I felt bad because I still hadn't told Ice I didn't love him anymore. But every day, seeing Ryuji's smiling face reassured me. He was special. One day, however, my brother showed up alongside Grayfiani while I was in the occult club room. That surprised me. What did my brother need? Riaz. His voice sounded serious and distant. What's wrong, Oni-sama? I asked, somewhat nervously. He'd never spoken to me like that before. Had I done something wrong? Why didn't you tell Issei? This question stopped me in my tracks. How did my brother know that? Surzicha-sama and I noticed that Issei Dono was sad and had a depressed look, something rare for him. So Surzicha-sama asked me to investigate the reason. Grayfiani apparently knew what I was thinking and answered the question I had in my mind. Riaz, why did you do that? My brother asked again. What does that boy offer you that Issei doesn't? He told me with a voice full of seriousness. I felt intimidated. Lucifer-sama, Grayfia-sama. What brings you here? Entering the room were Irina and Zenobia. Both followers of God had gone on a mission with Griselda Quarta to recruit potential members for the Angels. That mission took place in Italy, so both girls were away for a couple of weeks. It's great that you're here. My brother said, his tone still serious, which surprised the new arrivals. Riaz is about to tell us why she cheated on Issei-kun. My brother said, and both Irina and Zenobia opened their eyes in surprise and then adopted an angry expression. Irina approached me with an aura of death around her and slap. He slapped me so hard that my cheek was red from the blow. What's wrong with you, Irina? I shouted angrily. Slap. This time it was Zenobia who hit me. It was so hard that I ended up collapsing on the floor. I couldn't stand it any longer and released my aura of destruction. I stood up furiously and glared at both girls. I was about to attack them when my brother stood in front of me and grabbed my wrists. Enough, Riaz. He looked at me coldly. Don't do something you'll regret in the future. I freed myself from his grasp and turned around, turning my back on everyone and heading out of the room. Answer the question, Riaz. My brother said to me in a warning tone. I stopped right at the exit and replied. What I do with my life is my problem. And then left the room and went to find Ryuji. End of flashback. A week after what happened, things got more serious. There was a split in the group. It was discovered that Akeno had tried the same thing, and that Asia and Kaneko wanted to use a boy to make Issei jealous. We had a really heated argument. Irina, Zinovia, Ravel, and Roswas found out about my relationship with Ryuji, and none of them spoke to me. In fact, they were also upset with Akeno, Asia, and Kaneko. By the way, no one had seen Issei all week. Deep down in my heart, I was worried. I asked my brother about his whereabouts, and he told us he was on a long-term mission. I feel more like I'm answering for Irina, Zinovia, Ravel, and Roswas, not me and the others. Some time later something happened that made me realize the mistake I had made. Flashback. 10 months after the beginning of Ria's and Ryuji's relationship. I was walking toward the park. The day marked 10 months since I started dating Ryuji, and I was feeling very happy. We had agreed to meet at the park and go out. I was so excited that I ended up leaving home an hour early. I arrived at the park and realized I had arrived early, so I went to sit on a bench. I realized I was in the same area where I had reincarnated Issei. Issei. A couple of weeks ago I started feeling empty inside, as if something was missing. Oh yes. Stronger my love. A few moans pulled me out of my thoughts, and I blushed at what I heard. Were they really doing that in the park at this hour? I was about to leave when I heard something that made my blood run cold. You're amazing, Ryuji Koi. And you're the best one I've ever slept with, Lee-chan. At that moment, something inside me snapped. I quickly approached the bush where I'd heard the conversation and parted the leaves to see my boyfriend fucking a girl. Ryuji, what does this mean? I yelled at my boyfriend, who was surprised to see me. Riaz. Wait. It's not what it seems. He said to me while taking his member out of the girl and pulling up his pants. Mao. Ryuji Koi, I wasn't satisfied yet. The fox hugged my boyfriend from behind and then turned to look at me. Is this the girl you couldn't fuck? I asked him as Ryuji got nervous. What? I asked in disgust. Wait, Riaz, she's just joking. He said pathetically. Oh? Don't you know, girl? The fox asked me. Know what? I said. Ryuji Koi only looks for you to fuck. You see, he's been my boyfriend for a couple of years, but he always tends to look for other girls to sleep with and then come back to me. He told me naturally. I was horrified. At first it bothered me, but then I realized that this way he gained experience and I could sleep with other men. Hey, wait a second. Are you sleeping with other people? Ryuji asked angrily. Of course you did, you started cheating on me, so I decided to have a little fun too, and if you don't like it, then fuck off. You're a bitch, I don't even love you. I'm only with you because I like the way you use that body of yours. He said to the black-haired girl. At that moment I realized that I was nothing more than a spectator. And you still act dignified. Do you think you're the only one who can sleep with other people while in a relationship? The girl told him. And what do you care? So far I've only been looking to sleep with that retard, but so far I haven't been able to get her to let me try her body. At that moment, I was extremely upset. All this time, I'd been dating a bastard who only wanted me for my body. Blinded by fury, I spread my demon wings and unleashed my power of destruction. Both humans were frightened and looked at me with dread. What the hell are you? Ryuji asked scared. Your end, you damn moron. I told him and fired a ball of energy that ended up consuming him and that bitch. They didn't even scream. I left there crying and came home. Zinovia was the only one there, and even though she didn't like me at the time, she asked me what was going on. I told her what happened. She told me I deserved it for what I did to Issei. Ice. I thought hysterically. I left Issei for that asshole who just wanted to use me as a toy. I was totally devastated. I remembered everything I went through with him and realized I was stupid. I was stupid to leave a man of his caliber for some garbage that wasn't worth it. I was about to continue in my world when Grafia appeared in the room and told me that they needed me to go to the underworld. In the underworld I received a reprimand from my brother, the other Mayu and my parents for having revealed my presence and for having killed 2 humans. I didn't pay attention to what they told me because I was still thinking about Issei. Before I knew it, my parents were standing in front of me, asking me why I was crying. I told them what happened and that I was sorry for what I did to Issei. My mother told me that. Riaz. End of flashback. Back with Riaz. I was brought out of my memories by a scream that caught my attention. Akeno entered my room. My Ice's room. Our room. Riaz, we have a mission. It's urgent. What's wrong, Akeno? I asked her when I saw her worried. They're attacking Grigori's base of operations in Holland. What? There's no time to waste, let's go. What I didn't know was that on that mission things were going to change. Chapter 4. What happened, Part 2, Akeno's POV. It's been 2 years since I last saw my beloved Issei-kun. 2 years since I almost made the biggest mistake of my life. The day I almost cheated on the man I love with someone else. That same day I realized my mistake, and it was the same boy I wanted to cheat on Issei-kun with who made me realize how stupid I had almost been. If it weren't for Pierre-san, I would have looked for another boy to gain experience. It took a scolding from Pierre-san to bring me back to my senses, to realize that what I was thinking was nonsense. Where the hell did I get the idea of gaining experience? With other men? Did I think Issei-kun would have the same experience in romantic relationships? He'd always been faithful to all of us. So where would he get the experience if not with us? When Pierre-san told me that the trust between us was going to be lost, that's when I reacted and really started to think. What would happen if Issei-kun found out I was with other men? Would he trust me? Would he love me like he had shown me? That's when I realized that if I continued with my line of thinking, I ran the risk of losing my beloved Issei-kun. If he found out about my actions, then he would lose all his trust, he would have left me, he would have gone off with the other girls, and I would have been left alone. Alone. After everything I've been through, feeling alone is my greatest fear. After losing my mother and believing my father had abandoned us, I felt helpless. Then I was helped by the demons, but I still felt alone. All the demons I lived with were upper class, but I was lower class. I felt like a huge barrier separated us. In addition, I had the hatred I had developed towards the fallen angels, towards my father, towards an entire race that had caused my mother's death, and towards myself. For years I was hiding behind a fake smile, behind a serene expression and a sophisticated pose that the demons who helped me had taught me. I was like that for many years. Until he arrived. The boy who saved me from my personal hell, the boy who helped me overcome my fears, the boy who supported me and made me accept my heritage, the boy who reunited me with my father and made us a family again. The boy I fell in love with. The boy I almost lost that day. When I believed what I was doing was the right thing. And I keep thinking, what would have happened if my beloved Issei found out what I had done behind his back? He would most likely have abandoned me. Even if I had told him it was all a plan of mine so I could fulfill his fantasies, he would have walked away anyway. I wanted to surprise him. To show him I could make him happy. But that's when I started thinking again. What I was about to do could have been misinterpreted. All I wanted was to know how to treat a man on a daily basis, but I wasn't looking to sleep with any of them. I wanted that honor to go to my Issei-kun. To give him my first time and for us to be happy together. Maybe if I had told him that, if he had found out, I doubt he would have forgiven me. If only I had thought things through more at the time, I could have taken a different path. But it's no longer possible. It's been 2 years since he left and I didn't know until a week after he left. Why until a week later? Because after Pierre-san talked me into a relationship, I felt guilty. Guilty for 2 reasons. First, because I'd butted heads with 2 people who were already engaged. What would have happened if I'd gone through with my stupid plan? What would have happened if someone found out what happened? What would have happened to Pierre-san and his fiancée? That made me feel dirty for having butted heads with a guy who was already engaged. I sound like a hypocrite, don't I? I mean, I felt guilty for messing with a guy who already had a girlfriend and was even his fiancée, but I didn't feel that way every time I tried to seduce Issei-kun, even if he was already engaged. But I think the reason is because his dream is to have a harem, while other men may also want to be with any woman who crosses their path, but there are some who remain faithful to the girl they love once they find her. Issei-kun's case is special, he showed us on more than one occasion that he loves us all equally. That's the second reason I felt guilty. For having betrayed the love and trust that the most special boy had ever given me. Even though Issei hadn't discovered what I'd done, I still felt the guilt consuming me. If I ran into Issei-kun, I felt like I wouldn't be able to face him without confessing what I had done, or rather, what I was about to do. I couldn't have stood it if my beloved had seen me with such disgust, so I ended up hiding in the shrine where I lived before moving into Issei's house. There I remained hidden like a coward who does not want to face his fears. Until I plucked up the courage and decided to face the consequences of my actions. After a week, I decided to return to my beloved's house. During that time, I was also absent from school, so I had to return so as not to arouse suspicion. I was surprised that Riaz didn't look for me during that time. Riaz. The girl who helped me become her queen. I've shared many happy moments with her, and together we've grown as best friends. I even consider her my sister. But things haven't been the same since Issei left. When I returned to Issei-kun's house, I was surprised to discover the hostile atmosphere there. I could tell that Zenobia, Irina, Roswas, and Ravel had returned, but I also noticed that there was some sort of tension between the girls and Riaz, Asia, and Kaneko. The 4 girls who had returned from their missions and/or errands sent looks of utter disgust toward Riaz, Asia, and Kaneko. But what was surprising was that Asia and Kaneko were glaring at Riaz. Then I looked surprised when the angry looks were directed at me. That's when the first argument occurred that almost caused the group to split up. Flashback. Still in Akeno's POV. I was standing in front of Issei-kun's house. The week had passed since the incident I didn't want my friends to know about, especially my beloved. After isolating myself from everyone for a while, I was able to think about what I had done and realized that if I wanted things to stay the same, I had to tell everyone what happened, especially Issei-kun. I decided to confess everything, regardless of how the others would react, except for Issei-kun. I hoped Issei would accept my explanation and that things would remain the same between us. During the week I was at the shrine, I prayed to my mother's spirit to give me the strength to face Issei-kun, to tell him everything, and especially to keep him from getting upset with me. I didn't know what I'd do if Issei-kun ended up leaving me. I felt like I wouldn't have the strength to go on. Taking a determined attitude, I entered the house and prepared to go to my room, where I have my things since I sleep in the same room as my Issei-kun. As I headed for the stairs, I passed by the living room and saw all the girls gathered there. We were all gathered in the same place after a long time, but something was different. I saw Rias give Irina and Zenobia an annoyed look. The aforementioned women returned the gesture, while Ravel's eyes were watering, and Roswis's face was deeply disappointed. Kaneko and Asia sat on the sofa, nervously watching everything, though at certain moments I could see them sending disappointed glances to Rias. "What's going on here?" I asked as I walked into the room, but stopped in my tracks when I saw Irina and Zenovia's sharp gazes. "Until you deigned to show up," Zenobia told me. I was truly surprised by the cold way she spoke to me. "Were you busy with your beloved Akeno-san?" This time it was Irina who spoke. That left me frozen. Did they even know what almost happened that day? What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to hide my nervousness, which was difficult because I stuttered when I spoke. "Don't play innocent, Akeno. Grafia-sama told us what happened. Or have you already forgotten your little kiss with the boy from your school? Roswis told me what I was afraid of. They already knew what had happened. Wait a moment, let me explain." I tried to tell them what happened that day, but I had doubts about how Grafia-sama managed to find out what happened. "There's no need for you to explain full what Grafia-san told us is more than enough." Ravel interrupted me. I could feel how the way she referred to me was somewhat insulting. But how? I asked, scared by what was happening. Even though I was trying to explain to them that it was all a misunderstanding, I couldn't because the looks my friends were giving me were frightening. I could feel a strong murderous aura coming from them. Grafia-sama and Lucifer-sama said that Issei-kun was depressed, but they didn't know why, so Lucifer-sama asked Grafia to investigate. Zenobia explained in a serious tone. "Then Grafia-sama discovered something despicable, and that includes you and your king." This time Irina continued with the explanation, and I couldn't help but notice that the way she addressed Rias was very cold. "You disappoint me, Akeno, you who swore love to him, you who swore to be faithful to him, you with whom Issei-kun spent more time than us, and you decided to cheat on him with another man." The one who spoke this time was Roswis. At that moment I realized that Asia and Kaneko had started crying, while Rias kept a serious expression. "You know what? I'm leaving here, I don't feel capable of being in the presence of these four," said Ravel, who proceeded to summon a magic circle with her family symbol. "We're going with you, Ravel-chan," Irina told her as Zenobia and Roswis proceeded to approach both of them and the four of them transported together. I stood there speechless. I was stupid. If I hadn't hidden in my sanctuary, I could have explained what happened and avoided this misunderstanding. Wait a minute. Irina had said that Grafia had told her about something despicable that Rias and I had done. Did something happen that I didn't know about? End of Akeno's POV. "Rias, what happened the week I was gone?" the brunette asked her friend and king. "Nothing important, Akeno, just my brother and the girls meddling in my life." The Redeed spoke furiously at the end of the sentence. "What do you mean?" Barakwheel's daughter asked the Redeed. "Let me start a relationship with Ryuji-kun." "I'm so excited," Ria said with a happy tone. Akeno, on her own, was stunned by what her friend had just said. Rias was with another man. Rias was cheating on Issei. The Fall now understood why the others said that she and Rias did something despicable. The black-haired girl's aura began to increase as she approached the Redeed, who was unaware of what was happening with her friend. Asia and Kaneko watched the scene, intimidated by the bloodlust the black-haired girl gave off as she walked towards Rias, and when she got close enough. Slap. Akeno slapped Rias hard, who came out of her world and was left with an expression of surprise when she realized that her best friend had hit her. You're a damn bitch," Akeno yelled at Rias, tears streaming down her face. Now she understood why the others were upset with Rias. The Redeed admitted she was dating another boy. She had betrayed Issei-kun's trust. Had the Redeed forgotten what the brunette had done for her? Had he forgotten everything they had experienced up to that point? Didn't she care about Issei-kun's feelings for her? Rias had come out of her surprise only to change her look to one of annoyance. Was Akeno also going to interfere in her life? "What the hell is wrong with you, Akeno?" the Redeed asked in annoyance. Kaneko and Asia were startled as they felt their king's aura rise. How dare you do that to Issei-kun? The black-haired girl scolded. Shut up, Akeno. You have no right to criticize me if you're doing the same. Rias said angrily to her friend, who remained static upon hearing that. No. You're wrong, Rias. He yelled back at the redeed. But you're also seeing another man. That's not true. None of you know what really happened. Akeno revealed, who began to emanate lightning from her fingers because of how annoyed she was, while Rias began to release her aura of destruction until. Enough. Asia shouted, on the verge of tears as she saw her friends about to fight each other. The blonde scream caused both girls to stop emitting their respective auras, so that they both saw the nun who had teary eyes, and the white-haired loli was also with a worried look, while tears threatened to come out of her eyes. Please don't fight. Asia said as she brought her hands to her face and began to sob. Kaneko simply hugged the blonde to try to calm her down. I'm sorry, Asia. I better go. Ria saying this left the room and left the house. Akeno just approached the two girls, and when she got to them she hugged them and started crying. Girls. Sob. Forgive me. Sob. I didn't mean to scare you. Akeno spoke with regret in her voice. Akeno-san. Sob. Why did you make them? The little blonde asked the fallen angel. Sob. Dua. The black-haired girl let out a cry of pain and began to cry while being comforted by the Gremory Bishop and Rook. After a short period of time, the brunette calmed down a bit. Girls. The brunette remained silent. Akeno-senpai, what did she mean by saying we didn't know what had really happened? Asked the little white-haired girl, intrigued by what the queen of the group had said. Akeno knew that if she wanted to fix the misunderstanding she had to explain everything that happened. Well, what really happened was that. After explaining what had really happened, plus what had happened during the week she hadn't shown up, the two girls realized they had misjudged the girl, and after looking at each other for a moment, they decided to explain something extremely important to her. Akeno-san. The nun spoke and the aforementioned paid attention to her. There's something we need to tell you. Kaneko said this time. After another explanation where Kaneko and Asia confessed what they were going to do and why Irina and the others were upset with them too, Akeno realized that the four of them caused this tense situation between them and the others. The two younger girls were crying after confessing to Akeno what had happened, but the black-haired girl remained calm and continued to comfort the two girls. Akeno-san. Sob. Aren't you mad at us? The blonde asked, surprised to see that the brunette hadn't gotten mad at them. Why would I be mad at you guys? The brunette started. I was almost doing the same stupid thing. The girl finished, smiling at the two girls. Akeno-senpai. Thank you. Said Kaneko as she hugged the black-haired girl. Now we just have to wait for Issei-kun to come back and we'll tell him everything. The girl revealed. Do you think Issei-san will forgive us? Asia asked doubtfully. Issei-senpai will forgive us. I know. Kaneko spoke with confidence, now a little more recovered. The three girls remained silent for a couple of minutes before each retreating to their respective rooms. End of flashback. Back to the present. Akeno's POV. After what happened that day, Surzicha-sama called us all to tell us that Issei was not in Kuo at the moment and that he was on a very important mission, so he would not be present for a year. We were all surprised by what they told us. Taking advantage of the meeting, I explained to the girls, Surzicha-sama and Grafia-san, what had really happened. Asia and Kaneko took the opportunity to explain to everyone present why they wanted to do what they had planned. While our explanations made everyone realize that they had misjudged me and the two girls, I realized that there was still some doubt on the part of Irina and Zenobia. Then Surzicha-sama and Grafia-sama told us that they thought Issei-kun found out about Ria's deception and my mistake, and that really worried me. Asia and Kaneko told us that Issei had left Kuo Academy early that same day. They had heard that Issei-kun had come after us. That's when I realized that my fears were true. Would Issei-kun have seen me? Doubt consumed me and guilt took over. I just hoped Issei-kun would come back so I could talk to him. I could explain things to him and make him forget this bitter pill. I had already made up my mind. Once Issei-kun returned, I would give him something very precious to make him realize that I truly care. At first, I didn't know what I could give him, but then I remembered something he would truly like to receive. My first time. So I waited for his return. The return of the love of my life. Then another change happened in the group. Then months after Issei-kun's departure, Rias was deceived by her dear boyfriend, the bastard Ryuji. From that day on, Rias was devastated, especially because, in her own words, she was sorry for what she did to Issei-kun and wanted to apologize and win him back. That same day, Ria's actions nearly exposed the supernatural world. We all had some doubts about what Rias was saying, but we decided to give her the benefit of the doubt because she seemed genuinely sorry. Although it took a while to get Vali to trust her. When the silver-haired girl found out what we'd done, she almost attacked the four of us. If it weren't for Roswis and Kuroka's intervention, the Albion wielder would have murdered us in cold blood. She really is in love with my Issei-kun. For a while after what happened with Rias, the girls and I tried to rekindle our friendship, but things were still tense between us. We also had to deal with displays of disdain from other girls from all factions. We've also been unable to carry out contracts after Rias was suspended from her duties as king after nearly jeopardizing the mission. This action, along with the time Rias killed her ex-boyfriend and the girl he was with, caused the mass to decide to deactivate their peace, and, therefore, all of us became inactive. It was thanks to Gabriel-sama, who was staying at Issei-kun's house, that Rias couldn't look for Issei-kun, and that she ended up being punished. And so the months passed until a year had passed since my beloved took the mission. But then Issei-kun didn't come back. And so another couple of months passed. At that time we all got worried and asked the leaders to send someone to look for Issei-kun. We even begged them to send us, but the leaders denied our request, arguing that maybe Issei had decided to stay longer to gather more information. We all had to accept that explanation, but we remained stressed the whole time. Time that began as days. Then weeks. Then months. And finally, another year. During that time, Rias, the girls, and I managed to smooth things over and slowly rebuild our friendship. Trust might take longer, but it was an important step to be able to be in the same room without hurting each other. I was still immersed in my thoughts when I was suddenly pulled out of my world. End of Ikeno's POV. A transportation circle appeared in front of the black-haired girl, who had been deep in thought in the living room of the Haidu family's house the whole time. This circle belonged to the Mao Lucifer, and from it emerged his wife Graphia, wearing a worried expression. "Akeno-san, hurry up, go get the rest, it's urgent," exclaimed the Gremory maid, surprising Queen Gremory when she heard her so worried. "What's wrong, Graphia-sama?" the girl asked, puzzled. It was very strange to see the strongest queen of the underworld so upset. "There's been a surprise attack on Grigori's headquarters in Holland," the maid declared. "What?" Akeno cried worriedly. Her father was in charge of guarding that area. "There's no time to waste. Gather everyone now," Graphia ordered the girl. "Yeah." The black-haired girl then activated a magic alert circle, and within minutes the residents of the house appeared. Asia, Kaneko, and Ravel appeared after exiting the bathroom. The three girls were taking a bath while trying to relax. Irina and Zenobia had arrived from the underground levels. Both followers of God were training their skills, since it was the only thing that helped keep their minds occupied. Roswis, Vali, and Kuroka appeared through a magic circle. Since Issei had left, the descendant of Lucifer and the black-haired Nekomata had moved into the Haidu residence. Vali had decided to surprise Issei when he returned from his mission. That surprise included her provocative clothing and a full weekend with the brunette without anyone to interrupt them. But Rias hadn't appeared. Akeno proceeded to go in search of the Redeed, while Surzich's wife explained the situation to the others. Once both girls appeared on the scene, Graphia transported them all back to Lucifer's castle to receive information on what was happening. Lucifer Castle. Arriving at Surzich's castle, the girls met Gaspar, Kiba, and the other members of DXD, including Vali's entire team. "Well, now that you're here we can continue," said Ria's older brother as the other three mass made an appearance. "As Graphia-san may have told you, Grigori has suffered an attack at its facilities in Holland," said the Mau Falbium, who for the first time was awake to the situation. "This is disturbing because the Holland facilities are hidden and can only be found by someone who has contact with the supernatural." This time it was Serafal who spoke, leaving behind her childish attitude. "Also, the only supernatural presence in the area belongs to the fallen angels, and whoever attacked doesn't have a supernatural presence, so that has us all worried," Ajuka said. "Barakweel has sent us a message of support, so we have decided to send DXD as reinforcements." Surzich has informed those present. "Rias, you and your entourage will team up with Vali and his team, and you will be sent to Rotterdam, which is where the attack is taking place," Falbium explained to the boys. "We will monitor the enemy advance after you report to us who the attackers are, and if the situation becomes difficult, we will send Sona, Sarayerg and their respective entourages." Mayu Asmodius finished explaining. Sikvera and her entourage have also been alerted to what is happening and are prepared, along with our other allies, to intervene if attacks occur elsewhere. Serafal told those present, who nodded in agreement. "Okay, without further ado, get ready, we'll send them in 10 minutes. Surzich's concluded. 10 minutes later. The team that was to be dispatched was ready to go into action. Everyone had their things ready and watched Graphia prepare the circle to transport them to Rotterdam. "Why do I feel like something bad is going to happen?" Rias thought worriedly. "I feel nervous and I don't know why." The thought was Akeno's. "Almighty God, please help us, I feel like something terrible is going to happen." Asia was possibly the most nervous. "My instincts tell me something is going to happen." Kaneko's instincts warned her. "Something gives me a bad feeling." Zenobia had a bad feeling. I have a bad feeling. This time Irina was the one with a nervous expression. Something bad is going to happen, I know it. Roswis was the one with these thoughts. Albion was nervous all day, as if he sensed something was going to happen. Volley remembered what had happened that morning with Albion. I felt a change in nature this morning, this isn't looking good. Kuroka remembered what she felt this morning. My magic tells me something is going to happen, possibly bad. LeFay had been worried since she was told that there had been an attack in Holland. Chapter 5. What happened, Part 3. Inside the bathroom at the Haidu residence were 3 women who were spread out around the spacious room. These 3 girls were Asia Argento, Kaneko Taoju, and Ravel Phoenix. The 3 demons were lost in their own thoughts, each reminiscing about their past with the brunette they fell in love with. 2 years have passed since Issei had left their lives. 2 long years in which the 3 young girls anxiously awaited the return of the Sekiryuutei so they could be by his side. Each had experienced a whirlwind of emotions during this period of time, where they felt for the first time emotions as foreign as they were intense. Asia had felt remorse and guilt after one day she stopped to think if what she was going to do was the right thing. Making her beloved Issei-san jealous with another boy was an idea the nun had come up with after watching a few programs that featured such scenarios. Since the girl didn't have much experience in love, she believed everything she saw on television, so the idea of making her beloved jealous seemed like the easiest way to make Issei see her as a woman and not as his younger sister. At first, she tried to approach the first boy she saw and ask him for help, but something inside her told her not to. After rewatching the TV shows, the girl realized that someone with less than holy intentions could take advantage of her naivety and hurt her, or worse. Taking advantage of the fact that the academy and being president of the occult club kept her from seeing others, the blonde had used the little time she had left to look for more information about relationships. She received help from her friends Aika, Murayama, and Kadis, and they gave her several tips. Aika told her to take advantage of her tenderness and seduce Issei with her. The brunette wouldn't resist and would take her on the spot. It was worth mentioning that Asia had turned redder than a certain Riti's hair when she imagined her with only an apron covering her naked body and preparing dinner, while an astonished Issei lost himself in his dragon instincts and took the blonde in the kitchen of the house. Little Asia wasn't as innocent as one would think. Murayama advised Asia to give the boy the silent treatment and play hard to get so Issei would pay attention to her no matter what. It's worth noting that while giving this advice to the blonde, Murayama's gaze sharpened and she acquired a slightly jealous expression. Asia thought that idea didn't sound so bad. Finally, Kadis gave her advice that was the opposite of what her brunette friend had given her. She told Asia to take a more aggressive stance and make Issei see that she was the best option. She told her to be attentive to the brunette, prepare food for him more often, and even offer to accompany him wherever he went. This advice from Kadis made Murayama see it as if the brunette wanted Issei and Asia to have a fight and end up drifting apart from each other. Another thing is that the 3 girls didn't know anything about Issei actually having a harem, and that what Asia wanted was to gain more time with her beloved, and that her not-so-developed body wouldn't be a disadvantage against Ria's and Akeno. Asia thanked them for the advice and was about to use the one Kadis gave her, but then she saw the TV show where a girl asked her best friend for help to make the boy she liked jealous. As soon as she saw the show, Asia went back to her original idea and was going to look for someone to help her, more for fear that they would do something to her. Asia didn't know who to ask for help until she met Marco, a religious boy who befriended Asia. The boy in question had a childish appearance despite being in his 3rd year. He was blonde and his eyes were emerald green. There were even those who would swear that he was Asia's long-lost brother. After getting to know him better, Asia told him about her problem with Issei, and Marco surprised her by asking if he was the Sekiryuutei. Then he told her that he knew about the supernatural world and that he was willing to help her as long as she did him a small favor. At first Asia was nervous about what her friend would ask her. He was greatly surprised when Marco asked him to introduce him to Gasper, since the boy was attracted to the little damper. After this revelation, he proceeded to tell him about his life and that the orphanage where he lived was a horrible place where he was judged solely on his tastes and preferences, both religious and personal. Asia agreed to the request. The nun had learned not to judge people and to try to get along, as long as they were trustworthy and had no malicious motives. After that, Asia managed to convince Kaneko to join her plan. Even if the younger Nakamata was somewhat hesitant, the blonde managed to convince her that what they were doing wasn't bad and introduced her to Marco, who quickly became great friends with both of them. But then came the moment when everything collapsed. Asia Pav. Where did I go wrong? Why didn't I realize what I was doing was wrong? God would be disappointed in me. It's been 2 years since I saw my beloved Issei-san. 2 years where I had enough time to think about what I did and realized it wasn't the right path. I should have followed Kata-san's advice. Although now that I think about it, Murayama-san's advice was a bit extreme. I could also notice Murayama-san giving me some annoyed looks. But not just at me, but also at the girls who belonged to the occult club. But well, that was before. The day I mentioned to the others my idea of dating another guy and that Kaneko supported me, I told those who were present at the time. Those present were Irina and Zenobia. Both girls didn't take it well and questioned me about my decision. I tried to explain my reasons, but they wouldn't let me. That day, I almost lost my friendship with both of them, Kaneko and me. Then they told Roswis and Ravel and they didn't take it well either. But that wasn't the worst part. Then we discovered that Ryuzni-san and Akeno-san were cheating on Issei-san. That's when I realized that what I wanted to do could be misinterpreted and cause more misery for the group. One day, Irina and the others confronted Ryuz and she told us, to stay out of her life and stormed off. The worst part is that her brother, Surzicha-sama, was present and she even challenged him. That same day Akeno told us why she did it and also revealed what happened next. I realized I'd misjudged Akeno-san and told her what we were going to do. After that, we told the other girls, and thanks to that, we were able to work on re-establishing our friendship. It was difficult at first, especially because several girls were upset with us, with Vali, Serafal-sama, and Kunu-san being the most furious. In fact, Vali had to be restrained by Kuroka-san and Gabriel-sama on one occasion, so she wouldn't hurt us. The same day we explained everything, we found out that Issei-san had taken a long mission and wouldn't be back for a year. I felt devastated by the news, but at the same time inspired to make up for my mistake. I would tell Issei-san everything and then prove to him that I truly loved him and that what I was about to do was nothing but stupid. 10 months after Issei-san's departure, Ryuzni-san was cheated on by the boy she was dating. That day, Ryuz had a change of heart and cold-bloodedly murdered the boy, along with another girl she was with at the time. Because of this and another event in the future, Ryuz was suspended from her duties as king and all her pieces became inactive. I was shocked when Ryuzni-san broke down in front of us, crying and apologizing. She also expressed how sorry she was for what she'd done, especially since we all believed Issei-san knew what had happened. That fear only made Ryuzni, Akeno-san, Kaneko-san, and I want to find Issei-san and clear the air. Even though I wanted to accept the apology, I didn't, not because I didn't trust my king, but because the other girls wanted Ryuz to prove the truth of her words. Vali, Kuroka, and Tsubasa-san were the ones who doubted my king the most, but after Ryuz proved that she was truly sorry and missed Issei, little by little, we recovered our friendship. One day, however, Ryuz was about to contact Issei-san, but the timely intervention of Gabriel-sama, who was now visiting us more frequently, prevented Ryuzni-san from jeopardizing the mission. There was still some tension between us, but at least we could be in the same room without showing hostility. Now I just wait for my Issei-san to return so that. End of Asia pose. While the blonde was in her thoughts, the Nekomata was immersed in her own world. Like the other girls, Kaneko regretted the day she decided to act wrongly to secure her beloved senpai's affection. The white-haired girl only wanted to have a special place in her Issei senpai's heart, unaware that she already had a place reserved for herself in the brunette's life. What happened to Kaneko was a case of insecurity. The little Nekomata felt inferior compared to the other girls who were attracted to Issei. Her body, according to her, couldn't compete with Ryuz, Akeno, Zenobia, and the other girls, even Asia. But the one who presented the greatest threat to Kaneko was her own sister, Kuroka. The older Nekomata was Kaneko's main rival for the brunette's affections. She possessed a more developed body, and her seductive attitude could be an important factor in attracting the boy's attention. Kaneko believed that by being with all those girls with more developed bodies, she would be forgotten little by little. She knew that by being able to help Issei with her senjutsu, she would have a greater opportunity to be alone with her beloved, but with the appearance of Kuroka and her mastery over senjutsu, she would end up losing all opportunity to share with her beloved brown-haired girl. Because of this negative attitude, the white-haired girl found it a little easier to accept the idea of making her senpai jealous. At first, she wasn't so confident about doing it, but after Asia explained that nothing bad would happen and that everything was planned, Kaneko finally agreed to her partner's idea. But then things got awkward in the group after the girls had a series of misunderstandings between them. Kaneko felt terrible when they told her that what she was going to do was something that could cause pain not only to Issei, but also to everyone else, because several misunderstandings could arise that would end up breaking up the group. Kaneko came to her senses after Kuroka reprimanded her for her actions, and together, both sisters supported each other emotionally while waiting for the brunette's return. They both had a plan to show the brown-haired boy how much they loved him once he returned from his mission. Kaneko's pose. I already want to say send back. It's been 2 years, and I'm just waiting for the moment he steps foot in the house so I can jump on him and hug him with all my might. I have to thank my sister again for talking me to my senses and also for being my pillar of support when the other girls stopped talking to me for a while. I'm still surprised Kuroka-ni revealed she's still a virgin. I really thought she'd be experienced in this by now. Although her explanation for why she acts the way she does makes sense when I remember she had to work for the Cows Brigade. Thanks to her advocating for me with the other girls, I was accepted back into the group more quickly. It also helped that Asia-san explained to them that she was the one who convinced me and that I hadn't originally planned to do anything to make Issei-senpai jealous. My original plan was to spend time with him over the holidays and reward him with a special gift for his graduation. I still remember how embarrassed I was when I visited that erotic bakery. And then when I decided to be one of the desserts for that occasion. I still have whipped cream for the occasion. Anyway. I thanked Asia-san by helping her get accepted back into the group. Then we had the problem with the Keno-senpai and Butchu. Things weren't the same for the next 10 months after Issei-senpai's departure. The revelations that other women were also in love with my senpai shocked me a lot. Especially Vali's. Then Ria's Butchu suffered a betrayal that left her devastated, and that was when she realized that she truly never stopped loving Issei-senpai. After Ria's Butchu showed that she wanted to fix things, we were able to become a united group again, but it was a group that was missing its most important part. Issei. End of Kaneko's POV. At the same time that Asia and Kaneko were concentrating on their own thoughts, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix house, Ravel, was thinking about everything that had happened since they defeated Klepeth. After Issei emerged victorious and peace returned to the supernatural world, things became calmer within the three-faction alliance. So calm that Ravel took the opportunity to return home for a while and received the education necessary from her mother to become an excellent representative of the Phoenix family. At first Ravel didn't want to receive those lessons because they would take away quality time with her beloved Issei, but her mother convinced her by telling her that if she received her lessons now she would be able to complete them faster, and then she could spend all the time she wanted with Issei, and maybe she could convince him to accept the role of becoming the next Lord Phoenix if something happened to Ravel's siblings. By saying that to Ravel, the girl understood her mother's secret message, and the result was that the girl turned so red that steam started coming out of her head, and it wasn't because of her fire magic. Determined to take the lessons and then be able to be with Issei, the girl told the others that she would return to her home in the underworld for a few months. Before leaving, the girl had a special farewell with Issei, where Ravel told him that when she returned she would like to go on a date with him. The girl still remembered that magical moment. Flashback. In the living room of the Haidu residence, two people stood facing each other. These two people were Issei Haidu, current Sekiryuutei and hero of the battle against Klepeth. Beside him was Ravel Phoenix, the youngest of the Phoenix clan. Both young people were in the living room because that day Ravel would be leaving for the underworld to take some lessons, so she could be a good representative of her clan. The brunette and the blonde were the last ones in the house since Lady Phoenix said she would come for her daughter in the morning, so Issei decided to be absent from the academy and accompany Ravel until her departure. The girl, for her part, was lost in the brown-haired boy's gaze while she waited for her mother to arrive. "I'm going to miss you, Issei-sama," said the girl with a tender blush. "Don't worry, Ravel-san, we won't be separated for long," said the brunette while giving the blonde a smile. Ravel's blush deepened at the smile of the boy she fell in love with. Ravel began to lean closer to the brunette's face as she closed her eyes and prepared to kiss him. Issei, for his part, blushed upon seeing the girl's action and also began to bring his face closer to the girl's. As their lips were about to make contact, a magic circle with the symbol of the Phoenix clan appeared right in front of them, and from it came the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, who was a woman of great beauty and who looked like a mature version of Ravel. Both young people were startled to realize they were no longer alone and separated faster than the speed of light. Both had a deep blush on their faces, and Ravel was feeling nervous. Ara, don't stop for me, boys. Please continue." Lady Phoenix told them with a mischievous smile as she looked at the two boys. Issei became nervous and avoided eye contact with Ravel's mother, while the younger blonde mother. The girl had turned as red as an apple as her nervousness increased. "Please don't say that, you embarrass me," Ravel said with a cute pout. "Oh, but daughter, if not, I encourage you to give Issei-kun a kiss and not get nervous about it. What are you going to do when Issei-kun and you share your magical nights? And give me grandchildren to spoil?" The mother asked naturally as if she were talking about the weather. Both Issei and Ravel blushed deeply upon hearing about the magical nights. And the blonde was about to faint. "Mom. Stop it. You're embarrassing me in front of Issei-sama," the younger blonde squealed. "Fufufu. I'm sorry, my daughter, I couldn't help it," I replied. "MPH. Whatever, let's go now," Ravel retorted while puffing out her cheeks. "It's okay," her mother told her with a haughty smile. "I'll see you in a few months, Issei-sama." The blonde said goodbye to the brown-haired boy. Ravel. Wait. The boy grabbed her arm before she entered the magic circle. "What's happening?" The girl couldn't finish her question when she felt lips join hers. Issei was kissing her in the most tender way possible, joining his lips with the girl's in a warm display of affection. Ravel was shocked by the boy's action and slowly closed her eyes and returned the kiss with all the love the girl had for the brunette. After a couple of minutes, the two young people separated and looked into each other's eyes with all the affection in the world. Issei-sama, when I get back, could we go out on a date? The girl asked him with an extremely tender expression. Of course Ravel, for you, anything. The boy replied, giving her a sincere smile. Ravel became emotional and gave the brown-haired boy a hug. Separating from him, the girl and her mother transported back to the Phoenix territories. What Ravel didn't know was that this would be the last time she would see her beloved Issei-kun for 2 years. End of flashback. Ravel then remembered everything that had happened during the time Issei was away. As they told her that the boy had taken a long-term mission, the girl asked why he would take such a complicated mission. When they told him that they suspected Riaz and the first 3 girls in her entourage had cheated on him, Ravel became furious like never before. The blonde, along with Irina, Zenobia and Roswis, confronted the culprits, and after the discussion things got tense in the group. After the events that marked the group for the next 10 months, Ravel gradually regained trust in Akeno, Asia, and Kaneko after the 3 aforementioned had explained the reason for their actions. But the blonde still distrusted Riaz. The younger Phoenix didn't believe the girl's words, but for the sake of Issei and the group the girl decided to be diplomatic with her, especially for when the brown-haired boy returned. The girl kept remembering what had happened during that time until. Scene change. Training room. In the training room there were 2 girls practicing their sword skills. The girls in question were Irina Shidu, Issei's childhood friend, and Zenobia Quarta, Ria's knight. Both girls had changed over the time Issei was away on his mission. The 2 girls were not present when the brunette fell into a state of emotional crisis because they were both on a special mission with Griselda in Italy, looking for people who could join the angel faction, including nuns, priests and exorcists. On that mission the girls had decided to take the next step in their relationship with the brunette, and once they returned to Kuo they would make their move. Flashback. 2 girls were in a hotel room in Florence. Irina and Zenobia had agreed to go on a mission with Griselda to find new members to join the church. Both girls had arrived in Florence with the mission leader and decided to stay in a local hotel. Griselda had gone out to get dinner and the 2 young women decided to stay in their room. Hey Irina, I notice you're a bit pensive. What's wrong? The blue-haired girl asked her friend. I've been thinking about Issei-kun, said the orange-haired girl as her face covered with a small blush. What's up with Issei-kun? The ex-Urandal wielder asked, somewhat intrigued. I was thinking. About. You know. Taking the next step. The girl said, extremely nervous, her blush increasing. What do you mean by that? Zenobia asked again. I'm ready to give myself to Issei-kun, Irina said with a blush now covering her entire face. Zenobia understood the message and her face reddened at the thought of her friend's plans. The blue-haired girl also thought the same, which is why she agreed to undertake the mission alongside her mentor Griselda, so she could have time to plan her move for when she returned to Kuo. So I wasn't the only one with that idea, Zenobia said, still with a small blush on her cheeks. Wait, are you too? Irina asked, surprised to hear her friend's words. Yes. I also feel ready to take the next step with Issei-kun, although I'm nervous. The blue-haired girl confessed. Me too Zenobia-chan, me too. Irina replied. Hey wait a minute. Zenobia spoke. You're supposed to be an angel. Wouldn't you become a fallen angel if you did something with Issei-kun? The blue-haired girl asked intrigued. If Irina did something impure she could become a fallen angel. Don't worry Zenobia-chan, Michael-sama gave me this. The girl answered while showing her a kind of magic symbol. This magic seal is a special invention from heaven, she said while Zenobia analyzed the object. And what's it for? Asked the blue-haired girl. With this, an angel can maintain relationships without the risk of becoming a fallen angel, but only if he does it with the person he loves, explained the orange-haired girl. Really? Zenobia exclaimed in amazement. Yes. Michael-sama ordered the creation of these special seals, and with the help of Grigori's laboratories and skilled magicians, including Lafay-chan, they were able to be developed quickly. Irina explained. But why did Michael-sama order these seals to be created? As far as I know, angels don't have the need to procreate, Zenobia questioned. She didn't understand Michael's reason for creating such seals. What neither of them knew was that the reason the seals were created was so that a certain blonde archangel could be with Issei, but the 2 girls were starting to believe that the reason was because Michael approved of angels seeking love with other beings. Apparently the faction leaders had a weakness for fulfilling their little sister's whims. But back with the girls, Irina shrugged, indicating that she didn't know her leader's true motives. Well, anyway, it would be best if we help each other plan what we could do with Issei-kun once we return. Zenovia proposed, to which Irina nodded. And don't worry, once we hook him up I'll make sure not to interfere with his activities. But Issei-kun better still be around for our meeting. Zenovia said to Irina with a lascivious smile, and the orange-haired girl only managed to blush hard. Zenovia. End of flashback. After what happened in Italy, the girls returned to Kuo and planned to go out with Issei and tell him they were ready to take the next step. But when they both returned to Kuo they were greeted by Sekiryuutei and his wife, who told them that Issei had taken a year-long mission. Upon hearing the news both Irina and Zenovia became depressed, but quickly came out of that state and decided to train, so that when Issei returned, they would be strong enough to be able to stay by the Sekiryuutei's side and not be a hindrance. A hindrance, as almost everyone was in the final fight against Klepeth, where if it weren't for the combined efforts of Issei, Vali and the allied dragons of the factions, everyone would have failed. The leaders were about to sacrifice themselves to seal Tryhiksa, but quick action by the two celestial dragons of the generation, plus the support of Great Red, Office and Lilith, managed to have Tryhiksa trapped by a seal, similar to the one the god of the Bible had used to lock him up, and the only sacrifice that was made was the longevity of Issei and Vali's lives. Only both boys kept it a secret so that the others wouldn't worry. But returning to the girls, both were preparing to leave to train, but were stopped by Sekiryuutei, who asked them to accompany him. Zenovia and Irina agreed and arrived at Issei's house, where they witnessed a scene that was the cause of the group's decline. The betrayal of Rias, Akeno, Asia and Kaneko. As soon as they found out what had happened, the two religious girls became so upset with the aforementioned women that they even physically attacked Rias and stopped talking to her. Then the other members of the team, or rather, the other girls in love with Issei, found out, and that's when the group fell apart. Things were tense for a while, but then they found out from Akeno, Kaneko and Asia that things were not as they thought, and after receiving an explanation of what really happened, the friendship between the girls slowly returned. Despite the distrust that existed within the group, everyone tried their best to get things back to normal before Issei returned. Another important factor was Rias. Both Zenovia and Irina had lost all respect for the girl, but Zenovia had to remain under her command, as she was still a member of her entourage. But that didn't stop Zenovia from showing her at every opportunity that all good feelings between them were dead. Irina, for her part, had to stay away from the girl for a couple of weeks. Every time Rias was present, Irina left the place. On one occasion, she had to report to Michael, who asked her to stay in heaven for a week and meditate with Gabriel. The girl asked why, and Michael simply told her to check her wings whenever something related to Rias happened. The girl obeyed and was greatly surprised to realize that her wings were rapidly changing between black and white, implying that if she didn't calm down, she would become a fallen angel. And so things remained for a while. At least until the Rias incident happened. After what happened, Rias fell into a state of depression that made her reflect on what she had done. The Redeed begged the girls to give her a chance to show that she was truly sorry and that she wanted everything to go back to normal. Irina and Zenovia, along with the others, agreed to give her a second chance, although the blue-haired and orange-haired girls didn't trust Rias and even made an oath with Vali that if Rias hurt the brown-haired girl again, or that it was all a farce to regain everyone's trust, then any of them would be in charge of killing her in the most painful way possible. After a year passed and after receiving no news from the brunette, the two girls became worried. The leader's words about staying calm had no effect on the girls, and they were about to start a search on their own, until Gabriel made them see reason, and they called off the action after Michael's sister revealed to them that she was also worried about Issei, but that they shouldn't lose hope, and that perhaps what the leader said was true. And so another year passed where things returned to normal. Or so it seemed. Just as they were about to retire to rest, Zenovia and Irina were stopped by an urgent message from Akeno. Scene change. Rooftop of the Haidu residence. On the rooftop of the Haidu residence, three girls were resting while watching the clouds. These three girls were Vali Lucifer, the current hacker Yuku, Kuroka Taoju, Kaneko's older sister, and Roswas, old Odin's former bodyguard. The three girls were great friends, although they are not proud to say that the friendship between the three of them began after discovering the tasteless trick that the four girls who had spent the most time with him wanted to play on Issei. Vali and Kuroka had already formed a solid friendship to which Roswas was added after what happened. It was very difficult for these three girls to accept their feelings for Issei. For Kuroka, the boy was only an option to repopulate her almost extinct race. She didn't care about anything else, and she was even thinking about looking for other options if the Sekiryuutei didn't prove to be strong enough for the girl's liking. But after living with him, she realized no one else would treat her with the respect he showed her. Yes, he was a pervert, but he always respected his classmates. To a certain degree. Well, he never went so far as to force any of them to do something they didn't want to do, and he also protected his little sister when she wasn't around. After slowly falling in love with the brunette began to feel guilty when she remembered that she only wanted to use the boy to have children, so when she revealed to her friend Vali that she loved him, she was surprised and upset. He was surprised because in all the time he knew Kuroka, he had never seen her in love and even thought that the girl already had experience in those things. It was then that Kuroka revealed to him that she acted that way to protect herself from perverts and confessed that she hadn't had her first time yet and still hasn't and that she would like Issei to be the one to have it. That made Vali upset with her. Well, it was for two reasons. One was because Vali didn't want to have more competition for the affection of her beloved. She already had enough with the girls of the Grimoire group and who knows how many more. The other reason was because Vali doubted that the girl truly loved Issei, thinking that she only wanted to play with his feelings. It was difficult for Kuroka, but eventually she gained the trust of her platinum-haired friend and even embarrassed her by telling her that maybe in the future they could both enjoy the brunette. Needless to say, Vali fainted with his face all red and blood coming out of his nose upon hearing the Nekomata's proposal. On the other hand, Vali had to go through a personal crossroads when he realized what he felt for his rival. The girl couldn't believe, or rather, didn't want to believe, that she had actually fallen in love with her rival. Vali didn't understand what she could have seen in a guy as frustrating as Issei, if he was a good-for-nothing pervert, a weakling, her rival, a man with a strong conviction to protect his own, with his brown hair swaying to the rhythm of the wind, with his armor well placed, and with that look that shook the platinum-haired girl so much. In addition to his voice and his beautiful eyes. But the girl didn't know why an idiot like him had her madly in love. Sundeer detected. After a very long internal debate, with Albion's support and everything, the girl decided to confess her feelings to Issei, and if he, for some strange reason, didn't accept her, then nothing happened. I would just kidnap Issei and make him my own. Sundeer and possessive. Wow, Issei hit the jackpot. That's why when they found out about Riaz and the others, Vali got so angry that he was about to enter the Juggernaut Drive state just to crush them. It was thanks to Azazel, Kuroka, Lefei and the rest of her team that the girl came to her senses, but even so, she had to be accompanied by the Nekomata or the Little Witch the whole time since a couple of months passed before the girl could be in the presence of Riaz, Akeno, Asia or Kaneko, without threatening to hurt them. As time went by, the relationship between the girls became more improvised to the point where they could speak to each other, without any sense of murder in the air. When Akeno and the other two girls gave their version of the story, things improved and Vali could now tolerate the presence of the three girls, but he still remained hostile towards Riaz, and more so because of the retarded spoiled princess attitude. Vali was the only one who felt pleasure watching the retarded girl suffer from heartbreak, just like the brunette had. It may sound heartless, but the girl believed Riaz deserved that and more. She had even planned that when Issei returned, she would become closer to him and thus be able to prevent Riaz from being with him. A good punishment for the Grimoire, according to Vali. With Roswis, things were different. The girl loved the brunette, but believed that age would be an obstacle to being with him. A good talk with Serafal and Yusaka made her see reason, and that everything would be fine, and the age gap wasn't as great as it was with those two. Roswis realized that both women were attracted to the brunette and decided to be more direct with her feelings. When Issei returned, she would ask him to become her boyfriend, and then they would take the next step. When what happened to Riaz and the others, Roswis lost the trust she had developed for the girls, and since then she began to hang out with Vali and Kuroka, who quickly accepted her, and in a short time they were already friends. After Riaz expressed remorse and the girls refused to give him a second chance, it was the Valkyrie who became the voice of reason and convinced them to give him a second chance. Roswis believed things could go back to the way they were, and that when Issei returned, things would be fixed and they could be happy. The three girls were still deep in thought when they were called by Akeno. Time skip. Scene change. Grigori's barracks outside Rotterdam. After the meeting with Serzich's, the Grimoire team and Vali's team had appeared at the Grigori facilities that were located on the outskirts of the city. It's all very quiet, that's not usually a good sign. Roswis said, getting the girls' attention. You're right, but not only that, haven't you noticed anything strange? Vali asked and the girls turned to her waiting for an explanation. Something strange. This time it was Asia who spoke. You really don't notice? Arthur, Lefei's older brother, had already noticed that something was wrong. I don't see anything out of the ordinary. Zenobia replied. Exactly, wasn't the facility supposed to be under attack? Vali gave them the key, and everyone who hadn't noticed now widened their eyes in surprise as they realized that, in fact, the place seemed quiet. And we remain under attack. The voice of an adult man caught the children's attention, who turned to find Baraquiel, Akeno's father. Dad. Akeno quickly hugged her father because she was very worried that something would happen to him. You're fine, nothing happened to you. The girl said hysterically to the man, who just smiled softly and hugged his daughter to reassure her. I'm fine, daughter, we all are. I tell her. Could you tell us what happened, Barakwil-san? Ria spoke with great respect. She knew that many people still distrusted her, and she was willing to regain everyone's trust, but the one she cared about most was her Ice-kun. Indeed, Barakwil gave the girl a cold stare. He still held a grudge against her because of her, many allies had shown resentment toward his daughter, including other fallen angels, especially the females. The look shocked the Redeed, who grew nervous. Well, what happened was that an hour ago there was an attempted assault on the facility by a group of humans, which surprised us. The cadre began to explain. We decided to send some fallen soldiers disguised as guards to scare them off. We thought they were mere robbers, but our surprise was even greater when they used strange weapons and fired at the guards, actually wounding a couple. And what happened next? Asked Biku. After the attack, we went on alert and deployed defense forces. We also called the other leaders and warned them about the attack. Barakwil told everyone. But that was an hour ago, and since then things have remained calm, although we're still on alert. The man told them. Wait a minute, I know a spell that can help us detect presences around us. LeFay spoke, drawing the attention of those present. But that spell doesn't only work on supernatural beings. His older brother asked. That won't be a problem. Roswis intervened this time. I can help you improve the formula so that it only detects humans. The Valkyrie proposed, receiving a nod from the little blonde. But wouldn't it be better to do the spell inside the facilities? Asper asked somewhat nervously. Don't worry little one, the perimeter of the building is covered by guards. Barakwil replied to the little damper. I have a question. Irina said, drawing Barakwil's attention. Why did they attack these specific facilities? It's because here we have the backup of the information that Azazel has collected throughout his life about the sacred gears, in addition to there being information about the supernatural world and the members of the factions. Barakwil explained. So much information? Asked little Kaneko, intrigued. Yeah. But why in Holland? Kiba wanted to know why the base was set up in Holland, specifically in Rotterdam. I'm sure Holland was chosen because it's neutral territory for all three factions, and that's why there haven't been any incidents here since the Great Faction War. The cadre explained to everyone, or at least the reason he believed. It's ready. LeFay's shout caught the group's attention, who turned to look at the two girls. Good, then activated. Barakwil said. The two girls nodded and activated the magic circle, which then spread throughout the area, covering the trees surrounding the 6-story building that stood in the middle of a forest. A small forest that had survived the human intervention, but was revived when the Fallen used a spell to increase the number of trees in the area to cover the building. Huh. Roswis was surprised when the spell had done its job and she received the information. What's wrong, Roswis? Kuroka asked, seeing the girl's surprised expression. We're surrounded. The girl said seriously. Her comment alerted everyone present, who quickly adopted fighting stances, ready for anything that might happen. Be careful. Biku spoke seriously, which was unusual for someone as relaxed as him. Clap, clap, clap. The burst of applause made the group tense as they didn't know where it was coming from. Suddenly, a figure appeared from among some leafy bushes. He appeared to be a man wearing all black clothing. He wore black military-style trousers, black boots, a black military-style shirt, and a bulletproof vest with a few pockets. His face was unclear, as he wore a balaclava that completely covered his face, including part of his mouth. His eyes were covered by a visor, and he was wearing a black beret. I see there's no longer any need for us to hide. He spoke in a deep voice, implying that he was an adult man. Who are you? Barakwil asked. The subject proceeded to remove his beret, visor, and balaclava, revealing a man in his 50s with light skin, black hair cut in a military style, and black eyes. The most distinctive feature of the subject was the small mustache adorning his upper lip. Everything in its time, Cadre Barakwil. The man said seriously, surprising everyone by learning Barakwil's identity. How do you know that? Riaz asked in astonishment. Identify yourself now. Riaz exclaimed in an authoritative tone. Nice try, brat, but you're going to need more than that to intimidate me. The man said. But it's okay, let me introduce myself, I'm Colonel McCostin, and yes, you're surrounded. Saying this, the man snapped his fingers, and from among the trunks, bushes and treetops, several figures dressed in black began to emerge, all armed and aiming towards the Gremory group, the volley team and Barakwil. Everyone was surprised to find themselves completely surrounded. They could tell by the appearance of some of the group that there were people of various ages, and they also noticed that there were both men and women. Don't bother moving, something bad might happen to you. The man said seriously. What do you want? Barakwil asked, annoyed. We only came here for a bit of information, but the fallen angels turned hostile, and we had no choice but to use force. McCostin explained. What information? The cadre asked again. The one that the leader of the fallen Azazel gathered. The colonel replied again in his cold tone. How did they know that? Akeno's father asked excitedly. We have our methods. The colonel said mysteriously. Wait a minute, they are just humans, we can handle them. Zenobia spoke confidently. Are you sure? McCauston said with a slight hint of malice. But of course. Zenobia replied. Without them realizing it, McCauston made a gesture with his hand, and one of the figures, which was in a treetop, pointed towards the group and fired. Bang. Arg. Brother. A bullet found its destination in Arthur's shoulder, who doubled over in pain upon feeling the impact. What the hell? Volley exclaimed. Don't make a move. The colonel ordered. You may be supernatural beings, but that boy and his sister are human, so an ordinary weapon can harm them. Everyone became concerned as Arthur began to turn pale as he tried to stay conscious. Don't worry, the boy will survive. McCauston began to speak. The bullet was covered with only 0.00001% of the venom of a Chironex flickeri, or better known as the sea wasp, the most lethal creature in the world. He told them, causing fear in LaFay. He will only fall unconscious, and if you treat him quickly he will recover. You're a bastard. Kuroka exclaimed as she was preparing to pounce on the man when he calmly pulled out his gun, pointed it at the sky and fired. Bang. The shot itself wasn't aimed at anyone, but it was enough to stop Kuroka and tense the demons. Was that that? Asia asked scared. Yes, sacred energy. This weapon has the ability to fire sacred energy bullets, useful for neutralizing demons, don't you think? The colonel spoke, his tone beginning to annoy the supernatural beings. But how? Roswis wondered. As I told you, we have our methods. The man with the mustache said mysteriously again. Here and now, we have special weapons capable of harming all of you, and even the jellyfish venom weapon has bullets that have a higher amount of venom. I'm sure that could hurt even a demon. He said as his eyes gained a malicious gleam. Everyone shuddered upon hearing that, while Arthur was still conscious thanks to a spell from his sister that stopped the poison in his system. Now all that was left was to get it out. And for you, Sekiryuutei. McCauston pointed at Volley, surprising her by knowing about his status with divine dividing. We have a special weapon. He said while making a sign with his hand. A figure appeared, jumping from a tree and landing right next to the colonel. The figure appeared to be a young girl, no more than 14 or 15 years old, given her physique. She was wearing the same clothing as McCauston except for the balaclava. Her face was covered by a kind of helmet that hid her face. As soon as the girl fell beside him, he quickly pulled out 2 pistols and pointed them at Volley. This little one here is Agent A. And she's one of the best, if not the best shooter we have. He said as the little girl kept her weapons pointed at the platinum-haired girl. And the weapons she has have a bit of Samuel's curse on them, so they're lethal to you. This last bit surprised everyone, and they were about to ask how they had that when suddenly, boom. An explosion caught everyone's attention, and they turned their gaze towards the building. From the 5th floor, where the explosion originated, 3 figures flew out and quickly activated their parachutes. Skillfully maneuvering, they landed right between the colonel and the supernatural group. He's a colonel, said one of the figures in a male voice. Here's what we're looking for. A female figure said as she handed him a USB drive. And there were no casualties. The last figure spoke, also in a male voice, but one that seemed to be younger than the first voice. Perfect. McCauston said. Now we can go. Saying those words, all the figures lowered their weapons and disappeared in several flashes of light, and the only ones left were McCauston, Agent A. and the Gremory group and Volleys. Wait a minute. What's going on here? Irina exclaimed desperately. She didn't understand what was happening. Well, I think I can explain what's going on. The colonel said. What I have here. He showed the memory. Contains all of Azazel's information. We need it for our mission. Damn. But how? Asked Barakwil. When we attacked, I sent 3 of my shadows to infiltrate the building. They're the best at what they do. They were in charge of finding the information and copying it. The best part is, no one noticed. And the explosion? Kiba asked. The explosion was a small parting gift. He told them as he activated a button and a somewhat strange portal was activated. Wait. Barakwil said. Don't worry, you'll know everything in a few hours. Our leader will give a message to the entire supernatural world. McCauston said as he crossed a portal accompanied by Agent A, who was still pointing her weapons at Volley. I'll just tell you this. He said as he turned around before crossing completely. We are DH. And the world will change from now on. And with that he crossed the portal. Agent A quickly put away her weapons and, although no one noticed, she gave the silver-haired woman a murderous look and crossed the portal. As soon as the portal closed, everyone fell silent. No one said anything, and everything remained that way. Chapter 6. DH, the new threat. After the departure of the members of the group that was called DH, The members of the DXD team were perplexed to learn what could be a new group that threatened the peace of the supernatural world. Everyone, absolutely everyone, was stupefied and nervous. No one dared to say a single word. The silence was unbearable. No one moved a muscle, even the breath of those present was caught. Arg. Arthur's groan of pain caught everyone's attention, and they quickly remembered that a comrade of theirs was injured. Brother. Lefay quickly stood next to her brother, who, due to the pain, had knelt down and was holding his shoulder from which the blood was oozing. Oh no. Arthur, hold on. Volley walked over and stood next to his partner, while the blonde mage checked her brother's wound. The small blonde removed the top of his clothes and was unpleasantly surprised to see how the bullet wound the Pendragon had on his shoulder had turned black, while the veins were prominent and the skin around the wound had turned a pale tone that did not bode well. Quick. We must take him back to the underworld to be treated. Briaz ordered as the others nodded, and between Biku and Barakwil, they carried the boy who had a pained expression since the spell his sister had used on him was beginning to lose its effect. Swoosh. A magic circle activated near the area where they were standing. The circle contained the Citri family symbol, and Sona and her queen Tsubaki emerged from it. Riaz, we saw everything. Exclaimed the black-haired girl. My sister sent us to bring them back. The girl explained her sudden appearance. Oh Sona. It's good that you're here, we must quickly take Arthur to the hospital in the underworld. The Redeed was relieved that her childhood friend arrived at the right time to help them. No problem, hurry up, we should go now. Sona activated another circle that would take them directly to the hospital that her family had, and that had the necessary tools to help almost anyone, demon, angel or fallen angel. Barakwil passed Arthur's arm to Kiba, and he, along with Biku and Gasper, crossed the magic circle and were transported directly to Citri territory. Dad, are you staying? Akeno asked nervously. After the attack, the girl didn't want her father to risk anything bad happening to him. Don't worry Akeno, I'll be fine. The cadre told her as he placed his hand on his daughter's head and ruffled her hair. I'm just going to make sure no one is hurt and that the facilities are okay, and also to check that they haven't taken anything other than pure information. The black-haired girl calmed down a little after hearing her father's words, but she was still nervous. What if they come back? What if they decide to attack again and wipe them all out? Akeno was brought out of her thoughts when another magic circle was activated, and from it came Azazel and a group of guards from the Gremory and Phoenix houses, who quickly surrounded the perimeter of the building. Azazel-sensei, what are you doing here? Asia asked upon seeing the arrival of the Grigori leader, along with a battalion of demons. After seeing what happened, I decided to come see what happened. Serziches was very kind to lend me a team of guards to watch over the area, while he assured me that everything is under control. Explained the black-haired man with golden locks. Serziches also asked me to tell you to return to the Gremory territory. What? Riaz asked. But my brother asked us to do the mission. The Redeed was incredulous. They had barely arrived and they were already being asked to return. The mission was lost the moment we realized we were doomed. Azazel spoke seriously. We were going to let you stay and protect the building, but when this strange group revealed they had weapons that could harm you, both Serziches and Falbium asked for the return of the entire team. He finished explaining. Also, with Issei-kun's absence the team is very depleted. Azazel finished. The words spoken by the fallen angel caused all the girls present to lower their gazes in sadness as they remembered the brunette. Each and every one of them would give anything to know the whereabouts of their beloved and if he was okay. Little did they know they were about to learn about the Sekiryuutei. Being immersed in their thoughts, the girls did not realize that a last magic circle was activated and that Grafia came out of it, who came for the DXD team to ensure that the boy's return was safe. Oju-sama. Grafia spoke, drawing the attention of Riaz and the others. It's time to go. She told them while making a gesture with her hand for them to come closer. Wait a minute Grafia-sama, what about my brother? Lefay asked worriedly. You don't have to worry Lefay-san, your brother arrived at the Citri hospital safely accompanied by Kiba-san, Gasper-san and Biku-san. All four are safe. The platinum-haired maid revealed to the blonde mage. But if you like, when we arrive I could escort her to the hospital so she can be with Arthur-san. Grafia suggested, to which Lefay nodded gratefully. Well, if there's nothing else we should go. With that said, a magic circle activated under the feet of the DXD group and Serzich's wife, and they were transported back to the underworld. Azazel watched them leave with Barakwil and then turned his gaze to the building, more specifically to the floor that had suffered the explosion. Frowning and adopting an aura of total seriousness, the black-haired man headed towards the doors of the facilities. I have a feeling something bad is going to happen. He whispered as he and Barakwil entered the building. Akeno's father could only nod in agreement with his leader's words. Scene change. Gremory Castle. Appearing outside the Gremory Castle, the DXD group arrived at their destination. They were greeted by a group of maids and butlers, and at the head of the congregation were Ria's parents. Zeoticus and Venelana Gremory had been warned by their son that Rias would arrive with her entourage and Vali's team after a failed mission in Rotterdam, so both parents were ready to welcome their daughter, hoping she would be safe. It should be noted that Ria's parents were aware of what had happened a couple of years ago when the Redid had decided to leave Issei aside. After discussing what had happened and agreeing not to interfere in Ria's life, the Redid's parents told her that she had to cancel her engagement to Issei. The Redid had initially refused, but her mother became upset by the girl's response and, after speaking with her, told her that she couldn't be selfish and that she had to think about Issei. In the end, the Redid agreed, albeit reluctantly, and ended up annulling the marriage contract between her and her pawn. The termination of the contract was kept secret to avoid further trouble for Rias, who at the time was not well regarded by many people. Many believed this was nothing more than a classic whim of the Redids, and that she would eventually come to her senses and return to the brunette. Returning to the Gremory patriarchs, they approached their daughter and her group and welcomed them. "Daughter. Are you okay?" Venelana asked, hugging her daughter. Rias was lost in her memory when she saw her parents. She still remembered when her mother forced her to cancel the marriage contract she had with her beloved pawn. That time, the girl was upset, but she didn't understand the reason why. It wasn't until later that the girl realized she'd never stopped loving Issei, but because of her stupid actions, she ran the risk of Issei no longer wanting to have anything to do with her, and with the cancellation of their engagement, the boy was now free to go with whomever he wanted. This terrified the Redid. But the Gremory heiress had sworn to do everything in her power to ensure her cute brown-haired boy wouldn't leave her side. Even if he had to use the authority of his pieces to prevent Issei from leaving. The hug her mother gave her brought her out of her thoughts and back to reality. "I'm fine, Mom, we're fine," the girl said as she returned the hug. "I'm glad to hear that, but what happened?" the brunette woman asked. "We will explain everything," Ria said, and then they proceeded to enter the castle. "Edo. If it's not too much trouble, could you take me to the hospital to see my brother?" LeFay asked anxiously, wanting to make sure her brother was okay. "Oh, of course, LeFay-san, please come with me," Grafia said to the girl who approached the maid, and then they disappeared in a magic circle towards Itri Hospital. With Grafia and LeFay gone, the remaining members entered the Gremory castle. Arriving at the large castle hall, the DXD team members made themselves comfortable in different places. Rias, Akeno, and Asia sat on a sofa in the living room. Irina, Zenobia, and Ravel sat on the sofa opposite Rias and the others. Vali and Roswis walked over to a pair of chairs and sat down. Kuroka and Kaneko sat on some chairs in front of a table where some snacks were, and the little white-haired girl began to enjoy the food. Ria's parents entered the room and sat down on some chairs that had appeared. "Well, could you explain to us what happened?" Zeoticus asked. "Sure, Dad," Rias answered. The Redid explained everything that had happened since they arrived in Rotterdam until the appearance of the group of strangers. Going through the situation where they had them cornered, they revealed that they had weapons that could hurt them and that they actually managed to hurt Arthur until the part where Colonel McCostin told them that their leader would give a message about the organization in a couple of hours. Ria's parents were shocked to hear what their daughter had told them. To think that they had finally gotten rid of the Cows Brigade and the threat of Trahixa, and that peace would now endure, only to be told that a new terrorist group had possibly emerged, and even more terrifyingly. Apparently, the known members so far were human. "Oh my god, is Arthur okay?" Ria's mother asked, dismayed by the boy's well-being. "Yes, Colonel McCostin himself assured us that his life was not in danger, and Grafia confirmed that he was already being treated at the Citri Family Hospital," Akeno told them. "That's good." Venelana was reassured to hear that no one had suffered any serious injuries. "Wait a minute." Lord Gremory intervened, gaining the attention of those present. "Couldn't Asia-san have healed him?" the older Redid asked. A silence fell over the room. "How could we have forgotten that?" Irina asked out loud, slapping herself in the face for forgetting something as basic as the blonde nuns. "Twilight healing. That's right. Asia could have helped him," Roswis exclaimed, cursing herself for forgetting her partner's ability. "Wait. Ravel, didn't you have a phoenix tear with you? That could have helped too," Zenobia asked the younger phoenix, and now the attention turned to the two blonde girls. "Edo. I was just so scared. And I couldn't move," Asia said, tears beginning to well up in her eyes over what had happened. The girl had freaked out when the colonel had told them they could have been hurt if they'd moved. I forgot that I had a tear with me," Ravel explained, who had also become nervous when they were surrounded by those men and women dressed in black. The girl began to feel bad since her inaction put the life of one of her comrades in danger. Like Asia, Ravel also began to have tears in her eyes, thinking that they were going to blame her for her cowardice. Wait a sec, girls. We're not blaming you or anything. Besides, we all forgot too. Kuroka tried to calm the girls down to keep them from feeling bad. The last thing they needed right now was for the group to lose trust again due to a misunderstanding. Isn't that true, Vali-chan? The black-haired Nakamata asked her platinum-haired friend who was, like almost everyone until now, lost in her thoughts. Vali-chan. Kuroka insisted again. Hey, what's going on, Kuroka? Asked the platinum-haired girl. You agree that Asia and Ravel weren't to blame for us forgetting they could heal Arthur, right? The older Nakamata repeated the question. Oh right. They could have healed Arthur. The girl slapped her forehead like Irina did when she remembered that they could have actually helped LeFay's brother, making everyone believe that the girl was going to call them out on being such cowards. But I don't blame you girls. Vali said, causing the two blondes to turn to look at her and earning the surprised looks of the others. They didn't remember Vali being so calm, especially since Issei's departure. Since that time, the girl tended to be more aggressive than usual, even to the point of almost losing control on a couple of occasions, being stopped thanks to the timely interventions of Kuroka, LeFay, Gabriel, Azazel, and even Grafia on one occasion. We can't blame anyone for what happened. The Albion bearer continued, and everyone paid attention to what she was saying. We were all nervous, weren't we? Asked the Hakuryuku, addressing the others who nodded at the girl's words. When they told us that their weapons could hurt us, we all got tense. Even Barakweel was worried. Yes, you're right, Vali. Ria said as she approached the platinum-haired girl and placed her hand on her shoulder in a sign of friendship. The platinum-haired girl shot the Redeet an annoyed look, causing Ria's to slowly back away. No matter how much time had passed and that the girls already had a cordial relationship, Vali still held some resentment and distrust toward the Gremory heiress. Especially when they revealed they had weapons with Samuel's curse on them. A voice interrupted the conversation of those present and they turned their gaze toward the entrance of the room. Surzich's Lucifer, formerly Gremory, had entered the room accompanied by Ajuka and Falbium to make sure his sister and the others were safe. My son, what are you doing here? Zeodicus asked the Mau. I came to check that everything is in order. Surzich's spoke as he positioned himself in front of the members of the DXD group. Is everyone okay? He asked with a worried tone. Yes, everyone here is fine Oni-sama, but Arthur-san was injured. Ria spoke, telling her brother that one of the members was injured. Don't worry about him, Rias. Surzich's told his sister. Serafal has contacted us and told us that he is out of danger and that by tomorrow he will be as good as new. The Redeed revealed, making those present feel relieved to hear the news. But we didn't come here just for that. Falbium said, drawing everyone's attention. Falbium is right, we must meet with Michael and Azazel in a few minutes and we require your presence guys. Ajuka revealed why they were in the Gremory castle. A meeting. Akeno asked. About what? Irina asked. About what happened in Rotterdam. Ajuka explained. We believe this new group may pose a threat to the peace between the three factions. Surzicha said as he began to prepare a magic circle heading towards the special meeting room in Lucifer Castle. Follow us, please, Michael and Azazel should already be waiting for us. Said the Mao Lucifer as he asked the DXD team to follow them. The team members approached the circle and were transported one by one as Ria said goodbye to her parents. They all entered the magic circle and were transported directly to the castle of one of the mass. Scene change. Lucifer Castle. Arriving at the entrance of Lucifer's castle, the newcomers encountered the presence of Azazel accompanied by Barakweel and Shemazai, the current head of the fallen angels, while Azazel was in charge of foreign affairs. I see you finally arrived. Azazel spoke to them in his relaxed tone, although if one paid attention one could notice that there was a hint of nervousness in his voice. Now all that's missing is Michael's arrival. The fallen angel couldn't finish his sentence when a new magic circle was activated and three figures emerged from it. One of them was Michael, who had arrived accompanied by his sister Gabriel, but it was the third figure who surprised those present. Along with the two archangels had arrived Yusaka, the current leader of the Yokai faction, who came with a serious expression on her face that was almost always shown to be serene. Before Surzich's could ask the reason for Yusaka's presence, another magic circle, this time with the Leviathan symbol, had been activated and from it emerged the Mau Serafal, the strongest queen of the underworld Grafia, and the three boys who had accompanied Arthur to the hospital, Kiba, Gasper and Biku. Sorry for the delay Lucifer-sama. Grafia apologized when she saw that they were the last to arrive. Don't worry Grafia, I assume you took care of Milikas. Surzicha said to his wife. That's right, I left him with his grandparents, that's the reason for our delay, and also Miss LeFay decided to stay at the hospital taking care of her brother. Explained the platinum-haired maid. Okay, now we're all set. We can continue with the meeting. And with that, everyone present entered the faction meeting room, which was a spacious room with a table in the center, large enough for all the leaders of the various factions to sit and for their guards to be present as well. Surzich's, Serafal, Ajuka and Falbium had taken their seats on the demon side. Michael and Gabriel on the angel side. Yusaka sat next to Gabriel, and finally the three cadres had also taken their seats. Briaz, Vali and the other members of the DXD team had stood aside waiting for the moment when they would be asked to speak. Well, let's begin. Surziches began to speak. First of all, Yusaka-san, what do we owe your presence to? The Redeed asked the Kyuubi in a cordial manner. Sorry for intruding Lucifer Dono, but when I found out about the meeting I contacted Michael Dono and asked him to bring me. The leader of the Yokai explained her reasons. I heard that you suffered an attack in Rotterdam, but when I learned that there were no deaths, I thought things would calm down until my contacts told me who attacked you. The woman spoke seriously. Do you know anything about the attackers, Yusaka-san? Serafal asked, becoming serious upon hearing what the blonde was saying. Do you know the intentions of that mysterious group? No. But some Yokai throughout Japan and others in other parts of the world have reported sightings of small groups of beings dressed in black who have been seen moving through various places. The Kyuubi began to explain. I wouldn't have paid attention to the sightings if it weren't for the fact that one of my most trusted contacts told me that he had detected a small presence of supernatural energy in one of the places where they had been sighted. And what happened? Azazel asked, intrigued. I sent a group of Yokai to investigate, and the results of the investigation surprised me. What did you find, Yusaka-san? This time it was Gabriel who asked the question. Several dismembered bodies. The revelation left everyone present surprised. But what caught our attention most was that the bodies belonged to several demons, fallen angels, and mages belonging to the Chaos Brigade. How did you know they were members of the brigade? Shemhaz-I asked. We knew because in the warehouse where we found them there was evidence that they belonged to the brigade. Yusaka explained. So there were still loose ends. Falbium said. That's right, but that wasn't the most shocking part. The Yokai leader said mysteriously. What else did they find? This time it was Riaz who was consumed by curiosity. Written in blood on the wall was the message. This is a warning to all those who threaten humanity. And next to the message were the initials DH. The kid soon finished explaining. And do you think it's the same group? Barakwil asked, and the woman answered. At first I didn't give it much importance, but when I heard that there was an attack in Holland, I quickly put my contacts to investigate to see if I could help in any way. Besides, that country is a neutral point of the supernatural. Yusaka continued with his explanation. They brought me the news that a group similar to those my people had seen previously were responsible, so I contacted you as soon as possible, but only Michael answered my call. Oh, sorry Yusaka-Haim, it's just that I was at the scene and couldn't answer you. Azazel explained. And I was at Ajuka Castle when it all happened. Surziches said. Oh, I see. Well, I tried to communicate, but my call was sent to Lucifer Castle and Kuo Academy. The leader recalled. But besides that, what else brings you here? Serafal asked. Right, I want to know if that same group was the one Issei-kun was sent to investigate. Yusaka asked with a tone of voice full of concern, since the brown-haired boy's subject was something very delicate for everyone in the alliance, and not only because of the events that occurred 2 years ago, but also because almost all the girls present in the room were attracted to the boy of whom they have not heard anything for 2 years. Sure enough, when the Sekiryuutei's name was mentioned, the girls' faces grew sad and worried. Not a day went by that they didn't wonder why the boy hadn't returned. Something must have happened to him. Would you have decided to leave the alliance? And the one that most frightened the women in the group? Has he found love with another girl or girls? The leaders tensed up upon hearing what Yusaka said, and the only one who had the guts to answer him was Michael. Yes. It's the group we wanted Issei-kun to investigate, only at that time we didn't know the name of the organization. The only thing we knew at that time was that there were reports in the human world of a group that had been seen in various parts of the human world. The Seraph began to explain. The humans initially investigated this group, but after a couple of months they lost all interest and attributed the appearances to an advertising campaign for some major brand. Surziches spoke this time. But we kept an eye on any news that might arise, and it was a video from a supernatural fan that caught our attention. Azazel said. What kind of video? Kuroka asked. A video where the subject claims to have seen a group of men in black fill some trucks with boxes of different sizes and then proceed to leave the place. The curious thing is that the video was taken on the outskirts of Germany, more specifically the city of Hamburg. The black-haired man with golden locks explained while the DXD team paid attention. The subject followed this group to a specific part of the forest where he lost track of them, but he found a medallion that was what made us interested in that group, said the fallen angel seriously. What was so special about that medallion? Zenobia asked. It was a medallion with the symbol of the Chaos Brigade, he said, leaving the younger one surprised by the revelation. At first, we thought it was some surviving brigade cell, but we dismissed that idea when we recorded supernatural activity in the area and found no anomalies. Michael was the one to speak this time. There weren't even any records of magic or sacred gear usage in the places where they were seen, so we believed that they weren't brigade mages or beings with sacred gears that had belonged to the group, but the fact that they were in possession of a Chaos Brigade medallion made us believe that ordinary humans were behind this, so we decided to send someone to infiltrate this new group, but we didn't know who to choose. Now it was Sekiryuutei who was speaking. And then the incident with Issei-kun happened. Sekiryuutei said coldly, sending a furious look to Riaz. Only the Redeed was the only one who noticed how the Mao was looking at her, so she felt a chill when she saw the eyes of the Exitri. We decided to send Issei-kun since we believed the mission would help him clear his mind, and we ordered him to stay for a year to gather enough information. In addition, so that everything would go smoothly and without setbacks, we warned him that we would cut off all communication with him so that he wouldn't be in danger of being discovered if the group turned out to be hostile. Which obviously wasn't the case. Vali rudely interrupted Sekiryuutei. They said he would be gone for a year, but it's been 2 years and we haven't heard from him. The platinum-haired girl said seriously. Vali. Azazel was going to complain to the girl, but was interrupted by Sekiryuutei, who raised her hand as a sign that she would take care of it. You're absolutely right, Vali-chan. The Mao Leviathan told him. In fact, Gabriel-san and I had asked Sekiryuutei and the others to send someone to look for Issei-kun after he didn't return after a year, but they didn't want to. Revealed the black-haired girl while making the eyes of the girls in love with Issei turn to look at the male leaders, causing them to shiver because of the contained fury in the eyes of the females. Whoa. Wait a second. We had a good reason. Azazel said desperately as he saw the girl's fury directed towards him, Michael, Sekiryuutei and the other two mass. And what would that reason be, you cheap crow? Yusaka asked angrily. Since we didn't know anything about Issei-kun, we believed that the group wasn't a threat and that Issei had decided to stay longer to gather more information, so we decided not to contact him so as not to put him at risk. Michael said nervously as he saw how his sister had an angry expression on her face that always looked calm. What if it wasn't like that? Kaneko asked this time with her now classic expressionlessness. Well. Message received, message received. Sekiryuutei was interrupted when a message of unknown origin appeared. Ajuka raised an eyebrow in doubt and walked over to the electronic board that connected to a large monitor on the wall. The Mao acquired a look of astonishment when he realized that the message was of unknown precedence, which caused him to become upset as he wondered who could have entered the demon's frequency. The green-haired man didn't have time to continue wondering when the monitor turned on and began to broadcast what seemed to be a strange scene in a dark room. All that could be seen was what appeared to be a table and a chair in the back, which had its back to it. Can you hear me? A deep voice asked on the other side of the screen, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. Ha. Who am I kidding? Of course they can hear me. The voice continued, and that's when the chair behind the desk began to spin, and they could see the unknown person. He was a rather large man, perhaps in his late 30s or early 40s. His hair was short and white, but his eyes were what caught everyone's attention in the room. One was a deep red while the other was completely white. The man in question was wearing a black shirt and over it a black bulletproof vest that was clearly very thick. It's an honor to finally see your faces, leaders of the three factions. The man said confidently as he clasped his hands and placed his chin on them. But what the hell? Ajuka exclaimed in surprise. Who are you and how did you manage to enter our frequency? The green-haired Mao demanded, to which the man simply sighed and adopted an even more serious expression. All in good time, Mr. Ajuka. The man said calmly. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Reginald Vertidiger, and I'm the leader of this small organization that has come to change the world. He told them calmly. So you were behind these terrorist attacks? Asked Falbium, who surprisingly hadn't slept at all during the meeting. Terrorist attacks? Hahaha. Don't make me laugh, those weren't terrorist attacks. The man laughed. We were just doing our mission. The white-haired man told them. Mission? And what is that mission? Barakwila asked. It is worth noting that all members of the DXD team remained silent, allowing the leaders to speak in the face of this strange situation. Our mission is only one. To protect humanity. Said the man who looked at each and every supernatural being with a calculating gaze. Protect humanity. Gabriel wondered. That's right, Seraph Gabriel, a very important mission for us. Reginald replied. But what are you protecting humanity from? Sekiryuutei said. The answer is easy, we are protecting them from you. Said the man, leaving the supernatural being surprised by his words. Protect them from us. But we don't seek to harm them. Who spoke this time was Riaz, earning the gaze of the man who looked at her expressionlessly. That's what you think, but the reality is that they have only used us humans as mere tools for their plans. Reginald told them, and before he was interrupted by someone else the man continued speaking. And don't try to deny what I'm telling you, think about it for a moment, when they lost members of their factions they resorted to reincarnation to increase their numbers, and that was on the part of the demons. He said this while looking at the mass, especially Ajuka. Then the angels created their own system to recruit new members, in addition to taking advantage of the religious beliefs of several people and recruiting them to their faction based on promises. That's not true. Gabriel claimed angrily. Ignoring the Saris interruption, I say this because my sources confirmed to me that some exorcists used the image of angels to convince believers to join the cause of heaven by promising them that they would be taken before the presence of the main figures of the church. Or did you perhaps believe that they accepted to join only for the love of religion? All those people joined because they were promised that they would have a safe place in paradise. The man spoke, unfazed by Gabriel's previous claim. In the end, it was because of those people's personal ambition. The white-haired man concluded. Fallen angels are a different story. The man continued, now having the full attention of everyone present. If they failed to corrupt more angels so that they would fall, then they would recruit humans by promising to fulfill all their deepest dreams, which usually consisted of sexual desires. Now Azazel, Baraquiel and Shemhazai were ashamed of how they used to recruit members of the Grigori in the past. And what happened when the recruited humans lost all usefulness? The man asked, and none of the leaders dared to answer. They freed them from their responsibilities, didn't they? Asia asked innocently, drawing the attention of the man who was looking at her with pity. Little one, you are very innocent, said the man with a sigh. When a human lost all usefulness, they were usually discarded as if they were a mere replaceable toy. The man's words struck a chord with the faction leaders, since in the past they used to get rid of those who were no longer useful to their factions, either by erasing their memories and abandoning them to their fate, or as some already extinct demonic families did, killing them because they believed that because they were powerful beings, they had the right to the lives of humans. Things aren't like that anymore. Surziches claimed heatedly, annoyed by the man's revelation. The Redeed was always against how some families in the underworld treated humans, and that is why the Mayu was proud that his family respected them and treated them as if they were part of the same Grimoire family. We've changed since then. Seraphil emphasized as Reginald looked at them expressionlessly. You may have changed, but there are still those who believe they have a superior right to human life. Or wasn't that the reason they created the evil pieces in the first place? Believing they could decide the lives of people who had nothing to do with the supernatural. But we needed it. Seraphil tried to explain, but was interrupted by the white-haired man. And stripping humans of their freedom was the way to do it. For the first time, the man had raised his voice. Did you never think about how many people's lives you ruined with your decisions? Reginald demanded. That's why I decided to do something and founded this group to accomplish the task. The white-haired man had recovered his calm tone. Enough. We want to know how the hell did you get the information about the factions, and how come you have weapons that can harm supernatural beings? Shemhazai had lost his patience and asked the question that was subconsciously on everyone's mind. We have our reliable sources, the man said mysteriously. Beings related to the supernatural world who very kindly gave us the information we needed. Wait a second. Falbium interrupted. Aren't they being hypocrites then? I mean, they claim to want to protect humanity from the supernatural, but yet they ally themselves with supernatural beings to gather the data they need. The Mayu deduced with a confident smile, thinking he had found a contradiction to what the mysterious leader had said. Haha. You're wrong, Mr. Falbium, the supernatural beings who gave us the information didn't do it for fun, no. They did it to try to save their pathetic lives. The man said with a sadistic tone that sent shivers down the spines of those present. That means. Azazel said nervously. Yes, we used our own methods to get them to tell us what we wanted to hear. You should have seen how easy it was to make such proud beings break down and spill everything in an attempt to survive. Reginald said, a grim smile appearing on his face. Well, I must thank you for the alliance of the three factions. Had it not been for your victory against the Cows Brigade, we would not have obtained our information sources. And with whom we were able to advance more quickly than expected. What? Who were your sources of information? Surziches asked, and the white-haired man only managed to smile again as he looked up as if he was remembering something. First of all, you should know that we already had knowledge of the supernatural world, and as soon as we knew that the battle against the brigade, or rather, Klepeth, was over, we mobilized to see if we could find something that would help our cause. Everyone paid attention to what the man was going to say, they had a feeling they weren't going to like what they were going to hear. We were greatly surprised when we found 2 dying demons on the battlefield. We knew we couldn't miss the opportunity and took them with us, only to prevent them from trying anything. We subdued them and gave them several doses of poison from different creatures. They may have been demons, but the condition they were in allowed us to take advantage of them. The man recounted. Who were those demons? Yusaka asked. They introduced themselves to me as Rizavam Livan Lucifer and Euclid Lucifuge. The statement fell like a bucket of cold water, but those who were most surprised were Vali and Graphia. What? Both silver-haired girls shouted upon hearing the names of the two demons who had caused so much chaos. Are you saying they allied with those bastards? Surziches asked angrily upon hearing the names of two of the Alliance's most dangerous enemies. Not at all, Surziches, don't know, we did not ally ourselves with those two. The man explained. They only served as informants, although in fact Lord Rizavam tried to convince us to help him take revenge against you, and do you know what I answered? Reginald asked. Everyone remained silent. Nobody? Asked the white-haired man. Okay, I'll tell them. The man told them. I replied that we would never do anything to harm humans, and proceeded to gouge out both of his eyes, for thinking we would stoop to his level. Reginald recounted with a chilling smile as everyone in the room shuddered at the man's expression. Seriously, you should have seen how he begged me when he realized he was at our mercy. Haha. I got all the information I could out of him before turning him into our personal punching bag, and I have to admit he lasted long enough before one of our agents, the best we have, ended up accidentally killing him. These last words terrified those present. Rizavam was known for being a top-level sadist, and hearing the man beg for his freedom and his life made them wonder how dangerous these people are if they could make someone like Rizavam behave like that. And they believed the man's words because they couldn't detect a single shred of lies in what he was saying. But we knew the man didn't give us all the information we were looking for, so we had no choice but to get the remaining information from his companion. This time Reginald was referring to Euclid. Breaking the silver-haired boy was easier. He witnessed everything we did to his teacher and our other test subject, and thought that if he told us everything we wanted to hear we would set him free. Everyone, absolutely everyone present in the meeting room, was waiting expectantly to see what the white-haired man would say. The boy revealed everything we wanted, and among that information was something about several brigade and Klepeth cells that were kept hidden in case things went wrong and they needed a backup plan. He also told us about the members of those cells and everything else his master had forgotten. The man explained. Then we thanked him for his support and told him we were going to let him go. And when we did, we had a blast watching him get hunted down by our best agent. Once again those present were shocked. How much did Euclid have to go through for him to lose all sense of courage? Who had been in charge of hunting him? He must have been someone extremely powerful or at least skilled to have been able to take care of both Rizavam and Euclid, even if they were battered. Wait a minute. Ajuka chimed in. You mentioned something about another test subject. Did you have another supernatural being under your control? The green-haired man asked. Did we have? No. We have. The white-haired man revealed. He's the one who actually became our best agent after his recruitment. He revealed. Wait a minute. So they are allied with the supernatural. And they must have recruited the remaining members of the brigade too, right? Riaz said. No. Was Reginald's simple reply. That agent of ours is the final tool. It symbolizes our sacrifice by accepting one of our enemies into our group just as you recruited humans. And about the members of the brigade in Klepeth. Since we got the information from the cells, we have been hunting them. He spoke with a serious tone, causing the others to flinch. But there are also humans in the brigade. Akeno said, not believing what she heard. Yes. Humans who betrayed their race in pursuit of personal gain. Humans who wanted power for themselves, not to protect their species. Humans who did not deserve to live alongside their brothers and sisters. The man concluded. But enough of the nonsense. The reason for my message was to warn the three factions and the entire supernatural world itself that we, DH, will be in charge of the protection of humanity, and any problem they have with humans will have to be resolved with us. The man revealed the true reason for the message. Are you declaring war on us? Barakwil asked. Take it as you will, we'll just dedicate ourselves to our mission. Beep. Beep. Reginald was interrupted by a message coming from next to him. The man turned toward the source of the sound, a confident smile appearing on his face as he went to answer the message. Everyone present in the Lucifer Castle Hall remained expectant to see what could happen, and that was when the white-haired man returned and headed towards them again. You're in luck. He told them. I think you're not taking us seriously, so what better way to show you that we're serious than by having you witness one of our missions. And you're in luck because the mission you're about to see will be carried out by my most trusted colonel, and on his team is our best agent. The man told them, and the alliance members tensed up upon hearing that. Now get ready. You are about to witness the power of humanity. You will witness the strength that DH has. You will see why we, the defenders of humanity, are to be feared. And with those words, the members of DXD and the faction leaders were about to witness something that would ultimately change the world. Forever. Chapter 7. DH's mission and the most dangerous agent. Lucifer Castle meeting room. After hearing what Reginald had said, everyone present was stunned to learn that they would witness a mission carried out by the new organization called DH. The leaders present were nervous since the white-haired man told them that their best agent was on said mission, and they remembered that, according to Reginald himself, he was the one in charge of ending the lives of Rizavam and Euclid. Knowing the identity of the unknown agent had the leaders anxious. Knowing what kind of person was at the top of the new institution in terms of strength sent a chill down Surzich's and company's spines. The younger members were also eager to find out more about the new group. Especially since this new group was the one Issei was sent to investigate, the girls, more than anyone else present, wanted to know everything they could. They believed Reginald could give them information about the brunette's whereabouts. What they didn't know was that the leaders present in the room had the same doubts as the members of the DXD team, but unlike the young girls, Serafal, Gabriel, and Yusaka knew that they had to be careful with what they said at the moment. They longed to know about Issei, but they had to remain calm to avoid any problems. The three aforementioned sent discreet glances towards Riaz and the others, hoping that none of them would say anything that could be taken as an insult and thus result in some hostile action from some group. "And how are you going to get us to see the blessed mission?" Shemhazai asked, not believing they had the capacity for such feats. "That could only be possible through some magical means," said the fallen angel. "And if I remember correctly, you said that you don't use methods that have to do with the supernatural," Ajuka emphasized. "You guys are definitely wrong if you think you're the only ones with the technology necessary to carry out such actions," Reginald told them, looking at them with a confident look. "I'm sure you're familiar with the concept of drones, aren't you?" he asked the supernatural beings. This earned him looks of astonishment from Ajuka and Azazel. Both leaders were known for their technological prowess, and neither of them could think of this response. "Drones?" Kiba asked, incredulous at what he was hearing. "That's right, drones," the white-haired man repeated. "That will allow you to see everything that happens on the mission," the man told them. "But how?" Yusaka asked. "Simple, the same way we're having this conversation right now," the man revealed. "That's true. How did you manage to interfere with our frequency?" Albiam asked, something they didn't know yet and that had the mass intrigued. "Never doubt the capabilities of humans," the man said with an air of superiority. "Our group has the best technology experts, capable of hacking into any system or finding any frequency without being detected. They were the ones who managed to find the demon's transmission and the ones who connected me," explained the man, earning the surprise of Ajuka and Azazel. If what he said was true, then they were facing a truly dangerous group. "Now, if I may, I must inform the team that will be doing the mission that they will have spectators." Reginald ended up cutting off the conversation while making movements that made it clear he was typing on some board. Suddenly, a second image frame opened up next to Reginald's image, with a message saying, "Connecting," implying that the transmission was underway. "This is SHC Squadron. Who's on the frequency?" An image was revealed on the second screen showing a DH soldier replying to the message. Scene change. Tent outside Durango, Mexico, near the zone of silence. In a military-style tent, a soldier was guarding the perimeter of the tent when the sound of the transmitter caught his attention and he approached to answer it since his leader was not present. The soldier had the same appearance as those present at the Rotterdam attack. He wore all black military fatigues, a shirt, bulletproof vest, and pants with several pockets, along with black boots. His eyes were covered by a visor with completely black lenses. His hair was black. "Rest, soldier," said Reginald, causing the soldier to be surprised to see who was speaking to him. "General Verdidiger," the soldier exclaimed in surprise. "What do I owe your call to, sir?" the soldier asked. "Calm down, soldier, I need you to put me through to Colonel Eva," the man said, causing the soldier to tense up upon hearing the name of one of the most dangerous women in the institution. "I'm telling you, soldier, don't worry, it's nothing bad," the man said when he saw that the soldier was somewhat scared. "As you can see, we have quite a few viewers who want to see firsthand how we carry out our missions." Reginald pointed to the other side of the screen where the supernatural beings were. The soldier quickly controlled his emotions so as not to make DH look bad and bowed to his leader. "I'll pass you to the colonel in a moment, sir," the soldier said respectfully as he left the tent where he was in search of the mission leader. Moments before. In the same place, but in a different tent. At the DH camp there were several tents, almost all of the same size, except for two that stood out for being larger. One of those tents contained all the technology that allowed them to communicate, as well as other special tools that helped the soldiers move around. It was in that tent that the call from Chief Reginald would take place in a few minutes. In the other tent, which it should be noted was the largest, only 2 people could enter it. Inside the larger tent, the interior of the store was decorated to look like a small apartment, making it seem as though they were in one of the most dangerous deserts in the world. Currently inside the store we find 2 figures. A woman and a man. The woman was extremely beautiful and appeared to be around 19 or 20 years old. Her black hair was long and straight, reaching down to the middle of her back. Her eyes were entirely black and had a somewhat macabre gleam. Her lips were thin, and any man would say they were very desirable. Her body was also something to behold. Her breasts, at first glance, seemed larger than those of a certain fallen angel-demon hybrid, her hips were wide, and her legs were long and shapely. The girl was wearing a suit similar in color to Colonel McCaustin's, the only differences being that her bulletproof vest was unbuttoned because her breasts prevented it from closing, and she was wearing a short skirt and long stockings. This girl was none other than Colonel Eva, one of the 3 most dangerous women in the DH group. The girl was sitting calmly reading a magazine and receiving a foot massage from the man present. The man, for his part, was kneeling in front of the girl while gently giving her a massage. The man's facial features weren't detectable because he was wearing a helmet that concealed his identity. The helmet had a stylized appearance, giving it a smooth look. The glass that served as a visor was entirely black, obscuring the color of his eyes. The upper part had 2 small, almost imperceptible, horn-shaped protrusions of a metallic red color, while the lower part had a silver metallic section that covered the mouth and part of the jaw. His attire consisted of a black shirt covered by a stylized metallic breastplate with red accents on the sides, and black elbow guards and gloves with red accents. He wore black pants and metallic shin guards. He also wore black boots. On his back were 2 swords arranged in the shape of a cross, which at first glance appeared to be ordinary. The man's physical appearance suggested that he was between 19 and 20 years old. The mysterious man remained focused on his task of massaging the woman present, and he did so while remaining silent, almost as if she were a mere machine ready to carry out the orders given to her. Colonel Eva. The girl received a call from the transmitter she had in her ear. Colonel Eva, do you copy me? A man's voice was heard on the other end of the transmission. TCH. The girl made an annoyed sound. What the hell do you want? The girl asked in a cold tone as she answered using the transmitter. Her melodious voice was the opposite of the tone she had used to answer. Your presence is requested in the conference room. The voice said with a nervous tone. How many times have I told you not to interrupt me when I'm with my lover? The girl exploded, still receiving the massage, but throwing the magazine aside in a show of anger. I'm sorry Eva-sama, boo, but the Gene General has contacted and requests your presence. The man told her, totally scared by the girl's response, which is one of the reasons why she is so feared in the organization, because of her temperament, and even more so when they interfere with her quality time with her beloved, as she tells the guy who kept massaging her feet, who by the way, didn't seem to react to her sudden change of mood. TCH. Okay, I'll be right there. The girl said as she closed the communication channel. You can stop now, my love. The girl said in a soft, warm tone of voice as she took a small electronic device from the table next to her and pressed a button. As the action was performed, a blue glow appeared on the visor at eye level, and the subject stopped in his tracks and proceeded to stand up and give a slight bow to the girl, who also stood up, put on some heels, and proceeded to approach the subject. The moment she stood in front of him, she placed her hands on the sides of the helmet and pressed a small button on one side. At that same moment, the metal part opened, releasing the boy's lips, which were quickly kissed by the girls. At first the kiss was chaste and pure, as if it were a kiss that a couple in love would share, but it quickly turned into a kiss full of passion and lust, although if you paid attention, it seemed that the girl was the one who had taken the initiative of the kiss, while the boy remained static. After a few seconds, the girl broke the kiss with a sigh of love and savored his lips. She proceeded to seal the bottom of the boy's helmet by pressing the small button on the side again. Okay, I'll be back soon honey, I just have to see what they need me for. The girl said as she took a small black beret which she placed on her head. She grabbed the small device from before and spoke again. In the meantime you stay here and get ready because when I return we will begin to mobilize. And as she said this she pressed a button on the device she had in her hand and the same blue glow reappeared on the subject's visor. The girl left the tent, but not before sealing the entrance, as if she wanted no one to enter. Heading towards the tent where the meetings were held, the girl received signs of respect from the soldiers present in the area. Some men gave her a slight bow, while the women gave her admiring glances, and a few nodded in the direction of the black-haired woman who returned the gesture. Greeted by the soldier who had answered Reginald's message, the girl entered the tent and asked to be left alone. The soldier agreed and withdrew, sealing the entrance so the girl could have the necessary privacy. Current moment. To what do I owe your general call? The girl asked respectfully as she positioned herself in front of the screen. Ah, my trusty Colonel Eva, you're in luck. The white-haired man said to the girl while she raised an eyebrow in confusion. As you know, today I had my little chat with the leaders of the 3 factions. The man began to tell and the girl kept her gaze on him. And well, you see, I'm having the talk right now. Reginald pointed to the side of his image, showing the box where the leaders and the DXD team were watching everything. Eva opened her eyes in surprise at the sight of the people on the other half of the screen, but her surprise quickly turned to annoyance when she saw the Gremory girls, along with Vali and Kuroka. The black-haired girl's gaze changed to a very dark one, and this was noticed by the aforementioned, as well as Serafal, Gabriel and Yusaka, and something about that gaze gave them a very bad feeling. "What does this mean, General?" the girl asked in a very somber tone that made the supernatural beings tense. "Calm down, Eva," said the white-haired man as he let out a sigh of tiredness due to the colonel's attitude. "There is a very good reason why I called you and why I still keep the transmission with our guests active," said the man, drawing the attention of the black-haired woman who stopped looking at the supernatural beings and set her sights on her leader again. "And what would that reason be?" the girl asked. "Our dear viewers seem to have some doubts about our ability to carry out the missions." Reginald began to speak. "And I thought it would be a good idea to let them see one of our missions." The man finished explaining. "So?" the girl began. "That's right, since you and your team are the only ones doing a mission right now, you'll be the ones in charge of showing off DH's capabilities," Reginald told him. "It's also a bonus that our best agent is in your division," Reginald said with a confident smile. As soon as the girl heard that supernatural beings would see her mission, the brunette had two reactions. On the one hand, she was confident in showing the demons, angels and fallen angels that they, humans, are to be feared and that they would not be intimidated by supernatural beings. But on the other hand, the colonel was furious that her beloved was a kind of entertainment for the beings on the other side of the screen. She didn't like the idea of them watching him, especially certain girls present in that room. "I understand, General," the girl replied with great respect for Reginald. "And how should I proceed with the mission?" I asked, wanting to know how I would carry out the operation with special spectators. "That will be simple, my dear Eva," the DH leader responded. "I want you to activate the special cameras as soon as the mission begins, interlock them with the frequency I will send you and carry out the mission as you had originally planned," the white-haired man told her. The girl nodded at his command. "Consider it done, General," Eva said, giving him a small bow. "Perfect. Then without further ado, you can proceed with your errand." The man said goodbye to the girl and cut the transmission. Scene change. Meeting room in Lucifer Castle. Once the communication between Reginald and Eva ended and the image of the black-haired girl disappeared, tension was present in the room. Serziches, Ajuka and Falbium were surprised to see such a young girl holding the rank of colonel in this new group. At most, the brunette was the same age as Riaz, Akeno, Ursona, or perhaps a year younger. Azazel, Baraquiel and Shemhazai saw the girl and, despite having a different hair color than Reginald, they swore they had found some resemblance between them. Michael, for his part, could see an intense look of hatred in the girl's eyes, directed at all of them, especially the demons. The boys from the DXD team, Kiba, Biku and Gasper, saw the girl and had a reaction that no one expected. The three boys blushed profusely at the sight of the dark-haired girl with dark eyes. Her mere appearance on screen caused the two blondes and the black-haired boy to do what no one had ever been able to do before. Make them nervous in the presence of a beautiful girl. This was unusual in all three for the following reasons. Kiba was always surrounded by girls who acclaimed his attractiveness, and he spent more time in the Gremory entourage, and therefore had lived more time with Riaz and Akeno, two of the most beautiful girls in the entire underworld, as well as with Asia, Kaneko and the other girls who belonged to the Redeeds peerage, and who were also very pretty, but the blonde knight had never shown any interest in the girls of the Kuo Academy or in his entourage companions. So his blush when he saw Eva was truly shocking. Gasper, for his part, was also shocked to see the girl. Although the little damper liked to dress as a woman, the Gremory group's bishop had never shown much interest in any girl, and even some of his acquaintances were beginning to doubt that he was truly attracted to the female gender. Biku, for his part, was also a surprise with his reaction. Sun Wukong's descendant was a very relaxed boy, but one who had never been known to have a partner. Some believed that he had a relationship with Kuroka, but the truth is that they both considered themselves siblings and nothing more. In addition, Biku knew that the black-haired Nekomata is madly in love with Issei, and that Vali is too, so Biku decided to become the older brother who bothers his little sisters with the boy they like. It should be mentioned that on more than one occasion the black-haired man has received beatings from both women due to his jokes involving them, the Sekiryuutei, and any room anywhere. Or any place where the three of them can be alone. Only Azazel noticed the reactions of the three aforementioned boys, and the black-haired boy with golden locks was surprised to see how they reacted when they saw the black-haired girl. The girls, for their part, also had their own reactions. With the exception of Graphia, all the others felt intimidated by the black-haired girl's appearance. Despite all of their supernatural beauty, they couldn't help but feel nervous in the presence of the black-haired girl, as if her mere appearance caused them a very bad omen. Rias, Akeno and Kuroka, who were the young girls with the most developed bodies, somehow felt inferior when they saw the girl, and they also felt that the black-haired girl had taken something precious to them, but they didn't know that. Asia and Ravel felt scared when they saw the girl's serious expression. Something about Colonel Eva gave them the creeps, plus she looked just as young as them and apparently held a high position in the group. Irina, Zenobia and Vali saw her and had a bad feeling about her. The girl's serious expression somehow bothered the three, who felt she was going to be a big problem in the future. Kaneko, for her part, was the one who tensed up the most when she saw the girl. Even though they were separated by several kilometers, the little white-haired girl felt a strange aura when she saw the colonel's eyes. Roswis could also sense something strange in the black-haired girl's gaze. Her heart told her that this girl would be a great nuisance to her and the others, but she didn't sense that she would be as dangerous to the three factions as she had been from the leader and the other colonel they had met so far. The women in the room, Serafal, Gabriel, and Yusaka, made use of their life experience and realized the dark-haired woman had glared at them with a look of hatred. But that glare was directed at everyone in general, then shifted to a more macabre look when she looked at all of them. For a split second, they saw a malicious glint that made their skin crawl. Being able to recover their voices, only Serziches and Michael proceeded to speak. Who was she? The Redite asked. Is she one of your higher-ups? This time it was the older blonde who spoke. Answering both questions in order, Reginald said. This is Colonel Eva, and she is, without a doubt, one of my top 5 agents in all of DH. This first statement surprised the young people in the room. The girl didn't seem to be any older than them, and she was quite high-ranking. And yes, she is one of my 3 colonels. The DH leader finished speaking. One of the 3 colonels? Ajuka asked, wanting to see if he could get more information out of her. That's right. Reginald answered firmly. So you can see that I don't want us to get off on the wrong foot. I'll share some information about our group with you. After all, I owe it to you since we have information about you. The white-haired man told them, drawing reactions of astonishment from the supernatural beings, especially the leaders, upon hearing that they would receive data from DH. Good. New incoming transmission, new incoming transmission, new incoming transmission. Reginald was interrupted by a new message coming in on the frequency. The white-haired man then realized that Eva was about to begin the mission with her team and couldn't wait to present to the leaders of the 3 factions and the Yaokai leader their ultimate weapon, their defending champion, their best man, the symbol of humanity. Oh, but look at that, the show is about to begin. The man mentioned with a smile. Don't worry, I'll still give you the information, but it will be while we enjoy the show. He then allowed the images to be seen. Scene change. Tent in the zone of silence. Moments after Reginald cuts off the transmission. As soon as the transmission was interrupted, the black-haired colonel adopted an expression of fury directed at her leader, but especially at the people she had seen a few moments ago. How dare that bastard? The girl screamed in her mind. First he turns my beloved into a mere object of entertainment for the other whores, and now he's going to let those freaks see him. The brunette was totally furious at the direction the mission had taken. At first it was just going to be another mission where she and her team would be in charge of eradicating a cell of the Brigadier Klepeth, and then they would return to one of the many bases they had around the world. Then she could spend the rest of the week with her champion, doing the activities they hadn't been able to do for a couple of weeks, and all because of the other assignments that Reginald had imposed on his beloved. In addition to the damn extra training at the hands of that bitch who pretends to be a doctor. I swear that when we finish this mission I will have a serious talk with the doctor. And force her to give me the advances of her blessed experiment, the girl recited as she arrived at the store where she was originally and entered it. The girl took out the small device she had saved earlier and pressed the button. What happened next was that the same boy who had been with her in the store and who had remained motionless after the girl left suddenly stood at attention as the blue flash reappeared on his visor. Okay, I want you to get ready. Our mission is about to begin. Eva told him as they left the store. The boy followed close behind her. Outside the tent, the unit the brunette commanded was ready to carry out their assigned task. In the short time it took for the girl to return to the tent and leave with her personal guard, everyone had packed up their tents and were now ready and armed to act. The mission was simple. They had managed to locate a small group of demons and fallen angels belonging to the Cows Brigade, who had managed to reunite after several of them were able to survive the continuous battles against the alliance of the 3 factions. This group had taken refuge in the zone of silence. Because the place was famous for making radio waves unable to transmit correctly, making it easier for them not to be found by any group, whether human or supernatural, since no one would expect them to be in such an arid area as the one found in Mexico. The team was equipped with everything necessary. Each soldier carried a pistol with a design similar to a 5.7, which served to make it look like a common weapon, only it was enabled to fire bullets enhanced with sacred power, magical power of any kind, or Samuel's curse. They also carried various types of submachine guns or sniper weapons of various models, all enhanced to use the same type of ammunition, and it was up to the soldier to choose which type of weapon they would specialize in. In addition, they carried a war knife and vials filled with different substances that could be applied to the blades of their blades to give them an extra effect. While they frowned upon using enhanced ammunition, the members knew it was the only option they had to face the supernatural. As preventive and/or assault measures, they all carried at least 3 fragmentation grenades, flashbangs, or any instrument of war that could give them an advantage in combat. Of course, these war tools were also modified to be efficient against the supernatural world. And in each division there was an element or group that specialized in a specific area and could have their skills further developed in those aspects. In Eva's division, the person who had that distinction was none other than the mysterious man who accompanies her all the time. But returning to the colonel and her group, the girl had stood in front of everyone, with her inseparable companion at her side, and headed towards her team. "Today we have a primordial mission," shouted the girl, causing the soldiers in her group to take a firm stand. "A group of supernatural beings has been detected in this place and it is our duty to eradicate them to prevent them from harming the innocent, the humans," said the girl at the top of her lungs, and her soldiers raised their weapons to the sky, shouting in signs of support. "SHC, squadron deploy." The girl gave the order, and her squad split up and formed the relevant groups, then boarded the vehicles and headed off in the direction of the area where the action would take place. As the soldiers left, the girl took a small metal box from a briefcase a soldier had given her earlier. Using a remote on her wrist, she activated a series of codes. The small box opened, and small flies emerged. If you looked closely, you could see that these insects were actually tiny cameras, nearly undetectable drones that could transmit images almost regardless of frequencies. The small drones, already activated, moved in the same direction as the brunette's team, while the girl remained in the same place as when she gave the order to leave, still accompanied by her personal guard. The girl remained focused on the remote on her wrist, entering codes. After a few seconds, the colonel had achieved her goal. The small drones she had activated would serve to transmit the mission they would carry out, and the supernatural beings could witness how a DH team, in this case SHC, did their work. Having established communication, the girl now activated the control she apparently hadn't let go of all this time, the one that made a blue glow appear on her companion's visor. The boy accompanying her approached a motorcycle that had been modified to present a design that was in keeping with the institution. It was a motorcycle reminiscent of an Italica 250 model, but that featured a black and red color, including the parts that would normally be silver. It also had the initials DH on several parts of the vehicle. The boy climbed onto the motorcycle and started it, and the girl climbed on top as well, straddling the back of the motorcycle, while wrapping her arms around the boy's torso and pressing her breasts against his back. The girl sighed in love as she inhaled the scent of the man who had captured her heart. Both then set off in the same direction that the others had taken earlier. Scene change. Meeting room in Lucifer Castle. Back in the meeting room, those present could see how Reginald had enabled the image on the screen and could now observe what appeared to be a desert area in the middle of nowhere with a large warehouse in the middle. "Well, what you're looking at now is a hangar in the middle of the zone of silence. That was built by those we're looking for," Reginald began to explain. "Wait a minute. The zone of silence. How did they manage to get the transmission going?" Ajuka asked, interested in knowing how they managed to overcome the frequency glitches that the place presented. "When you have a team of scientists as well synchronized as the ones we have, you can achieve almost anything," said the white-haired man. "In fact, they were the ones who managed to access the frequency of the underworld, and they can also enter any frequency in the world," explained Reginald, leaving both Ajuka and Azazel surprised. "Now you'll witness the SHC team and how they work. Pay close attention, as they're the best group in the organization," said the DH leader, causing the faction leaders to adopt a serious aura and pay attention to the broadcast. They couldn't afford to miss a single detail of what they would see next. Scene change. Zone of silence. A few meters from the hangar. Eva arrived with her companion on the outskirts of the established area, and her soldiers were waiting for her. "How shall we proceed, Colonel Eva?" asked a soldier who approached the girl. "Like we always do," the young woman replied. "Bring Annihilator leader, surprise leader, and make it quick. Support leader. Don't be long," the girl said to the soldier who responded to the code of support leader. "Right away, Colonel," the soldier responded submissively as he left the place. After a few minutes, he returned, accompanied by 2 soldiers who appeared to be women. Both women were dressed according to DH regulations, complete with helmets or balaclavas covering their faces. The only thing that distinguished them from the other soldiers was a small badge on their bulletproof vests, which identified them as leaders in Eva's division. "Eva-sama called us," One of the two girls asked in a mocking tone, referring to her colonel. Eva detected it, and for a split second her gaze hardened and she clenched her fists in annoyance. "Yes, I've summoned the three of you to remind you of the steps to follow," said the girl, who gave the two women who had arrived a sharp look. "Remember how we will proceed." The leader began to explain. "First. Surprise. You and your squad attack through the main entrance and try to neutralize as many as you can, but when you kill 20 give the signal for Annihilator and his team to join," said the girl, earning a nod from Surprise. Although this action seemed to be more out of disinterest than anything else, besides the fact that Surprise had taken his eyes off the boy who had been accompanying Eva. "When Annihilator and his team are in the fight, I will join ICG, while you and your support team will cover any exits from strategic positions and eliminate those who try to escape," the colonel told them while the three leaders nodded at her words. "Okay, let's go," said the girl, and the carnage began. Scene change. Lucifer Castle. Back with the leaders and the DXD team, they were able to see how the girl had directed her subordinates. They noticed that the three codenamed leaders appeared to be older than the girl, yet they were still under her command. They couldn't continue their thoughts when Reginald started speaking. "As I was saying, the DH group is numerous in terms of field elements. Our current number of soldiers is around 100,000 to 150,000 members." The figure surprised the supernatural beings. "But when it comes to important members, the number is lower and by far," said the white-haired man. The Mayu, Seraphim, Fallen Angels, and the Yaokai leader were waiting to see what the man would say next. "To begin with, I'm the leader and founder of DH. Then we have my three colonels in the hierarchical position, and each colonel commands three teams codenamed Surprise, Annihilation, and Support. Within those groups, there's a leader who oversees the members," the man explained. "And each group has between 30 and 35 soldiers," the man said. "Why so few soldiers?" Falbium asked with interest, being the one in charge of military power in the underworld. "To maintain better teamwork, in addition to the other soldiers constantly training, changing positions, guarding the bases, resting, or recovering if something happens to them," Reginald replied to the Mayu. "Well, now each colonel also has an agent or agents trained to be the most skilled and who only respond to my orders or those of their respective colonels," Reginald said. "If I'm right, you should have already met McCostin's group," he told them, making them remember when McCostin mentioned his Three Shadows. McCostin's group calls itself the Three Shadows. And they are the best in the institution when it comes to infiltration and reconnaissance missions," Reginald said, confirming the suspicions of the DXD kids and Baraquiel as they remembered the man with the mustache and his agents. "Wait a minute," Volley interrupted, gaining Reginald's attention. "We also met an agent called A. What about her?" Volley asked. "In DH we have a special division of agents called Royal, and you have already met A, who belongs to the select group," Reginald explained. "That group is not affiliated with any of the colonels, since they only respond to my orders, and if I ask them to follow a colonel they do, that's why they saw her with McCostin," Reginald spoke. "And then we have the scientists and doctors of the team, all under the command of Dr. Alessandra. I'll tell you more, but for now let's see what's next." And with this, Reginald managed to bring their attention back to the screen where the mission was about to begin. Scene change. Back with Eva. "Eva-sama, we have detected the presence of just over 140 supernatural beings." The girl received the information through the transmitters they wore in their ears. "Okay, you know the plan," the girl said. "Now, with the order given, the Surprise division launched an attack. With the leader at the front, one of the soldiers threw a smoke bomb that pierced one of the windows and caught the demons and fallen angels off guard. "What the hell? Arg." The fallen angel standing near the spot where the smoke bomb fell wanted to ask what was happening when an indescribable pain appeared in his side. He quickly looked at the area of pain, only to be surprised to find a bullet wound that had pierced his entire lung and was slowly killing him. "We're under attack," a demon shouted as he saw one of his allies fall dead from a gunshot wound, and this scream made everyone go on alert. Suddenly several hangar windows broke and several DH soldiers entered through them and quickly opened fire on the supernatural beings, effectively killing several. "I think now is the right time," said Surprise, who was firing his weapon while taking out a stun grenade and throwing it towards the demons who had fallen behind, trying to protect themselves from the surprise attack. As soon as the grenade made contact with the surface, it exploded, disconcerting the demons, who hadn't expected such an action. What they didn't expect was that the noise made by the device, which turned out to be louder than usual, was actually a signal for the other part of the team to proceed with the attack. Moments before. Team Annihilation. The Annihilation team was ready to go into action, they were just waiting for the signal that the leader, Surprise, would send to make their move and enter the battle massacre that was taking place. Boom. The sound of a grenade exploding and the sound of bullets ringing through the area alerted the soldiers, who grabbed their weapons because at any moment they would enter the fight. It's done. The leader of Annihilation received the message from her partner. Surprise. That marked her entrance. Soldiers move. The girl shouted as she drew her weapon and her companions ran towards the hangar. One of the soldiers threw a fragmentation grenade that brought down the back wall of the place as soon as it came into contact, and the other agents entered through there, taking the demons and fallen angels by surprise. Bang. 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 The bullets were fired at the supernatural beings who perished when the bullets came into contact with their bodies, piercing them in several places. Soldiers were using bullets with magical elements to make the damage more effective, while others used bullets coated with poison from different creatures, creating pain in the victims if they did not die immediately. This is too easy. Annihilator said with a sigh as he shot at a group of fallen angels trying to escape through the roof, while lamenting that these missions were extremely simple. I can't wait to get back to base. The woman said. Maybe I'll piss Eva off and take that piece of man she always brings with her, so I can have some fun with him. The woman said with some malice. That brat doesn't deserve a man like him. The girl whispered as she continued murdering her opponents in cold blood. With Eva, the mission leader, was watching her soldiers mete out justice against the supernatural beings, accompanied by her ever-faithful guardian. The girl was about to enter the battle. If she was right, her team should have already taken care of at least half of the objectives. Suddenly, the girl saw a fallen angel flying out of the hangar after the roof had been destroyed in the battle. Despite seeing the angel escape, the girl didn't seem worried. Swoosh. Arg. A bullet shot from the ground and ended up hitting the fallen angel in the shoulder, causing him to lose his balance and begin to plummet. Bang bang bang. The winged creature didn't have time to regain its flight when 3 more bullets were fired, hitting it in the head, heart and arm, effectively killing it in midair. The colonel turned her gaze to the ground, where several men and women from her battalion were camouflaged thanks to the technology they had developed and were positioned to take out anyone who tried to escape. These were the support team, who were usually snipers or medics. I see it's time to play. The girl said simply as she looked at the small device in her hand and activated it. Once again, the blue glow appeared on the girl's companion's visor. Okay ICG, it's time to have fun, said the girl. Go and finish them off, my love, she said, to which the so-called ICG nodded and took the swords they had on their backs and began to walk towards the hangar with all the calm in the world. Scene change. Lucifer Castle. The supernatural beings were shocked by what they had seen so far. The team's mobility was very good, they were perfectly coordinated, and they couldn't help but think that the Surprise and Annihilation divisions were very good. They've improved, said Reginald, who looked proudly at the team led by Eva. Their reaction time is amazing now, said the white-haired man. What do you mean? Falbium asked, being the most interested in military strategy. It hasn't even been 10 minutes since the mission started. Reginald told them, causing the adults in the room to be shocked and terrified at the same time. The young people present, on the other hand, saw the agent known as ICG and had a feeling that this man was not what he seemed. Zone of silence. In the hangar, things continued as usual. Now more than half of the supernatural beings had fallen under the human attack. Beep beep beep. Huh. A message reached the leader's surprise. An Annihilation. Who saw what it was about. ICG approaching, ICG approaching. So soon. He said. Surprise. This is going too fast. Said. Annihilation. The message was clear. The most dangerous agent was approaching and he was ready to end the mission. Scene change. Lucifer Castle. Everyone tensed as they saw the most dangerous agent approaching the fight and was ready to fight. Everyone was waiting to see how the mysterious ICG would behave in the fight, but something was strange. Briaz and the other girls felt a terrible oppression in their hearts when they saw the agent approaching the battle, but they didn't know the reason why. Scene change. Zone of silence. Soldiers. Halt and retreat. One of the women in charge of the division gave the order. The soldiers were surprised by the order, but they quickly realized who was approaching, so they knew a massacre was imminent. Activating a switch on a watch they wore on their wrist, the soldiers were transported by a flash of light that made them disappear from the scene. The only ones left were the surviving fallen angels and demons, who now numbered less than 30, along with Annihilation and Surprise. The supernatural beings believed the attackers had left, thinking they couldn't defeat them or that they might have run out of ammunition, so they began to think they were safe now. One of the angels noticed the 2 women still there and, believing they hadn't managed to escape, decided to act tough. But look what we have here. The fallen man said with a lustful look upon seeing the women's bodies. Despite the fact that they wore helmets, their bodies were still visible, so the supernatural beings didn't need to see their faces to know they were beautiful. The two girls in question grimaced in disgust even though their faces were covered. Did these idiots really think they had what it took to satisfy them? Two ladies who were abandoned by their comrades, said the fallen man while licking his lips thinking about the fun he could have with the two women. Don't worry girls, we will forgive your lives for killing our comrades if you agree to take off those clothes for us and let us have fun with your bodies. The fallen man spoke with an arrogant tone, believing that the women would be scared of seeing themselves surrounded and without an ally nearby. Swoosh. Clang. Suddenly, a sword flew out and pierced the fallen man's skull, who didn't even have time to process the pain until he was already dead. The other angels and demons were horrified by the scene and heard footsteps coming from the entrance. The two women knew where the sword came from and smiled grimly at what was coming next. Agent ICG had arrived at the scene with a sword in his left hand as he calmly walked toward the body of the fallen man he had killed. Reaching the sword, the agent grabbed it by the handle and pulled it from the fallen man's skull. A demon became enraged when he saw how one of his companions had died, so blinded by fury, he launched an attack. "Your motherfucker," the demon shouted angrily. ICG simply dodged his clumsy movements masterfully and, with both swords, proceeded to decapitate his victim in a swift movement. The other demons and fallen proceeded to attack together. They believed that if they did so at the same time, they would succeed in finishing off the damned man who had murdered two of their comrades. "Take this. Die you bastard. I'll finish you off first, then I'll fuck those whores." Several magical attacks and spears of light were shot towards ICG, who simply watched as the attacks were directed towards him. Boom. An explosion occurred when the attacks hit ICG, and a large cloud of dust rose due to the impact. "Hahaha. We did it," shouted an excited demon. "Yes, now get those two," exclaimed a fallen man. "Don't be so sure, future corpses," said Surprise, undeterred by what he saw. "What do you mean, damn it?" a demon said to the girl. "Turn around and you'll see for yourself." "Annihilation," told the men. The supernatural beings listened as they sensed something was wrong, and when they turned around they were horrified to see that ICG was still standing, with some injuries and a broken helmet, but standing nonetheless. "How is that possible?" a demon shouted, surprised that the agent was still alive despite the attacks he received. "Now it's your turn," said a new voice that had reached the scene. Colonel Eva watched everything with an expressionless look and, positioning herself next to the other two women, made a gesture to ICG, who nodded and launched into the attack. The agent quickly gripped his two swords firmly and rushed towards the fallen and demons who had petrified upon seeing him approach. With a precise kick, ICG broke a demon's leg while brandishing the sword in his right hand and plunged it into the neck of a fallen one. He leaped into the air to avoid the blow of another demon while stabbing him with his other sword, piercing his head. Retrieving both swords, ICG threw one at a fallen one and with extreme precision pierced his heart. In an act of speed, he drew his own firearm and fired at a group of demons, killing them all with one load without needing to add ammunition. Running towards the remaining fallen, ICG masterfully brandished his sword as several of the fallen members were severed and their throats slit. In a space of less than 5 minutes, only the lifeless bodies of the supernatural beings remained. All of them had suffered horrible deaths at the hands of the most dangerous DH agent, who now remained static despite being surrounded by several corpses and his clothing being covered in blood. The three girls, for their part, saw everything with uncontrollable lust. Both Surprise and Annihilation saw the ICG as if it were prey and they were the hunters. "When he gets like this, I feel like locking him in my room," thought Surprise, as she brought her legs together in a sign of desire. "Oh yes. You'll be mine, completely mine," thought Annihilation, who devoured the boy with his gaze even though no one could see him. "You're incredible, my love," thought Eva, who looked at him with a dreamy expression. Foosh. The girls were brought out of their thoughts when a blast of air hit ICG and sent him crashing into a wall, collapsing it in the process and covering the agent in debris. But what? Arg. Damn. Whoa. Surprise. And Annihilation were hit by a blast of air and were sent flying, landing a few meters away from Eva. Behind the girl, a portal opened and a malicious-looking demon emerged. The creature was tall and had a scarred face. A true bad guy. "Those idiots got confident," said the demon while holding Eva by the back. "But I'm not like them," he said while looking at Eva as if she were a piece of meat. "I already took care of the bastard who killed my soldiers, and now I'm going to have fun with you, precious," he said lustfully while touching one of the girl's breasts, who instead of being scared got upset. Scene change. Lucifer Castle. Reginald sighed when he saw that Eva and two of her agents had become complacent. Now he understood why Dr. Alessandra had said ICG was a distraction for the girls in the group. Those three They got too confident. He said calmly, earning looks of astonishment from those present in the room. Didn't he care that his best agent was dead or that 3 of his agents were about to be raped? Don't you care about your agents? Serafal said seriously when she saw Reginald's reaction, who raised an eyebrow at the Mau's reaction. I don't know what you're worried about, Mau Leviathan. Who says my agents have lost? He said confidently. Please look, this isn't over yet. He said, and with this, everyone looked back at the screen. Scene change. Fight location. The demon continued to touch Eve, who little by little, and without the demon noticing, made movements with her wrist. It seems that you have already accepted your destiny, beautiful. Said the demon, who brought his mouth closer to the girl's ear. I promise you that you will enjoy it. Said the demon, who was about to use his tongue to lick the girl's ear when she made a quick movement, got out of the demon's grip, stabbed him in the abdomen with a knife covered with sacred energy, and quickly threw him away from her with a martial arts lock. Damn bastard. The girl said with an uncontrollable fury in her voice. How dare you touch me? She said with a vein marked on her forehead from the anger she had. You are not worthy. The girl screamed. Only my beloved can touch me like that. She said while taking out her gun and pointing it at the demon's head, who stood up slowly due to the pain. Haha. Laughed the demon with some pain. I like it when you do things difficult. Said the demon with arrogance. It's easier that way. Quash. Garg. What the hell? The demon could not continue speaking when he felt a terrible pain in his abdomen. Slowly lowering his gaze, he could see an arm coming out of his ribcage and could see how it had pierced him from one side to the other, and the arm seemed to be covered by a red gauntlet. Looking back, he saw what would be the last image he would remember before dying. A pair of brown eyes. Scene change. Lucifer Castle. Those present watched as Agent ICG emerged from the rubble with surprising speed and pierced the demon that had threatened Eva. They were amazed by the subject's abilities when they saw something that horrified them. Well, let me introduce you to my best man. Agent ICG. Reginald said maliciously as he saw the looks on those present turn into ones of fear, hopelessness, sadness, pain, and disbelief. The gauntleted arm belonged to someone they hadn't seen in 2 years. Someone every girl present missed with all her heart. They couldn't believe he was there and part of that group. Better known as Issei the Welsh Knight. Reginald said with a sadistic smile as he saw the faces of the supernatural beings, especially the girls. Riaz and the other girls couldn't believe it. There was the boy they fell in love with, but now there was something strange in his eyes, but she didn't know what. Ice. Riaz said with tears in her eyes. Chapter 8. The Unexpected Request. Lucifer Castle. They couldn't believe it. After 2 years of not hearing from him. Finally they saw him again. Ice. Whispered Riaz, who couldn't believe that her beloved was a member of the new group. But the Redeed wasn't the only one shocked by what she saw. All the DXD leaders and members stared in disbelief at the presence of the brunette they hadn't seen in 2 years. Serziches, Azazel, and Michael were surprised to see that Issei was allied with the DH group. The 3 leaders believed that Issei had decided to leave the alliance after what happened 2 years ago, and they couldn't help but feel guilty for not having sent someone to make sure Issei was okay. The 3 felt like this situation would be a big problem for the factions. Barakwil and Shemhazai couldn't believe what they were seeing. On one hand, Barakwil was furious to see the boy his daughter was in love with being with the institution that attacked him and his comrades, and on the other, he was worried about Akeno's reaction. Shemhazai was angry with the brunette. How dare that brat betray the alliance for what happened 2 years ago. The cadre didn't understand why the boy would hold a grudge for what happened when he still had girls who loved him. The other men present were also grimacing in surprise at seeing the comrade they had lost a long time ago. Kiba couldn't believe that Issei was the most powerful member of DH. The knight also felt bad, knowing that with this, the brunette could become an enemy, and the last thing he wanted was to fight against a boy he considers a brother. Gasper was scared after seeing his beloved senpai. The little damper couldn't contain his surprise that his companion had become a cold-blooded killer. He was truly horrified to see how Issei ended the lives of those fallen angels and demons, without a single shred of remorse. Biku had a complicated expression on his face. The black-haired man understood that the brunette now saw them as a threat and considered them enemies, so sooner or later they would end up facing each other in battle, but at the same time he was worried about how his teammates would react. Biku knew it would be difficult for the girls if they ever faced Issei in combat. A descendant of Sun Wukong trembled at the thought of what Issei would do to him or the others when he showed that he now killed without mercy. Grafia watched with wide eyes the revelation that Issei was the most dangerous agent of DH. The maid didn't want to imagine what kind of things had to happen for Issei to decide to join DH, since she considered that what happened 2 years ago was not enough reason. She thought there was something more. But those most shocked by the revelation were the girls in love with the brunette. They were all stunned to see the brunette who had captured their hearts fight without any qualms, taking the lives of his rivals without hesitation. What the heck did they do to Issei? It was the question on the minds of the women in the room. Even Grafia wondered the same thing, considering Issei her younger brother, and Milika sees him as a role model. Each girl had her own thoughts regarding Issei. Irina, Asia, and Ravel couldn't believe the kind-hearted brunette they knew was the same one they'd just seen face off against the Cows Brigade members and finished them off in a matter of minutes. The three of them knew Issei was a skilled fighter, but they'd never seen him fight in such an inhuman manner. Kaneko and Kuroka had tears in their eyes when they finally saw the boy they loved so much again. The little white-haired girl was relieved to see that the brunette was healthy, but she felt worried when she remembered that he was now with DH and wondered why Issei had joined those monsters. Kuroka, for her part, felt that there was something wrong with Issei, but the girl ignored this feeling in favor of being able to hug the brunette again and be by his side. Roswis and Zenobia were amazed to see Issei again. The fact that the boy in such a short time had become the most skilled member of the new group had them surprised, but only Roswis felt that there was something wrong with the boy, but she didn't know what it could be. Zenobia, for her part, ignored what she had seen the brown-haired boy do, since she was impressed by how her Issei handled the sword. Perhaps the two could duel in combat when he returned. Bali looked at the boy she fell in love with concern, as she witnessed how he fought without caring if he might get hurt. There's something strange about him. Albion communicated with a girl who also witnessed the moment in which her rival's bearer massacred the supernatural beings. Haven't you noticed something strange about him, Vali? The dragon mentally asked the platinum-haired girl who was annoyed by what her companion said. What the hell are you talking about, Albion? The girl asked him in a threatening tone of voice. Issei has changed. I can't say for sure what it is, but I feel like there's something wrong with him. Albion said to his carrier, who became enraged when she heard the dragon say that there was something wrong with Issei that she loved so much. I don't know what the hell is going on in your head, Albion, but I'm not going to allow you to insult Issei after 2 years of not seeing him, Vali said, annoyed and not paying attention to what the dragon said. It's not that, Vali, just look at him. Albion told her, not bothered by the attitude the girl had taken. The dragon knew that the girl was going to have a hard time when she realized that Issei was the agent that Reginald boasted about. His eyes, said the dragon while pointing out to Vali what he detected as wrong with his rival's wielder. The girl heeded what her classmate said and paid attention to the boy's eyes. What she saw left her completely shocked. Issei's eyes were dull. It seemed as if the flame of life had vanished. His gaze was that of a person, a man, who had lost all sense of living. Vali looked on with barely contained sadness. What the hell did they do to her, Issei? The girl wondered, since she remembered that the brunette always had a cheerful and lively look. The girl suppressed a small moan that threatened to escape her so as not to attract attention after seeing her beloved brown-haired man, but even more so his eyes that caused her so much pain to look at. But returning to the remaining girls, there was still a lack of reactions from the two remaining members of the Gremory entourage and the leaders present. Serafo looked at Issei in shock. Although the Leviathan Mao was happy to see him again, her years of experience made her remember that the boy was now with DH, but like Vali, she realized there was something wrong with the boy. During the time she lived with him during the recordings of their respective programs, she realized that Issei was a man like very few others. Despite being a pervert, he was very respectful of her and treated her like a girl, and not the Mao Leviathan, so Serafo was grateful that the boy saw her that way. It was during this time that she began to feel attracted to the boy, especially because of his eyes, which captivated the brunette. The same eyes that Serafo now saw no longer possessed the brilliance that had captivated her, and that she longed to see in the future, when she woke up next to the one she hoped would become her husband. Gabriel felt happy as soon as he saw him, but his smile and feeling of happiness quickly turned into a grimace of horror when he saw his eyes. Michael's sister was the first to look into his eyes, and she could feel all the emotions that were in that cold gaze. None. The Seraph had seen that kind of gaze in the past, when she helped her brother manage the heavenly system and had the opportunity to look at the people praying for answers to their problems. More than one of the faithful praying had the same look Issei had now. And this frightened Gabriel greatly, since these people ended up taking their own lives or dying just a couple of weeks at most, after seeking a miracle with prayer. Gabriel feared what might happen to Issei. Isaka looked at the boy who had captivated her and who had also unknowingly captured the heart of her little daughter with a nervous expression, since the boy's letter of introduction was a display of savagery as a killer of those demons and fallen angels. Although they belonged to the Cows Brigade and were a possible threat, not even they deserved a death as ruthless as the one the brown-haired boy gave her, who showed no emotion when he finished them off. The Yaokai leader was also thinking about how to break the news to her daughter that they had already found Issei, but she didn't know how to tell her that the brown-haired boy was now with a new group that could possibly become an enemy of the faction alliance. He didn't have the heart to tell little Kunu that the boy she sees as her older brother might now become an enemy of all of them. And finally, Riaz and Akeno. Both girls had tears in their eyes when they saw the boy they loved so much again. Once their eyes fell on Issei's figure, both girls had a great desire to hug him and kiss him with all the love they have for him, tell him how much they miss him, and, if the brunette knew what happened 2 years ago, apologize to him for what happened. Ria's more than a keno since the brunette only sought to gain experience, but never wanted to leave the brunette. Ria's, for her part, knew that she was the only one who should apologize to Issei, since the Redeed had the idea that her beloved knew what happened that fateful day. Akeno couldn't believe that all this time her beloved brunette had been under the command of Reginald and Colonel Eva. She couldn't believe it and was starting to get the idea that Issei was still in his infiltration role, and that at any moment he would return to her side, and everything would go back to how it was before. Ria's, for her part, felt guilt consuming her inside, believing that everything that was happening was her fault. Ever since she realized her mistake, the Redeed had been waiting for the day Issei would return, so she could fix any confusion that might have arisen because of what she had done, and finally be able to do what she wanted so much. Marry the man of her dreams, marry her beloved Ice. Seeing him there, on the screen, made all the girls present anxious as they longed to hug him, kiss him, feel his body heat again, inhale the essence they liked so much, and a couple of them even wanted to be alone with the brunette and give themselves to him body and soul. But then they remember the man who gave them the tip about Issei's whereabouts, and it makes all the females present start to feel a sense of fury as they think about what kind of things those savages did to Issei, or what they blackmailed him with to make him join that group. I have to admit that Issei is a very complete soldier. Reginald spoke, taking everyone out of their respective thoughts and making the attention focus on him again. Now I understand why he was a very important member for the Alliance, said the white-haired man with some nostalgia, remembering everything that had to happen for Issei to join DH. At that precise moment, the girls' aura shot up, showing that they were all furious at what the white-haired boy said, since it seemed that the DH leader was determined to remind them that the brunette now belonged to the new group. The men present felt somewhat intimidated by the increase in power from the women in the room, except for Grafia. Even Gabriel, Yusaka, and Serafal had increased their auras and had annoyed looks directed at Reginald. The white-haired man, for his part, watched in amusement as the girls glared at him. He remained calm. He knew they had unleashed some of their power, as he could see the men present feeling intimidated. However, he acted as if nothing had happened, as he wasn't present in the meeting room and couldn't sense their aura, so he maintained his expression. The man knew very well that an angry woman was to be feared, no matter who you are or how much power you have. If you make a woman angry, not even a hand-to-hand fight with a bear would compare to the pain that the person you upset would make you go through. He knew it very well. I've already experienced it in the past. The past you'd like to relive. But due to certain events, this could no longer be the case. That's why DH's mission was already fully defined. They were to safeguard world peace. He had to keep his promise. Remembering what happened in his life and what led him to where he is now, the white-haired man received a look full of hatred, but fortunately it went unnoticed by the supernatural beings on the other side of the screen. He quickly changed his look of hatred to one of malice upon seeing the girls' constantly changing reactions. Reginald wasn't an idiot. He knew that all those girls' women were attracted to Issei. Now I understand why Eva gets upset every time someone mentions the members of DXD. Reginald thought practically all of them want to be by her side. Even the leaders. The white-haired man already had a more solid idea of why Colonel Eva was very jealous of Issei. I think it would be best to give them a little taste of what humans normally feel, he thought maliciously. To spare the white-haired man finished and began to speak. I have to admit that it was difficult for us to get Issei to agree to join our ranks, said Reginald, which quickly made the leaders and members of DXD tense up when they heard what he said. That's not true. The scream was heard from among the supernatural beings present at the meeting, and they quickly turned to meet Riaz, who was the one who had spoken. My Ice would never join you, the girl said with a look directed at Reginald. Riaz. Her brother was worried that his sister would say something that would provoke the anger of the DH leader. Ice would never betray us, the girl said decisively. They must have done something to him. At that moment Reginald opened his eyes slightly in surprise. So the Redeed has a little idea. He thought, I think it would be best to continue with the plan and make our intentions clear, and getting rid of the surprise on his face before anyone noticed it, he quickly decided to observe the conversation the others were having at that moment on the other side of the screen and waiting for the right moment to interrupt them. Riaz. Be quiet, we don't want any misunderstandings, Serziches complained to his younger sister. But Oni-sama, the Redeed said somewhat nervously as she realized what her explosive outburst could have caused, although the girl remained determined in her words. But nothing. We must approach this calmly, or else. Mau Lucifer couldn't continue because he was interrupted by his fellow Mau Serafal, who raised her hand for Serziches to remain silent. The black-haired Mau had a serious look that none of the young men were used to seeing. Enough, Serziches. The tone of voice of the Exitri was serious and cold, which gave to understand that she was not joking. Riaz is right, Issei would never leave us. The words of the Mao could be interpreted literally by the other male leaders present, but for the other girls, and for Reginald those words had another meaning. That the brown-haired man would never leave them. Serafal then turned her gaze towards Reginald, and keeping her power under control, the girl started a conversation with the DH leader. That's why I would like to ask you, Mr. Reginald. Stop right there, Mao Leviathan. Reginald interrupted the girl. I already know what you're going to ask me. The white-haired man told her. You're going to ask me about Issei, aren't you? The aforementioned sharpened her gaze when her beloved was named. That's right. The girl replied. I would like to know how you got Issei to join you. Asked a girl genuinely interested in knowing if Issei had really decided to leave the alliance, were they still in his role as an infiltrator, or if something had happened and they were manipulating him in some way. What he didn't know was that one of his assumptions wasn't so far from reality. The white-haired man had placed a hand on his chin in a thoughtful pose, while his eyes were closed and he seemed to be deep in thought. The faction leaders and DXD members watched him anxiously, more so the women compared to the men, waiting for the white-haired man's response to find out more about what happened in those 2 years that Issei was not present. I propose a deal. Reginald spoke as he opened his eyes and saw the leaders in particular, while cutting the transmission that allowed them to see Issei, making the girls gasp not from tiredness, but from having lost the image of the boy they loved. What kind of deal? Shemhazai asked, regaining some composure after the initial shock of discovering ICG's identity. A very simple cadre, Shemhazai, and I believe it will be something beneficial for both parties. Reginald announced, gaining everyone's full attention. Which would be? Michael spoke, not very convinced, feeling that the deal Reginald was going to propose was not going to please him or the others at all, because he felt that something bad could happen. I had already told you that I did not want us to start off on the wrong foot, so I would like to request a meeting between you, the leaders of the 3 factions, and myself. Reginald spoke, surprising everyone present with his words. Of course, if Yusaka Dono or any other leader of any other faction would like to be present, it would not be a bad idea for me, as it would save me the trouble of visiting you to talk to you. Moment. Serziches spoke, who had lost all emotion of annoyance towards Reginald and changed it to surprise and confusion upon hearing him want to have a meeting with him and the others. A meeting. Everyone, absolutely everyone present in the room, was extremely surprised by the white-haired man's proposal. Hadn't he declared war on them just a few moments ago? At this moment, after Ria's explosive reaction, all the young members of the DXD team had decided to remain silent and let the leaders conduct the discussion. They were still surprised by the proposal to have a meeting. I don't know why you're so surprised. Reginald muttered. It'll just be a meeting between us. The white-haired leader told them. But just a few minutes ago he had declared war on us. Said Baraquiel, who didn't trust the white-haired man's words. Hey, me, declare war on them? I don't remember doing that. The white-haired man said with genuine curiosity upon hearing Akeno's father's words. Yes. Ajuka exclaimed excitedly. He was getting nervous knowing that humans could compete with him in terms of intelligence. When he told us about his group's intentions, he said he would protect the humans from us. Reginald then remembered when he said those words and what followed, telling them to take his statement as they wished to, right, thought the white-haired man. Yes, now I remember. Said Reginald, and this made everyone nervous again about the possible action that the DH leader decided to take. And I apologize. Reginald said, which left everyone surprised, without exception. They all exclaimed in surprise at what the white-haired man had said. Did they hear correctly? Was he apologizing? What the hell was going on? Wait. Yusaka spoke, surprised by what was happening. How come they're asking for our forgiveness? She asked, while having trouble understanding what was happening at that precise moment. That's because of the words I said earlier. Reginald explained calmly. How's that? Gabriel asked. Explain. She ordered in an authoritative tone of voice that no one had ever heard before, not even Michael. They were used to hearing Gabriel speak softly and ask for things as a favor, not to hearing her order someone around in such a serious tone as she had used at that moment. Reginald simply raised an eyebrow in intrigue at the blonde-haired Cirrus attitude, but he proceeded to explain the reason for his apologies and, in passing, let them know why he wanted to hold a meeting with the leaders. What happens is that in the heat of the moment I told you to take my words as you wished, and I didn't realize that this answer would possibly trigger hostilities between our groups, something I don't want to happen. The white-haired man began to explain, earning surprised looks from all the leaders and members of DXD. I don't understand. Said Falbium, who couldn't believe what he was hearing. That is explained in a simple way, Falbium Dono. Reginald spoke. I had said before that DH would focus on protecting humans from beings like you, and that is where I made my mistake. The white-haired man then directed his gaze towards the sky, as if remembering something. Those words can be misinterpreted, and I admit that it is a mistake to generalize an entire species by the actions of a few of its members. The white-haired man told them, and no one dared to interrupt him. What DH truly seeks is to protect innocent humans, those who know nothing about the supernatural world or who lead a quiet life. What Reginald said made everyone have a look of surprise. Although we must also remember that there are humans who cause pain and tragedy in the lives of innocent people, such as terrorist groups that attack people who have nothing to do with their agenda, we at DH will take it upon ourselves to protect those people who live a simple life, assuring them that the peace they enjoy will not be compromised. Reginald's explanation left those present more and more surprised. Because, if you think about it, we've also wiped out the humans who were part of the surviving brigade cells. Reginald reminded them when they asked him if he knew there were humans in those groups. To cut a long story short, our true goal is to maintain world peace, and that's why we're not affiliated with any government of any country. Reginald concluded. The minutes passed as all the supernatural beings processed the information that had reached them, thanks to the words of the white-haired leader. So, you're not looking to fight the three factions? Serafal asked somewhat doubtfully. No, was Reginald's simple reply. They're just trying to keep the peace for humans, aren't they? Azazel asked, a little calmer. That's right, and it's for that very reason that we only dedicate ourselves to hunting down the remaining members of the brigade. Reginald began to give another explanation. We know, thanks to the information we got from Rizavam, that the brigade sought to release the beast of the apocalypse. And we know that it would not only affect the supernatural world, but also us humans. That's why we only attack those supernatural beings and their allies who seek to destroy the balance of the world. Once again, everyone was surprised by what the DH leader was saying. They really found it difficult to accept what they were hearing. And we offer our support from the shadows to put an end to terrorist groups that only seek to cause misery in the world, and unfortunately some terrorist groups commit these despicable acts in the name of religion. He said while looking at Michael, who felt nervous about what the white-haired man had said. But we don't blame anyone but the ignorant people who do these things in the name of some god. Reginald said, surprising Michael and Gabriel with his mature way of seeing the situation. Anyone else would have blamed religion and developed an irrational hatred toward its members. We don't blame religion, none of it, since everything is a circle that repeats itself continuously and maintains balance, but there are individuals who seek to break that balance. Reginald explained seriously. It's what you have been protecting with so much effort. The white-haired man told them, making them surprised. The only thing I can criticize you for is that the balance you maintain is only for the benefit of supernatural beings and leaves humans unprotected, who, after all, are important pieces for the maintenance of your groups. Reginald was direct with his words. The leaders bowed their heads. They knew what the white-haired man said was true. They were looking out for the safety of their groups and allies, but they were leaving the humans unprotected. They knew full well that some of their allies had contacts with people important to them, and the least they could do was ensure those people had a peaceful life, yet they didn't. The other leader was also right when he told them that humans are an important part of the groups, even if other members of the alliance didn't want to admit it, but it's thanks to the humans that they remain stable. It's the humans, thanks to their sacred gears, or their magical abilities, who become reincarnated demons for the retinues of the high-class demons. It's the humans who with their prayers and faith keep heaven stable. It's the humans who with their lust and deepest desires help in the maintenance and obtaining of resources for the fallen angels, who, in their infinite perversion, set up businesses where people can satisfy their greatest desires. So what would happen if humans were wiped out in a war they themselves provoked? The answer is simple, but no one wanted to think about it. The balance in the world would be upset. And if the balance were upset, then things would get even more serious for the supernatural beings. And with the demons' birth rate so low, where would they find members for their retinues? And more importantly, what would happen to the sacred gears that only humans can wield? Although it's also our fault. Reginald confessed. All this time we had lived in ignorance, believing that life would be resolved with the passage of time instead of acting on our own. Reginald said, which caught Serzich's attention. Just a second, interrupted the red-haired Mau. We've seen humans since ancient times, and usually when they get involved with the supernatural world, it's because they somehow come into contact with it. Serzich spoke. With what Serzich said, everyone who was with him found reason in his words and agreed with what he said. So I'd like to ask you, how did you find out about the supernatural world? Serzich asked, genuinely curious. Reginald remained silent as Serzich spoke. The Mau Lucifer was right. He learned of the supernatural world after a past incident. One that left a deep scar on him and forced him to take action after he discovered he wasn't the only one affected. Lucifer Dono is right, and I would be happy to answer you, but I would like to return first to our main topic. The meeting. The DH leader reminded them. Are you dodging the question? Azazel asked. I'm avoiding this question and partly the question Miss Gabriel asked me in favor of reaching an agreement with you, where I will gladly answer any questions you may have. Reginald explained. Gabriel's question. Michael said. Yes, even though I've already told you the reason for my group's existence, the truth is that I still haven't told you the other reason why this group exists. One that arose after we discovered certain information that I'm sure will also be of vital importance to you as well. Reginald said enigmatically. That's why, I insist, I would like to hold a meeting where we can cement a cordial relationship between our groups. He told them, awaiting the leader's response. Meanwhile, Serziches and the others were having a discussion with their eyes, but those who had the greatest conviction to carry out the meeting were Serafal, Gabriel and Yusaka, who saw in this the perfect opportunity to find out about Issei and what happened in those 2 years. It was Serafal's completely serious look that gave Serziches the answer to respond to the white-haired man's request. Okay. The young men, who were still on the sidelines of the conversation, were surprised by Serziches' response, but the girls quickly realized that this way they could get information about Issei. When will the meeting take place? Serziches asked. How about a week from now? Reginald suggested. Somewhere of your choosing. He proposed. Without needing to think twice, Serziches gave his answer. Okay, it will be held in Kuo, more specifically in Kuo Academy, in the occult club room. Declared the Reteed, what better place to hold such an important meeting than the same place that has seen other important events? Then it's decided. Reginald said. In a week I will arrive at Kuo accompanied by my most trusted men, and I will answer each and every one of your questions, even those that have to do with my best element, ICG. Now, without further ado, I'm leaving. Said Reginald, who didn't allow them to ask him anything else as he cut off communication with them. The atmosphere was heavy in the meeting room following the decision to hold a meeting in a week. Sob. Small sobs caught the leader's attention, and they turned to see that the sounds were coming from Riaz, who was crying as she tried to wipe away her tears. Paying attention, they noticed that the other girls also had tears in their eyes and were trying not to break down at that very moment. Bali, for his part, tried to maintain his serious demeanor, despite the small tears welling up in his eyes. Serziches quickly approached his sister and hugged her, trying to calm her down. Riaz, calm down, tell me, what's wrong? He asked, although he had an idea of the reason why she was like that. Sob. Finally. Sob after 2 years. There is sob. My ice, my dear ice. Said the girl as she brought her hands to her face to cover it while she resumed crying. All the other girls were the same as Riaz. Seeing Issei made them happy, but seeing him as part of that group made them sad, since now that the initial shock had passed, they thought that the boy abandoned them and decided to join the new group. Don't worry. Serziches said in a calm tone. In a week I'll make sure to get the answers to the questions we all have. Riaz didn't respond and just nodded to her brother's words. Serziches-sama. Called Grafia. It has been a very busy day, it would be best to rest, and tomorrow we will continue with the meeting. Proposed the strongest queen of the underworld, who was also affected by what she saw and by learning that Issei was part of the new group, but who maintained a serious stance in favor of the girls, even if it was difficult for her. You're right, Grafia. Said Serziches, who proceeded to separate a little from Riaz, who had fallen asleep after the surprise and having cried. Help me with Riaz-chan, please. The Mayu asked his queen, who nodded and approached to take Riaz while the Redeed went towards the others. It would be best if we retired to rest, as Grafia said. Tomorrow we will hold an emergency meeting with the other young demons and Aden-sama to discuss what happened today and plan something if necessary. P-plan, WH would Lucifer-sama. Asia asked nervously, thinking that they would hurt Issei. How to bring Issei back, of course. She said, to the relief of the blonde and the other girls who were also nervous, even the leaders. I don't believe Issei decided to join on his own. But we'll find out in a week. Also, we must be prepared in case DH turns out to be a threat. The Redeed said seriously. But for now I offer you lodging at the Gremory Castle. He said with a smile directed at the other leaders. We will gladly accept, Serziches. Michael said as Gabriel nodded. It will be an honor, Serziches. Azazel replied while Shemhazai and Barakwil agreed. I must decline, Serziches, I have to go to Kyoto to make sure Kunu is okay, but I'll be here first thing tomorrow for the meeting. Yusaka said, refusing the invitation, but without being rude. Don't worry, Yusaka-san, but I would ask you to please bring your daughter tomorrow. Serziches asked. Are you sure, Serziches-san? The woman asked somewhat doubtfully. It's the best, Yusaka-san. Serafal spoke this time. It's better that we all know what we're up against, even your daughter, so that she can be careful if she runs into these people. Explained the Mao Leviathan. Fine, so be it, with your permission I'll leave. Said the Kyuubi, who activated a magic circle headed for her home and left. It would be best if we retired to rest. Serziches declared, receiving nods from the others who were beginning to leave the room heading towards the Gremory Castle. You have to be prepared for anything. Thought Surziches. I have a feeling they did something to Issei-kun. Don't worry, dear brother-in-law, if they did something to you, we'll make them pay. The red-haired Mao thought resolutely. They had to be ready. The meeting with this new group would take place in a week, and they had to get answers. But more importantly, find out what happened to Issei Haidu. Chapter 9. Before the meeting, Part I. Gremory Castle. We meet at Gremory Castle one day after the meeting with the DH leader, where the white-haired man had proposed holding a meeting to discuss the new organization's position regarding the faction alliance. After leaving Lucifer Castle where the incident occurred, the Mao retreated to their respective quarters, with Surziches escorting his guests to his family's castle to stay while awaiting the emergency meeting that would take place the next day. Arriving at the castle, they were greeted by the Gremory patriarchs who watched in alarm as the girls arrived with tears in their eyes and asked what had happened, to which the Mao Lucifer told them that he would explain everything to them in the morning. Zeoticus and Venelana, although not convinced by the answer, agreed since they noticed that the girls' mood was very low, and when they asked what had happened, some of the girls resumed crying, with Asia and Irina being the most affected. After assigning a room to each of them and leaving Ria's in her old bedroom, Surziches returned to his castle accompanied by his wife and son, mentally preparing himself for what was to come. At first hour the Mao was already in the main hall of the Gremory Castle, together with his parents who had an expression of surprise, and Venelana also adorned her face with an expression of sadness and disbelief. The reason? Surziches had told them what happened the day before. Wait a minute, Surziches, said Lord Gremory, who was still in shock after hearing what his son had told him. Let me see if I understood. You're telling me that yesterday some humans managed to interfere with the frequency of the underworld, and a middle-aged man introduced himself as the leader of a new group and declared, in front of the leaders of the three biblical factions and the Yaokai leader, that his organization would protect humanity from any event that threatens the peace of humans. But not only that, but among its ranks. At that moment the Gremory patriarch paused his words as he remembered something that he found hard to believe. Venelana looked at her husband sadly and could not hide the sadness that could be seen on her own face, since she also did not want to believe what her son had told her a few minutes ago. Taking a deep breath and shaking off her mood, even if it was only for a few moments, she continued what she was saying. Among the ranks of that new group is Issei-kun. Did I forget something? She asked, turning to her son. Sob. The Gremory matriarch couldn't stand it anymore and began to sob as her husband gave her a warm hug while whispering reassuring words in her ear to try to calm her down. Mother, exclaimed Surziches, who approached his mother worriedly. Are you okay? What's wrong? He asked when he saw her in that state. Sob. It's just. Sob. It's just that. I don't believe that. Sob. That Issei-kun has betrayed the alliance. Sob. Ria's mother looked at her son with tears running down her fine-featured face. Sob. What's up with Ria's? Sob. What about the other girls? Sob. She asked, completely immersed in sadness. Zeoticus, upon hearing his wife so devastated, simply increased the strength of his hug, of course without hurting his wife, trying to calm her down, while learning a look of hatred directed towards the brunette who had betrayed his beloved daughter and the other girls who have feelings for him. The Gremory patriarch began to believe that it was all a whim on the part of the Sekiryuutei, or that the boy never completely abandoned his perverted tendencies. Surziches noticed the look of hatred his father adopted and realized that it was directed towards Issei, which he did not like at all, and prepared to speak to clear up any misunderstanding that might arise. Father, take that look of hatred off your face right now, said the Mao Lucifer with a serious tone of voice directed towards his own father, who was surprised to have been discovered by his own son. Venelana, who was already calming down, looked up to find the scene of her son, giving his own father a look worthy of his position as Mao, which surprised her. Zeoticus, on his own, looked at his son with a serious expression. Didn't he realize that Issei was doing the same thing Ria's and the first three girls in her entourage did 2 years ago? The Gremory patriarch knew his daughter had made a similar mistake 2 years ago, but she was truly sorry and wanted to fix things. Knowing that the brunette was in the new group gave her the idea that Issei was paying them back in the same coin and was making his beloved daughter suffer. Can't you see, Surziches? Zeoticus spoke with a cold tone. Issei-kun is hurting Ria's and the other girls with his actions, he said, starting to let fury take over his emotions. The brat is no better than Ria's if he's acting only on a whim. I'm not going to allow myself to. Swoosh. Suddenly, the red-haired Mao abruptly increased his aura, not caring that he might scare the guests staying in the castle at the moment, but his father's assumptions were truly infuriating him. His father didn't know the full story. They didn't know either, but they had an assumption after seeing the brunette's actions and hearing Reginald's words. The Gremory patriarchs were surprised to feel the increase in power of their son, but Zeoticus was intimidated since for a moment he could see the Surziches who fought in the War of the Three Factions, the Surziches, who showed why he was worthy of the title of Lucifer. In front of him was no longer his son, no. In front of him was nothing more and nothing less than one of the four current mass, and at the same time one of the only two super devils, and he was giving him a look that dictated him to remain silent. Enough. Whispered the younger Redeed while his cold gaze remained on his father. First of all, we don't know if Issei-kun really betrayed the alliance, is still in his role as an infiltrator or something else happened. Surzicha said mysteriously, which caught the attention of his parents. What do you mean, son? Venelana asked, now calmer. We have reason to believe that Issei-kun is still in his infiltrator role, because we know almost nothing about this new group, and the meeting that will take place next week may be the point for Issei to return. The Mau finished speaking. A meeting next week? Venelana asked since Surzicha still hadn't told her anything about a future meeting. Right, I haven't told you about that. Surzicha said nervously, having missed that tiny detail. Suddenly, the door to the room where they were talking was flung open, and Azazel and Michael rushed in, very hasty and alert. Azazel had a few beads of sweat running down his forehead, while Michael had a slightly tense pose and a serious look on his face. Surziches, what's going on? The fallen angel asked. We felt the increase in your aura and thought something bad was happening. Explained Michael, who saw Surziches sending them a nervous look. Haha. The Redeed laughed nervously. I'm sorry, it's just that I had a little situation with my father here. Said the Redeed while pointing towards his parents. Oh, really? Questioned Azazel, who adopted his typical relaxed posture. So, nothing's wrong? Asked Michael, who was calm again. No, nothing bad. The Mau replied. It's just that there was a small misunderstanding between my father and me. Surziches explained. What kind of misunderstanding? Azazel asked. Something related to Issei-kun. Surziches spoke with some difficulty in his voice. Oh, I see. Michael said, remembering what had happened the day before. Well, get those long faces up. Azazel tried to lighten the mood. Let's get ready for the meeting. I'm sure the others won't be long in coming. You're right. The Redeed approached the door. We must notify everyone that it will take place at Lucifer Castle, in the same place as yesterday. Said Surziches. Will everyone be present? Michael asked. By that time, they'd left the room where Zeoticus and Venelana had remained. One was thinking about what her son had said, while the other was hoping things would work out. Yes. Surziches replied. There will be the same number of us as yesterday, plus the inclusion of Odin-san and the other young demons. So the Citri heiress, the Agar's heiress, and the Belair will be present. Azazel asked this time. That's right, Seraphil notified Sona and her entourage that they must be present, Ajuka notified Sikvara and Falbium notified Sererg. Surziches explained. Grafia left a little early to go get Yusaka-san and little Kunu. The Redeed finished. By the time he said this, the three leaders were already outside the Gremory Castle. Their companions were already waiting for them. On Michael's side was his sister Gabriel, who still maintained her expression of concern over what had happened the day before. On Azazel's side, Baraquiel was alone, as the dark-haired man with golden locks had asked Shemhazai to go to Grigori to retrieve the Penemu cadre so that they could be present at the meeting. Vali, Riaz, and the other girls had gone ahead to Lucifer Castle, so they weren't present when the minor friction between Surziches and Zeoticus occurred. What was that aura surge just now, Surziches-san? Gabriel asked intrigued. It was nothing serious, Gabriel-san. The Redeed said. Just a small misunderstanding between me and my father. I hope it didn't get any worse. Said Akeno's father. I hope so too, Baraquiel-san, I hope so too. Surziches spoke while thinking, I hope Dad changes his way of thinking. The last thing we need is for him to develop an aversion towards Issei-kun. And with this last thought, the leaders transported themselves directly to Lucifer's castle, where a small emergency meeting would be held as a preamble to the following week's meeting. Lucifer Castle. Meeting room. Appearing directly in the meeting room in Surzich's current residence came those who were just moments ago in the Gremory Castle. Suddenly, all the meeting participants were gathered in the room. With a little magic, they managed to expand the room and the table a bit so the leaders could sit. Yusaka was talking with Odin, who had arrived unprotected. The other Mau were talking with Shemhazai, who had arrived with Penemu. The only cadre present was engaged in conversation with Seraphil. Penemu had a look of total surprise by what Seraphil was telling her, since the woman's eyes had a few tears that threatened to come out at any moment. What not many members of the alliance know is that the strongest woman of Grigori is in love with the Sekiryuutei. Only Seraphil knew about the woman's feelings, and she herself was in charge of helping Penemu accept those feelings. Needless to say, when what happened to Rias, Akeno, Asia and Kaneko became known, the cadre was furious, especially with Akeno, since her act gave a bad image to the fallen angels, or rather to the women of Grigori, since they could end up being labeled as unfaithful women, although not all of them are like that. Out of respect for her companion Barakwil, Penemu did nothing against his daughter, but the few times the cadre was in the presence of any of the aforementioned girls, she did not miss the opportunity to throw them furious looks. At this moment, the fallen angel was in shock after Serafal told her what happened the day before, where finally, after 2 years, they managed to find out what happened to Issei. Hearing that the boy was now a member of the new group made the squad enter a state of surprise, but Serafal assured her that they couldn't jump to conclusions and that they should wait to find out what really happened. On the other hand, the young devils were present. Because the news was delivered unexpectedly, only Sona, Tsubaki, Yura, Saji, Sekvara, and Sererg were present. The other members of their respective peerage were either making contracts or carrying out other activities elsewhere, preventing them from being present at the moment. Sona tried to strike up a conversation with Rias, who stared blankly into space and didn't respond to her friend's calls. Tsubaki was similarly engaged, trying to gather information about what was happening, but neither Akeno nor Kiba responded to Queen Citri's advances. The two girls didn't want to admit it, but they were extremely worried about what might happen. The two girls also had trouble sorting out their feelings, since, although they didn't want to admit it to anyone else, they were just as worried as Rias and the others about Issei's whereabouts. As time passed, the two brunettes began to develop feelings for the brunette. Sona had a very serious conversation with Saji, where she told him she didn't feel anything for him other than friendship, and that she saw him as her younger brother. From that moment on, the brunette focused on her studies and the development of her school in the underworld. On one occasion, her parents were talking with their two daughters about the marriage proposal Serafal planned to give Issei when he returned from his one-year mission. This occurred 5 months after the beginning of the brunette's mission. During that conversation, Sona could feel how a totally new feeling for her rose every time Serafal mentioned everything the brunette would enjoy once they were married. That feeling was nothing more and nothing less than jealousy. That's right. The always cold and serious Ona Citri was jealous. Jealous of her sister's feelings of love. Jealous of the great relationship Issei had with all his girls. That's why Sona got so upset with her friend when she told her what he had done. Her anger worsened after Rias killed the boy she was dating, showing that she was truly sorry. The brunette knew her friend's words were sincere and decided to support her when Issei returned. Although deep inside her being, deep in her heart, the girl had a slightly Machiavellian idea. If Issei left Rias, then she would take the opportunity to get closer to the brunette. She knew that Aruk was attracted to the boy, and Sona wanted to take advantage of it to find out what it felt like to love someone. As for Tsubaki, the girl felt her heart break when she declared her love to Kiba, but he, trying not to hurt her, rejected her in the most gentlemanly way possible. Telling her that he did not have those feelings for her, since Rias Knight had developed feelings for his friend Tosca, and declared that he would wait for the girl to mature to have a relationship with her. Although it's not frowned upon for demons to have harems, Kiba declared that he only wanted to share his feelings with Tosca and apologized to Tsubaki for not being able to reciprocate her feelings. After what happened, Tsubaki was somewhat depressed, but it was thanks to her companions that the girl gradually emerged from her state of sadness. Although she wasn't sad about Kiba anymore, she did feel jealous hearing Yura go on and on about Issei and how great he was and how he behaved so gentlemanly towards her. Tsubaki couldn't believe that the number one pervert from Kuo had changed so much. She wouldn't believe it if it weren't for what Yura and the other girls who were still in the academy said, plus what she heard from the girls who were in Ria's entourage, including the Redeed. It is for these reasons that Tsubaki was surprised when she found out what Ria's and the first 3 girls in her entourage had done. Queen Citri couldn't understand why they would do something like that to the brunette. Trying to comfort her companion when she found out that her beloved had gone on a one-year mission, the girl received a very interesting proposal from Yura. The blue-haired girl told Tsubaki to give love a second chance and proposed pursuing a relationship with Issei. The black-haired girl was surprised, but she couldn't deny that the brunette hadn't become more handsome after the battle against Klepeth. The black-haired girl had decided to give love another chance, and now she was just waiting for the brunette to return to ask him out. LeFay sat with a blank stare as her brother placed his hand on her shoulder. She'd been told the news about Issei, and the girl was in denial. She didn't want to believe her beloved was in that group. Arthur, for his part, believed that the brunette had betrayed them, and when he was ready to declare him an enemy for making his sister suffer, it only took a couple of death glares from Vali and Kuroka for the boy to remain silent. The arrival of Surziches and the others caught the attention of those present, and Aden and Yasaka quickly approached them to begin the meeting. Taking a seat at the table, they prepared to begin the meeting. The young people kept their distance. Although some leaned closer to listen if anyone needed to speak, others remained where they were. Volley, in particular, was leaning against a window frame, watching everything from the window. "Okay, let's get started," Sekiryuutei said. "I'm sure you know why we're here, right?" he asked, turning to the others. Everyone who was not at the meeting the day before nodded at her words, these being Auden, Sona, Sekiryuutei, Sekiryuutei, and the other 3 members of Sona's entourage present. "So we need to discuss the new information that was presented to us yesterday." Azazel chimed in. "Sorry for interrupting, but I need to know something." Sona spoke with great respect. "Are they really only humans who are part of this group?" Sona asked. "Don't underestimate them, heir of the Citri house," Ajuka said. Though he didn't want to admit it, the green-haired Mao was amazed, as well as somewhat hurt by the fact that humans had managed to intervene and hack the system he'd spent so much time developing. "I'm not underestimating them, Beelzebub-sama. I know very well the capabilities of humans. Don't forget that in our group we have humans with great abilities like Lefei-san and Arthur-san," Sona said, somewhat indignant. She had been living in the human world for some time and knew very well what they were capable of. "I just find it hard to believe that they knew everything that's happened in recent years," Citri explained. "Well, we haven't told you everything that happened," Serafal said somewhat nervously, and after saying this she proceeded to tell them about what Reginald had told them when they met him the day before. After the explanation, everyone was surprised. Hearing that Rizavam and Euclid had managed to survive and had been taken prisoner by this new group left them in shock, and even more so when they heard that they had managed to obtain information about the brigade survivors. After hearing that 2 of the Alliance's most important enemies were killed by members of that organization, they were even more surprised. "So?" Yura asked, gaining the attention of everyone present who noticed that the blue-haired girl had tears in her eyes. "Was Issei-kun with them?" The entire room fell into an awkward silence upon hearing the blue-haired girl's question. It was Gabriel who answered the question of the Citri retinue rook. "That's right, Yura-san. Issei-kun is with them," he said with sadness in his voice, remembering what he saw the day before. All the girls in love with the brunette lowered their gazes in sadness upon hearing what Michael's sister said. Those who didn't want to believe what had been said shook their heads as small tears ran down their faces. Volley gritted his teeth in frustration, while also clenching his fists to the point where they bled. Lefei, not having been present the day before, brought her hands to her face and began to sob, being hugged by her brother who tried to calm her. "But we have reason to believe that there is something wrong with Issei-kun," Gabriel said it, drawing the attention of those present, even the other leaders except Serafal. "What does Gabriel-san mean?" Shemhazai asked curiously. "It's something we believe has to do with Issei-kun." Serafal explained her point of view. "Something we saw," said Gabriel, who, remembering Issei's look, paused in what he was saying. "Something we saw in his eyes. In his gaze." As she said that, Volley's eyes widened in surprise. She'd also noticed this thanks to Albion, but she thought no one else had noticed. Apparently, she was wrong. "Something strange about her gaze?" Michael asked curiously. He already knew his sister had that special ability when she looked into other people's eyes, so he thought she might have seen something he and the others had missed. "I saw it too." Everyone turned in the direction of the voice to find Volley, who moved away from the window frame and approached the leader's table, stopping next to Auden. "We would like to hear it, but first." Sekiryuutei spoke, making everyone turn to look at him. "We must let them know the reason why they are here." Now everyone who wasn't at the meeting paid attention. "In a week a meeting will be held between us and the leader of this new group, and it will take place in the Occult Club building," announced the red-haired Mao, surprising everyone who didn't know. "And we need to have a contingency plan in case things turn hostile," the Redeed said seriously. And the whole room fell into a complete and sepulchral silence. What they didn't know was that in another part of the world, a meeting between the new organization's top members was also taking place. Chapter 10. Before the meeting, Part 2, Lucifer Castle. "I know you don't like how this sounds, but we must prepare for the worst-case scenario," Michael said after Sekiryuutei announced the meeting with the DH leader and that they should be prepared. And indeed, after what the red-haired Mao said, the girls present who have feelings for the brunette adopted an expression of horror after knowing that they might have to engage the boy in a fight. "No," shouted little Kunu. "Issei-kun is not bad." Sob. "Issei-kun wouldn't leave us." Sob. Said Yusaka's daughter with tears running down her face while her mother approached and hugged her in an attempt to calm her down. "Shhh. Calm down, my daughter." The mother patted her back while stroking her hair. "Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay, I promise," Yusaka said in an attempt to hide her own tears, while the others didn't know if what she said to her daughter was to calm the little girl or her and the other girls. "Tch. Saji muttered angrily. "Lucifer-sama is right, we must prepare for what's coming," said the pawn Citri with hints of anger in his voice. "That bastard Haidu has betrayed us, you shouldn't be worried about him." It's most likely that the coward didn't want to face what awaited him upon his return. Personally, I would finish him off if I ever see him again. Arg. The blonde couldn't finish speaking when he received a sudden blow that sent him crashing against the wall. The three male leaders turned to look at the person who had struck the Vritra wielder and found themselves facing the Albion wielder, who had been the one to initiate hostilities. Vali, for his part, had a look of hatred directed towards the blonde after he began to rant against his beloved. How dare that idiot? The platinum-haired girl thought furiously, how dare he say that my Issei is a coward. My beloved is more of a man than this idiot will ever be in his entire miserable life. The girl didn't express her thoughts verbally because she was so upset by Saji's comments that the only thing that could be heard was her teeth grinding. The men in the room watched the entire interaction with great nervousness as all the women were staring furiously at the blonde man who was now embedded in the rubble of the wall. Even Sona and Tsubaki gave him looks of disappointment. Little by little, Saji emerged from the rubble as his mind returned to the dark thoughts that had taken hold of him in recent months. These thoughts entered around the brunette wielder of Drake. At first, the blonde felt empathy for the brunette after learning of the girl's deception. Later, he learned that neither Ravel nor the other members of the Redeed's entourage had participated and that only Riaz and her first three female members had been the cause of the whole mess. Saji was now only annoyed with the aforementioned members. Afterwards, the talk he had with his king took place, where the heiress Issei made it clear that she was not interested in having a romantic relationship with him, which made the blonde pawn become serious and cold to such an extent that his current relationship with Momo and Raruko was in a rut because the boy no longer paid them the same attention as before. Since that conversation with Sona, the boy has changed. Among those more radical changes was that Saji now viewed the world more seriously and that he had become more distant with all his companions, which is why his relationship with his girlfriends was in a difficult situation. But then why was Saji now upset at the mere mention of Issei? Why did the blonde consider him an enemy? And more importantly, why did he have the desire to finish off the brunette? The answer was simple. Saji was jealous. I was jealous that Issei had a stable and wonderful relationship with the girls who loved him. Aside from the fact that Riaz cheated on him and that the other three had less malicious motives but were equally prone to misunderstandings, it didn't overshadow the fact that his relationship with the others was going through a sweet moment. He had learned from various sources and rumors heard in the underworld that the Phoenix had been planning Ravel and Issei's wedding for some time, and all that was missing was the boy's return to consummate the act. Her partner Yura had told everyone that Zenobia had asked her and the other members of Sona's entourage for help in her quest to have a romantic date with Issei, where the blue-haired girl with green streaks would finally take the next step. Then there was Roswis. The Valkyrie had been distracted for a couple of weeks, and that was because old Auden had decided to support the platinum-haired girl in her relationship with the brunette. What better way to help her, according to Auden, than to give her an all-expenses-paid trip to Hawaii for 2 weeks, where she could spend time with her beloved Issei. The platinum-haired girl was extremely nervous about spending 2 weeks alone with the boy she loves in a tropical paradise. And then there were all the other girls. Saji was extremely jealous of the brunette's love life, but his fury increased when he found out that the Mau Serafal, his king's older sister, was in love with Issei. How the hell did he do it? It was the question that had been cemented in Saji's mind for months, as he wondered how the brunette had won the heart of the Mau Leviathan. But his fury reached its limit when he heard a conversation between Sona and Yura. A conversation where Sona asked Yura to help her get closer to Issei. It was at that precise moment when Saji lost what little sanity he had left. When in his mind he declared Issei Haidu as his enemy instead of his rival. When he came to the idea that if he killed Haidu, then Sona would have no other choice but to accept being with him. But that wasn't all. Saji did not fall short with his plans. He knew very well how many girls were in love with the brunette. In his mind he began to plot a plan to snatch from the brunette what mattered most to him. The girls he loves. Saji always saw the girls of the Grimoire entourage as attractive women, so his mania to kill Issei was only fueled further by his desire to be able to comfort the members of that entourage once Issei lost his life in an unfortunate manner. The blonde pawn was lost, no matter how you looked at it. He'd lost his way into his own world, and not even Momo and Raruko could help him anymore. It was then that Saji finally emerged from the rubble ready to engage in a fight against the hacker Yuku and show her who was the strongest, but before he could even glance at the platinum-haired girl, he froze as he felt a murderous instinct that had him as its sole target. All the girls present were annoyed by what Genshiru said, even the ever-smiling Kuroka had a sharp gaze and an annoyed expression directed at Sona's pawn. Akeno had a few lightning bolts on her fingertips, and even the ever-tender Asia gave the blonde a disapproving look. Enough. Serafal said in a serious tone of voice, trying to calm the mood in the room, although she also gave her younger sister's pawn an angry look. The words of the Mao Leviathan sent a chill down the spines of the men present in the room. The other leaders were nervous about what had happened. Gabriel, Yasaka and Penemu were furious about what had happened, but Gabriel was the calmest because she had to be careful not to become a fallen. The other boys members of the DXD team were extremely nervous about what was happening. Kiba and Gasper felt the anger radiating from their companions, but at the same time they had an annoyed look with Saji after he proposed to finish off Issei. Biku was also afraid because of Vali's reaction and also because he witnessed the murderous look that Kuroka had given Arthur just a few moments before. The aforementioned Pendragon was also nervous since he remembered that he was about to declare Issei as his enemy after hearing what the others had seen the day before, but seeing how the girls reacted, including his younger sister, he realized that he would not be able to make the girls see reason. We don't have time to fight amongst ourselves. We must prepare for what's coming, which is the meeting in a few days. Seraphil announced as she looked at everyone in the room, which was a message to all the other girls to calm down. Seraphil is right. Falbium said. We must be prepared in case this new group turns out to be hostile. And knowing our luck, something will most likely happen at the meeting. Azazel said with some stress in his voice because every meeting they held ended in a fight. The fallen man hoped that this time it wouldn't be like that. The fallen man's words darkened the expressions of everyone present as he was right. Vali's in particular, as he recalled the time he betrayed the alliance during the peace meeting. We also have to have a contingency plan in case Issei attacks us. Falbium emphasized, although what he said caused annoyance to some of those present. What do you mean, Falbium? Surziches asked in a calm tone, although inside he was annoyed that his fellow Mao was insinuating that Issei was now the enemy. Isn't what obvious, Surziches? Asked a Mao Asmodeus as if it were obvious. The Sekiryuutei has abandoned the alliance, it's obvious that now he's another enemy. You're wrong, Falbium-san. Gabriel interrupted the Mao. Gabriel? Michael asked, seeing that his sister had intervened in the two masses conversation. Sorry to interrupt Surziches-san, Falbium-san, but I must clarify that I don't think Issei-kun has decided to leave the alliance by his own decision. Explained Michael's sister, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. What does Gabriel-san mean? Barakwil asked, interested in what the Seraph was saying. I'll gladly explain. Said the blonde, and this made everyone come closer, leaving aside the tension that had formed a few moments ago because of what Saji had said. It actually has to do with what we were talking about before we changed the subject when Seraphil-san and Vali-san had commented on something we saw in Issei. Gabriel left everyone else in doubt. And what would that be? Surziches questioned. Her eyes. Vali said almost in a whisper, but the silence in the room was enough for everyone to hear. Her eyes. Kuroka asked, interested in hearing what her friend had said. Yes, her eyes. Seraphil emphasized. I don't understand. Who spoke this time was little Kunu, who caught everyone's attention when she remembered that Yusaka's daughter was also at the meeting, only now she was calmer. I'll explain. Gabriel said, bringing the attention back to her. When we saw his eyes we noticed they were empty. Gabriel said with a sad expression as he remembered how cold the boy's eyes were. They had no shine. It seemed as if all his life had gone away. As if the only thing we noticed was a machine ready to follow the orders given to it. One by one those present began to get an idea of what they were saying, except for Kunu and Asia, who still didn't fully understand what Gabriel said. Wait a minute. I get it now. Said Michael, who had put all the pieces together as he remembered the special ability his little sister possesses. So you're saying that Issei-kun? The blonde left the thought hanging in the air and shuddered when his sister nodded, but what she said next wasn't what he expected. Yes. Issei-kun might be under some kind of mind control. The latter, said by the blonde from the sky, left the others speechless, who, due to the emotional stress of the previous day, had not thought of that possibility. But we can't assume anything until the meeting with Mr. Reginald takes place. This time Seraphil spoke, hoping that everyone would focus on the current discussion. We can afford to believe that Reginald will bring Issei-kun to the meeting. But we can also assume that Reginald will bring other agents to the meeting, right? Ajuka chimed in as he believed Seraphil and Gabriel's words, but he also wanted to make sure to remind the others that the possibility of Reginald bringing other members of his party was very high. That's right, we mustn't forget that Reginald himself confirmed to us that he would bring his best men, and before that he told us that Issei is his best agent, so we can be almost sure that Issei will come. Azazel spoke after hearing everything that had been said so far. And once Issei-kun is here we can get all the information we want. Surziches finished seeing that if they set their mind to it, they could get the information they wanted so much. So. Ria said hopefully. If all goes well, Issei-kun will come back with us, with you. Surziches said with a small smile as he watched hope light up the girls' faces. And so they proceeded to talk about possible security measures they should prepare for the meeting when suddenly. Wait a moment. Irina shouted, having just remembered something that everyone else had apparently missed. Everyone had turned around in surprise at the sudden scream of the self-proclaimed angel, except for Zenobia, who was rubbing her ear, since she was right next to Irina when this scream. "What's wrong, Irina-san?" asked Gabriel. "The pieces," said the girl as she turned to look at Rias. "The pieces are Rias. We can use the pieces," he said while grabbing the Redeed by the shoulders and shaking her while the affected girl became nervous. To Irina. "See, calm down," Rias said as she tried to calm the girl with pigtails. "Irina, get a grip." Gabriel approached the girl and separated her from Rias, who quickly looked at her companion with concern. "Gabriel-sama. Sorry. It's just that." The girl spoke extremely nervously. "What's wrong, Irina? You know you can trust me and talk about whatever's bothering you." The older blonde told her as the girl took a calming breath. "We can locate Issei." Those words made everyone present open their eyes in surprise. Could they find Issei? How? The three people who had the intellectual capacity to think of something in this kind of situation were working overtime to figure out what Irina was trying to say. Sona, Ajuka and Falbium were trying to make sense of Irina's words, and because things were getting tense, they couldn't think about what the girl had said when she got upset, but it wasn't until Ajuka had a flash of memory that she found the reason for what Irina had said. When the green-haired man realized what the girl was referring to, he slapped his face at the stupidity he had sunk into, to have forgotten something as basic as what the girl with pigtails had remembered. His action did not go unnoticed by others who viewed him strangely because of his behavior. "Is something wrong, Ajuka?" Serziches asked his Mao partner, who turned to look at him while adopting an expression that reflected an unusual happiness in the aforementioned. "The girl is right, we may know where Issei is. In fact, we may have known before." The words of the Mao Beelzebub once again sent those present into the world of doubt. That more than a few had made that expression. The answer was always right in front of our noses. Now it seemed as if the Mao didn't believe that all this time the solution was there, as if the tasks and jobs everyone had made everyone forget even the simplest things. "Ajuka, please explain," Falbium said, somewhat exasperated by how the green-haired man was beginning to behave. It was at that moment that Sona also received the revelation that Ajuka had apparently achieved, and the girl felt like a real fool for having forgotten something so important, even though she was a king. "But of course," said the girl while looking at Rias, who felt somewhat intimidated by the look her childhood friend was giving her. "Please, listen, would someone like to tell us what you mean?" said Akeno, losing her patience because they were going around in circles. "Issei's pieces," Ajuka said in a whisper that was clear enough due to the silence that permeated the room. Now it was the turn of those present who had not discovered the answer to be surprised. But of course. It was so obvious. Issei's pawn pieces were the solution. Rias quickly became aware of the situation and turned her gaze to her older brother, who realized his sister's intentions and nodded. "Oni-sama, my king piece," the girl said. "I need you to activate it, please," Rias begged her. "Calm down, Rias, I will, but I need you to be calm and not do anything risky," the older Redeed warned the girl. "But Oni-sama, can we find my ice at last?" exclaimed the younger sister. "I know, Rias, I know, but we must act cautiously," the Mao Lucifer began to explain. "What would happen if you decide to use your pieces to go to where Issei-kun is and you end up surrounded by the DH members?" Serziches asked. "They could hurt you." Serziches finished speaking. "And even if by chance he doesn't meet anyone other than Issei and manages to bring him back, Reginald could take that as a hostile action on our part and the happy meeting could be cancelled and they could even declare us as their enemies." Azazel interrupted the brothers' conversation. "But this could be a unique opportunity," Ria said to the leader of the fallen angels. "We will take the risk." They both turned to see Vali, who was approaching with a determined look on his face. "We won't get another opportunity like this," said the silver-haired girl. "But it's very risky, Vali," Azazel warned. "But if we do this stealthily then we can talk to Issei," Vali explained. "And if it is as we think and Issei is being blackmailed by them, then we will be able to know what they are controlling him with." "Vali-san is somewhat right," Ajuka said. "There's a risk that we won't be able to obtain that information at the meeting, either from Issei or from Reginald himself." Ajuka and Vali are right. Michael spoke this time and turned to look at Serziches. The Redeed sighed as he received the stares of everyone in the room, even his wife Grafia, since he was the only one who could decide whether his sister's pieces were activated. Making a decision, Serziches spoke. "All right." The girls were extremely happy for this opportunity, but the Mao Lucifer quickly spoke to calm the atmosphere. "But we'll do this tactfully. We can't afford for them to do anything stupid." The older Redeed's serious expression caused those present to also adopt a posture appropriate to the atmosphere. "So once Ria's pieces are activated again, she will go on this mission with one of you, only one." Serziches gave them the stipulations of the mission. We can't risk a large group going and running the risk of being discovered. Okay Onisama, but… The Redeed questioned. Who will accompany me? I was thinking about Vali and Kuroka. Surziches said. Me? Yonaya. The aforementioned asked at the same time. Yes. I was thinking you guys would be the best option since you have experience in infiltration missions and know how to navigate those scenarios. Explained the Mao Lucifer. Why her and not one of us? Kaneko asked, somewhat annoyed. Don't take it personally, girls. Michael sighed. I think I know why them. Azazel snapped his fingers as he realized why Surziches chose the aforementioned. Riaz must go to be the king of the entourage, Vali because she, despite being in love with Issei. And just at that moment the platinum-haired girl blushed deeply. She knows this mission is important and she won't let her feelings cloud her judgment and if a quick escape is required, but Riaz doesn't, she has the ability to talk some sense into her and get her out of there. Excuse me Azazel-sensei, but are you implying that the rest of us aren't strong enough? Zenobia asked dangerously. It's not that, Zenobia-san. Gabriel tried to calm the blue-haired girl down. She had an idea of what Azazel meant. Gabriel is right. Interrupted the fallen one. You are strong, all of you, but Vali has a little more experience in these types of situations and doesn't have such a close relationship with Riaz. Explained the black-haired man with golden locks, giving a kind of secret message that none of the girls understood, except the leaders. And Kuroka can create portals to escape if things get dangerous. Azazel finished speaking. The other girls who weren't chosen for the mission still had their doubts and were going to continue questioning the decision, but Serafo quickly intervened to lighten the mood. I think it's best if we leave the meeting here, don't you think? The brunette offered. I agree. Surziches spoke. Riaz, first thing tomorrow morning I want you to report to Ajuka Castle with Vali and Kuroka. I'll be waiting for you there to reactivate your pieces and go on the mission. He said in a tone that left no room for discussion. Okay Onisama. Said the Redeed. Just then, the young people left the room, accompanied by Grafia. Kunu was accompanying them, as her mother had asked her to go with them, while the leaders fell behind and stayed in the room. Surziches. Falbium called his companion. MMM. The Redeed turned to see who was calling him. Why did you lie to them? Asked Asmodeus. What do you mean, Falbium? Asked the Mao Lucifer. About the pieces. Why did you tell him he had to go to Ajuka to have his pieces activated? He could have done it here and now. The Mao commented. And he was right. Ajuka had managed to modify the evil pieces system a few months ago and now had in his possession a new artifact with which he could activate or deactivate the king piece of a high-class demon with a retinue. In addition, he always carried the artifact with him in case its use was required for some special situation. I did it because I needed the girls to calm down. The Redeed said. I don't know if you noticed, but there's still some tension between the girls. You're right Surziches. Azazel spoke. I could notice some bad vibes between the girls, especially when you talked about those who would go with Riaz. Exactly. Which brings me to the next point. Why I chose Vali and Kuroka. Surziches said. I also wanted to ask about that Surziches-san, why wasn't my daughter an option? Barakwila asked. Actually, Azazel said it. The Redeed told the group. It's because of the relationship Akeno and Riaz share. This left those present in the room confused, except for Azazel and Ajuka who had already realized Surziches' decision. Those two were the safest option to accompany Riaz. Surziches began to say. Could you elaborate a bit more, please? Shemhazai asked. Of course. Surziches then proceeded to explain why he had decided to choose Vali and Kuroka. The reason Vali and Kuroka were chosen was because neither of them had a deep friendship with Riaz compared to the others, they were not part of her entourage, and there was no risk of them engaging Issei in battle if they ever found him. The Redeed began his explanation. Now I'm going to tell you why the others weren't an option. When he said this all the leaders paid attention. Sona because she is Riaz's childhood friend, as is Akeno. And if she accompanied her there is a risk that Riaz will manage to convince her to stay if it means trying to bring Issei back, which I think could happen since, according to Serafal, Sona has shown an interest in Issei-kun. With that said, the others turned to see Serafal who nodded at Surziches' words. Tsubaki is also eliminated by extension, since she wouldn't go unless Sona went too, and vice versa, plus she has also shown an interest in Issei-kun. Now the male leaders exhaled. That Issei was lucky. On the other hand, the four women present sighed. Another rival for Issei's affection appeared. Lefei is also off the list, since her feelings could affect the outcome, and also because if she goes her brother would have to be sent as well, which brings us to the next point. The Mayu paused for a moment while making sure everyone followed his speech. Seeing that everyone was following what he was saying, he continued. Arthur and Saji, as well as Biku, are also not options. The first two showed a hostile attitude as soon as Issei-kun's name was mentioned, and Biku would possibly be the other safest option, but apart from his team, he has not worked with the other young devils enough to have a relationship of trust with them. Now it was Yusaka who nodded at the Ritide's words. While the others remembered how Arthur and Saji had looked somber when the brunette was mentioned. Something was wrong with those two boys. Sekiryuutei is in a neutral position since she hasn't had much contact with Issei, and she doesn't have a close relationship with Rias either, so it would be dangerous to put two people who have barely worked together as a team. Falbium nodded at her partner's words. It was dangerous for two people with little contact to team up, since neither Rias knows how Sekiryuutei works, nor Sekiryuutei how Rias works. And the other girls, as well as Kiba-kun and Gasper-kun, would be more of a danger than a solution. If the girls go, we run the risk of their feelings endangering them, and if Ria's mental state deteriorates again, she can use the authority of her pieces to force the members of her entourage to do what they don't agree with. Surziches finished explaining. And that's why you chose Vali and Kuroka. Michael said once he understood Surzich's reason for choosing the two girls. That's right, Michael. Now we just have to wait until tomorrow they're calmer so they don't make a fool of themselves on the mission. And with these last words, the leaders also proceeded to leave the room so that the impromptu mission could be carried out the following day. Scene change. Somewhere in the world. In a special meeting room, a group of people were gathered to discuss a topic of vital importance. This place was none other than the DH Group's meeting room, and the members present were those who held an important position in the organization and were currently talking about the meeting that would take place in a few days in Kuo. The room was spacious and luxuriously decorated, with fine tapestries on the walls, paintings by various artists hanging on the wall, two sofas and an armchair lining the walls, a large monitor at one end of the room, and an elegant chandelier in the center. In the center of the room was a generously sized pentagonal table, with chairs on each side currently seating the 5 most important members of the group. In the main chair, which had more detailed decoration compared to the other 4, sat Reginald, holding a cigar. To his right was Eva, who kept her eyes closed and her arms crossed. The black-haired girl seemed upset about something. To Reginald's left was Dr. Alessandra Natrice, DH's chief physician, who was in charge of both the medical side and any research that might arise and be necessary for the group's improvement. Dr. Alessandra was a woman in her 30s with dark brown hair arranged in a bob at the back, with a part of it peeking up at the back and 2 strands falling down the sides of her face. She had an enviable body with D-cup breasts, long, shapely legs, and wide hips that made her look attractive. She wore a white blouse that exposed a generous amount of cleavage, an unbuttoned purple jacket over which a medical gown was draped, as well as a black skirt that reached mid-thigh and black heels. Currently the doctor had her eyes closed and a smile adorning her finely featured face. To the doctor's left was McCauston, who had an annoyed expression as he looked at his leader. To Eva's right was a girl who appeared to be a couple of years older than Eva, with delicate features. She had straight, shoulder-length blonde hair and almost opaque blue eyes. The girl's most notable feature was the burn scar on her right cheek, which contrasted with her porcelain-like skin. The blonde had an enviable body, but it couldn't match Eva's. This girl was Mary Anne Leclerc, the 3rd colonel of the organization. But the 5 of them were not the only ones present in the room. Spread around the room were the personal guards of each colonel, as well as the 5 members of the Royal Squadron. Behind Eva's chair stood Issei, his arms crossed behind his back, wearing his uniform but without his helmet. His dull eyes could be seen as the boy stood firm behind his boss, his expression unchanged. Standing next to Mary Anne was a boy who appeared to be 2 years older than Issei. His features weren't visible, as he was wearing the typical DH helmet that covered his entire head. Behind McCauston were his 3 shadows. 2 of whom were standing a little further away from the table. One of them, the shorter one who appeared to be a boy, was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. The second, the taller one, stood a few inches from McCauston's chair. The third, who appeared to be a woman, was sitting on the couch with her feet crossed as she stared at Issei. None of the 3 allowed their faces to be seen as they wore special uniforms consisting of a black spandex suit and over it, a light black armor with grayish touches that covered the torso, forearms, shoulders and calves, in addition to helmets. And in each corner of the room were the royal members, and 4 of them maintained the same posture. Firm and with their arms crossed behind their backs, similar to Issei. The 5th member was leaning against a wall next to a window, but from time to time he glanced towards Issei and then returned his attention to what he saw outside the window. Of the 4 members in the same position, 2 were men and 2 were women, one of whom was Agent A. The 5th member, who was near the window, was a woman, judging by her physical appearance. It is worth noting that, except for the doctor, everyone wore the organization's uniforms, either the basic uniform or a special variant. I insist this is a bad idea. McCauston said suddenly as he walked toward his leader. And I tell you again, this is a golden opportunity, McCauston, one we can't pass up. Reginald said in a tired tone, addressing the older man. But don't you see it? The black-haired man interrupted. How are we going to ally ourselves with those freaks? We are humans and we will not bow down to these beings. The man shouted furiously. Are you done? Reginald asked with a calm expression, apparently unaffected by McCostin's explosive reaction. How many times do I have to tell you, McCostin? Reginald said in a threatening tone of voice. We are not going to declare war on the supernatural. Reginald said. McCostin's expression turned somber upon hearing his leader's words. That would go against our goal of keeping innocent people safe. But we can keep them safe. Don't you understand? McCostin interrupted. You're the one who doesn't understand him. Reginald's voice sent a chill down the spine of everyone present, except Issei. We should maintain a neutral stance at best with those groups. And you doing that to the pillar of that alliance was a good idea then, wasn't it? McCostin interrupted, earning a death glare from Reginald and Eva. You. And everyone present here. Know the reason. Of my reason for doing that. Reginald said as his posture caused a shadow to cover his eyes, giving him a look of terror. With that, Eva lowered her gaze and clenched her fists in annoyance. Mary Ann also adopted a sad expression, and the guards of every colonel, except Issei, as well as the royals, tensed up upon hearing their leader speak in such a dark tone. So you know they're not going to take it very well. McCostin commented. Reginald took a breath to calm himself and, now calmer, he walked towards his colonel. I'm confident I can convince you with my argument. The white-haired man said in an almost imperceptible whisper, and everyone heard him. I'll believe in you, but if things don't go your way, then I'll act. McCostin said. Are you threatening me, McCostin? Reginald asked dangerously. Do I need to remind you who's the boss here? Mr. Reginald, I think it would be a good idea to leave the meeting here, don't you? Dr. Alessandra asked as she turned to face her leader. You may be right, Alessandra. Reginald said. Yes, the truth is that I would like to return to my experiments with our dear ICG, said the doctor while licking her lips erotically and turning her head towards Issei, and she did it all with her eyes still closed. This action caused Eva to give the doctor a murderous look. What are you insinuating, doctor? She asked maliciously. And you? Eva said as she walked towards Agent A. The girl who was standing by the window and the shadow sitting on the armchair. You better stop seeing my man. She made the threat towards the three mentioned. Mary Ann and her bodyguard tensed, McCostin snorted, Reginald sighed, and the other officers who weren't involved simply shook their heads in amusement at the scene that had become seemingly habitual. The three mentioned were looking at Eva, and although it could not be seen in three of them, Eva knew that they had a mocking smile on their faces. Dr. Alessandra did not hide her mocking expression directed at the black-haired woman. And Issei remained static the whole time, almost as if he were a mere machine. Ara, the little one has fangs, fufufu, how funny. The doctor laughed while saying it with a mocking tone. Do you still not understand? I have nothing to understand, damn it, I protect what is mine. Eva said furiously. Well, you're not doing a good job, dear. Alessandra responded. It's something that was never in your control. The brunette doctor spoke maliciously. You are a. Enough. Reginald interrupted the confrontation between Eva and Alessandra. The meeting has come to an end. Leave. Ordered the white-haired man. With that said, those who were seated stood up, except Reginald, and proceeded to leave the room. Except Eva, Issei and Alessandra. I need you to stay. The leader warned them and the aforementioned remained standing in the room. The agent, who was leaning near the window, approached Eva as she left the room and whispered in her ear. Don't take too long. I need my champion. Today is my day. Don't forget. Fufufu. And he let out a small giggle at the end that made Eva's blood burn with the fury he felt. What do you need us for, Mr. Reginald? The doctor asked in a professional tone as she opened her eyes to reveal Issei-colored orbs, the same shade as her hair. It's about the meeting. You know that you two, Issei and Team Royal, will be accompanying me, right? Reginald asked. We know. Eva replied. All right. I asked you to stay because I'm going to tell you what I have planned. 20 minutes later. I refuse. A furious Eva exclaimed as she looked at her leader with annoyance. It's not a request, Eve. Reginald replied. No. You can't. Do this to me. Why me? The girl asked, tears threatening to spill out of her eyes. Alessandra, step back and finish what I asked you to do. As you wish, Mr. Reginald. The doctor used the same device that Eva had previously used on Issei. You heard the boss, cousin, we must finish what we started. The doctor said lustfully as she pressed the button. Issei's eyes got a blue glow, and after that they both left the room, with Issei following the doctor. After the two left, Eva was finally able to shed her tough girl facade and fell to her knees as tears streamed down her face. Why? 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 He screamed as he glared at Reginald. The white-haired man looked at her sadly and proceeded to kneel in front of her and wrapped her in a warm hug. SHHH. SHHH. Calm down. Calm down. He whispered, trying to calm her down. It's not fair. It's not fair. The black-haired woman said, still sobbing. I'm sorry, but it's for the good of the group and you know it, plus this will give us an advantage in case they decide to interfere with our plans. Reginald said as he separated from Eva and wiped her tears. But, you promised. He said as he looked down. I know. And I feel terrible for not having kept that promise. And for making Issei do all that. Even though he knows how you feel about him. Reginald spoke sadly. Please. Don't say it. Don't make me remember. Eva whispered while avoiding at all costs thinking about those moments her leader was referring to. But, I promise you, that when all this is over, you and Issei will be together. And, you will be happy. Reginald smiled at Eva while the girl returned it and gave him a hug. Thanks. Dad. You're welcome. Daughter. Scene change. Beelzebub Castle, the next day. Riaz, Vali and Kuroka were outside Ajuka Castle, and in front of them were the aforementioned Mayu, Surziches and Grafia. Good, I've already prepared everything so the only thing left is to activate the pieces. Ajuka proceeded to stand in front of Riaz and extended his hand in the direction of the Redeed, and reciting an incantation a white glow appeared on the girl's chest. A few moments later the glow ceased. There, now your pieces have been activated again. Ajuka told them with a small smile. Now, go get that little dragon. Thank you Ajuka-sama. Riaz said extremely happily while bowing. Oju-sama, don't waste time. Grafia commented with her typical cold tone, but with a smile at the thought that they could bring the brown-haired boy back. You're right Grafia, well, we're leaving now. Announced the Redeed while activating a magic circle with the location of Issei's pieces. Remember, as soon as the situation gets compromised, get out of there. The red-haired Mayu reminded them seriously. So it will be Surziches-sama. Kuroka said anxiously since she would see her beloved Issei after 2 years. Then the three girls proceeded to enter the transportation circle. Scene change. Munich. The girls appeared in front of a building on a busy street in Munich. Luckily, they appeared at a time when there weren't many people on the street who would be surprised to see three beautiful girls appear out of nowhere. What the hell? Vali questioned doubtfully upon seeing the sign of the building they appeared in front of. Chocolate shop. The Sweet Bavarian. This time it was Riaz who had an incredulous look upon seeing the place. Well, it might be a good facade. Right? Asked Kuroka as she proceeded to enter. Kuroka. Your ears and tails. Riaz said, upset when she saw that the Nekomata didn't cover her feline features. Oh right. Kuroka then proceeded to hide her ears and 2 tails, and the 3 of them entered the store. Cling. The bell announcing the arrival of a client rang throughout the place. Good morning, you must really like chocolate to come so early. The girls quickly turned to meet the owner of the voice. An elderly man with a happy expression on his face came out of the door of the establishment. Good morning. Riaz said somewhat doubtfully. Good morning miss. Did you come looking for a specific chocolate? The old man asked. Well, you see. We actually. Girls. Look. But before Vali could finish speaking she was interrupted by Kuroka who was pointing towards a shelf. Riaz and Vali turned around to see what the black-haired girl was pointing at and were met with a big surprise. The 8 pieces of Issei. On a shelf. Together. The girls were amazed, especially Riaz, who looked in disbelief at the 8 red pieces on that shelf. The Redeed had many doubts at that moment, but she couldn't find the words to express her questions. Excuse me sir. Kuroka said. How did you get those pieces? She said as she pointed at the 8 pawn pieces. Oh. Those are such curious pieces. He asked as the 3 girls nodded at his words, attentive to what he might say. I found them 2 years ago when I was taking a walk through the forest on the outskirts of the city. She said, while surprise took over the faces of the 3 girls. I found them curious and wondered if I could find the rest of the game, but apparently only these pieces were in that place. She said, while she took the 8 pieces and placed them on the counter. I hope that one day I can find the rest of the pieces and… Enough. Riaz quickly approached the old man with her hand shining with a magic circle, while her hair produced a shadow that healed his gaze. Riaz. No. Vali exclaimed. Don't do something stupid. He's just an old man. Kuroka said, fearing that Riaz would do something that could bring her trouble. Those pieces are mine. The Redeed said in a whisper. I'm going to take them back. The glow in her hand grew brighter and the old man's eyes lit up. And you'll forget you ever saw them, okay? The old man just nodded and Riaz proceeded to put away the pieces and left the store quickly followed by Vali and Kuroka who saw her concern, the black-haired one more than the platinum-haired one. Riaz. Kuroka reached for Riaz and took her arm. The Redeed turned around with a furious look and tears in her eyes. What? He asked in a cold tone that sent a chill down the Nekomata's spine. Are you okay? Kuroka questioned. Do you think I'm okay? Riaz tried to hold back her tears. Riaz, Kuroka said, looking at the Gremory girl with pity. Meanwhile, Volley watched the scene with an emotionless expression. I thought that I would see him again. That I could hug him. After 2 years. The girl spoke with great effort. Volley and Kuroka just watched as the Gremory heiress collapsed and her feelings came to the surface. Riaz fell to her knees as she hugged herself, tears streaming down her face. I miss him. Sob. I miss him so much. Sob. The Redeed cried. At that moment, she felt a pair of arms wrap around her in a warm gesture. She looked up and saw a head of silver hair. Volley was hugging her. Don't be like that. Sob. The platinum-haired girl also cried. You're not the only one. Sob. Who misses him? Kuroka looked at them with a few small tears in her eyes, which she quickly wiped away and said to them in a decisive tone. Girls. They both turned to look at her. Dry your tears. Remember the meeting is still on. They both opened their eyes in surprise as they remembered the meeting. They will have the chance to see him again. Now the three of them were standing with confident expressions. And to get it back. Kuroka said with a smile. You're right. Volley said. Thanks Kuroka, Volley. Riaz said with a small smile that both of them returned. It would be best if we went back, said Riaz, who took advantage of the fact that there was still no one on the street and activated a transportation circle back to the underworld to report to Surziches what they found. And so, they returned to the underworld and prepared for the day of the reunion. And this one finally arrived. Chapter 11. The long-awaited day. Kuo Academy. Reunion Day. At Kuo Academy, more specifically in the Occult Club building, those who would participate in the meeting with the DH leader were ready. Present at the peace signing were Surziches Lucifer and Seraphol Leviathan from the Devil's side, Azazel from the Fallen Angel's side, and Michael from the Angel's side. Auden was also present from the Norse faction, and Kuroka acted as the representative of the Yokai faction, as Yusaka was unable to attend so as not to leave Kyoto unprotected. Riaz was present along with her entire peerage, and Volley was accompanied by her entire team. Both groups were tasked with acting as bodyguards for the leaders and also safeguarding the meeting site in case any brigade or Clipeth cells attack the area. Let's review how the groups will be divided then. Surziches announced as he stood in front of the group, which was in turn in front of the Gremory base building and was now facing the others. Riaz and Volley. The aforementioned looked at the older Redeed. You two will be in the room with us. The girls nodded. Roswis, you and LaFay will be on the roof of the building keeping the barrier intact so that nothing happens. The white-haired girl and the blonde gave each other determined looks. Your team members will remain on the perimeter with moderate position changes and always ensuring the area is free of danger. The aforementioned nodded their heads in agreement upon hearing Surziches. And in case things get hostile. Azazel said, leaving the word hanging in the air, waiting for someone to answer. We will have to intervene and protect you. Kiba replied firmly. If things get difficult, I will use a transportation circle to call Fenrir and Gogmagog in case their assistance is required. LaFay said with a touch of sadness in her voice, not wanting to go to those extremes. I just hope that won't be necessary. Michael said as he saw the young people were nervous about what was coming. And in case things get truly dangerous, Kuroka will activate a magic seal that will warn Falbium and Asmodeus in case something happens to us. Surziches revealed. In that case, they will pass the message to Sona, Saraerg and Sikvara in case anyone else's intervention is required. Seraphol continued. They will also pass the message to Heaven and Grigori so that they can be alert in case something happens. Azazel said. But again, let's hope that doesn't happen. Michael insisted again. Everyone is busy with their own business, just as other groups were deployed to maintain a tight watch around the world after we learned that there were still active brigade cells. The Archangel's words made everyone think about what had happened up until that day. After Reginald's presentation and revealing that rebel groups still existed, the leaders decided to create small groups made up of various supernatural beings. They sent them to monitor various sectors of the world where bases or other sites of interest to the Cows Brigade or the Clipeth group had previously been located, in case any stray members had survived and were in those areas. Among these groups were Razor and his peerage, the Exorcist Griselda, and even Dulio. All of them, along with other chosen ones, knew that the mission assigned to them was vitally important to maintaining peace in the medium and long term, so none of them objected to the decision to settle in other sectors indefinitely. So we're short-staffed for this meeting, so let's do our best to make sure everything goes smoothly. Michael finished with a smile that calmed the others a little. Okay, now we just have to wait for the meeting to start. And indeed, there were still a couple of hours left until the members of DH would make an appearance, so they had that time to prepare for the imminent arrival and meeting with Issei. Everyone was extremely nervous about what was coming, especially the girls, since they would see Issei after 2 years, and they could ask him the reason why he had decided to ally himself with a new group, as well as confront him in case the brown-haired boy knew what happened 2 years ago with Riaz and the other 3 girls, and if so, then show him that it was nothing more than a mistake on their part, and that things were still the same as before. With Riaz and her entourage. At the front of the academy, at the fountain, Riaz and her peerage were gathered. The Redeed was sitting on the edge of the fountain next to Akeno, Gasper, and Asia. Kaneko and Zenobia were sitting on the floor while Kiba and Roswas were standing in front of those sitting at the fountain. The blonde had his arms crossed and a serene look despite the fact that in a few hours he would see his entourage partner, or rather, ex-partner after Riaz, Vali, and Kuroka found his pieces the day they tried to locate him using them. Kiba wondered how it was possible that Issei's pieces were taken from him. Did the same Issei manage to get them out of his body? Was someone else to blame? And if so, how did they get there without killing them? The knight had many questions and hoped Issei himself could answer them. "Oh no, please tell me I'm not the only one who's nervous," Asia said. "Of course not, Asia, I think I speak for everyone when I say that nervousness is present in everyone." Riaz replied with a nervous expression on her face. "We mustn't let that be a problem." Zenobia spoke with determination in her voice. "We must be calm and get the answers to all the questions we have, especially to tell Irina," the blue-haired girl said when she remembered that her friend couldn't be present because she had to take care of some matters in heaven. "Zenobia-san is right," Kiba commented. "I'm curious to know how they managed to get the pieces out of Issei-kun." The blonde spoke. "That's definitely something we're all eager to know," Roswa said. "But I'm also curious to know the reason why Issei-kun stayed in that group for a year longer than agreed." The Valkyrie questioned, earning a nod from those present. "But I can't help but feel that the answer to that question will be something bad," Gasper said while playing with his fingers in a sign of nervousness. "I have a bad feeling too," Akeno whispered. "I just want to see Issei-senpai again," Kaneko said in a low voice, but all her classmates were able to hear what the white-haired girl had said. "We all want to see him again, Kaneko," Riaz replied as she stood up from her seat and proceeded to sit next to her rook, then wrapped her in a warm hug. "And I promise you that things will go back to the way they were," the Redeed said as a small smile formed on her face. The others watched the scene with a smile as they thought of various scenarios that could occur during the meeting. With Vali and his team. Vali and his companions were on the roof of the academy, waiting for the moment when the meeting would take place. Vali was lying on the floor, staring at the clouds. Kuroka and Lefei were sitting against a wall. Biku was sitting on the edge of the rooftop, staring at the horizon, and Arthur was leaning against the wall right next to his sister, his arms crossed. Vali. Albion's voice was heard, which ended up attracting the attention of the young people. "What's up, Albion?" asked the aforementioned woman, who remained in her reclining position. "I can feel that you are somewhat distracted, so to speak. Are you nervous about the meeting?" The White Dragon Emperor questioned his wielder. Sigh. The girl sighed. "If I'm honest, not only am I nervous, but I also have a feeling that something is going to happen during this meeting." At this moment everyone present paid full attention to Vali and Albion's conversation. They too had a strange feeling that something was going to happen, but so far no one had said anything for fear that they might worry others. "Edo." Lefei spoke somewhat timidly. "I also feel that something is going to happen. Naya." This time it was Kuroka who spoke. "I have a bad feeling too. Then I can speak for everyone when I say the feeling is mutual," Biku said, turning to look at Arthur while the other 3 girls did the same. The blonde simply nodded at the words spoken by the descendant of Sun Wukong. After what Biku said, silence reigned in the atmosphere and everyone remained in their own world. Sigh. Arthur sighed and this caught the attention of the others, who saw the blonde man with glasses who had separated from the wall and walked a little to position himself within sight of his companions. "Guys," Arthur said, somewhat scared. "I wanted to tell you something." The blonde was nervous. "What's up, brother?" Lefei asked. "I wanted to apologize for my attitude the other day," Arthur said. "When I was about to declare Issei a traitor." "Don't apologize, Arthur." Surprisingly, the one who said those words was Vali, which left the others with their eyes wide open upon hearing the words of the silver-haired girl. "What are you saying, Vali?" Arthur asked. But why if I?" "There's no need for you to explain yourself," the girl interrupted. "You took that stance because of Lefei, right?" The words of Lucifer's descendant made the boy with glasses surprised that someone knew his true intentions after his change of attitude towards Issei. "Bro. Did you do that for me?" the blonde mage asked as she glanced at the older blonde. The aforementioned now gave his full attention to his younger sister. "Yes," admitted the Caliburn wielder. "When we found out that Issei was with that group and I saw the sad look on his face, something inside me broke," Arthur recounted. Seeing you, my sister, so hurt by what was happening made me believe that Issei had betrayed us, and I thought that he did this out of spite, to get revenge on Rias and the others, and that he didn't care about your feelings, Kuroka-sans, Vali-sans and the other girls. While Arthur was telling his reason for acting that way that day, Vali, Kuroka and Biku stayed out of the conversation, letting the brothers have their moment. Brother. Lefei said as she approached the blonde and gave him a hug, which the boy reciprocated. I'm really sorry. The boy now turned to his teammates while still holding on to his sister's hug. I hope you can forgive me. I already told you there's nothing to forgive. Vali said with a small smile. Or not, guys? He asked his other classmates. Yes, Arthur, you don't have to apologize to us. Kuroka told him. Also, it was thanks to what Serafal-san, Gabriel-san and Vali herself said that we hadn't thought that there were other possibilities as to what could have happened to Issei. Now it was Biku who took the floor. Thanks guys. Arthur replied relieved. And you're right Biku, we hadn't thought that you might be manipulating Issei-san. As soon as Arthur said those words, his sister added strength to the hug while Vali and Kuroka hardened their gaze and, in fact, the Nekomata growled a little. If they did something to my Issei Naya. Kuroka whispered with a threatening tone. Issei-san. Whispered Lefei. If something happened to Issei. I swear there will be bloodshed. Vali said as a bit of his aura was expelled. Both boys were extremely scared by the aura the girls emanated and wisely decided to wait for them to calm down. But that's not the only thing we should be worried about now. Said Kuroka, who had adopted a serious attitude which made the others do the same. What do you mean, Kuroka? Vali asked. The attitude that the Citri girl's pawn showed. The black-haired Nekomata responded. At that moment everyone remembered how the aforementioned had reacted and the action that Vali took against him. His reaction really surprised me. Arthur commented. But why did he behave like that? Asked the little blonde mage. You're right, as far as I understand he's a great friend of Issei, to the point of considering him his rival. Biku said, adopting a posture of concentration while trying to find the reason behind the actions of the boy Genshiro. I have a small idea of why he does what he does. Vali said. What do you think Vali is? Kuroka questioned. The truth is, it's more of a hunch than anything else. The platinum-haired woman responded. But it could be related to her current relationship with her entourage, or rather, with her king. What relationship? Asked Biku. Exactly. Vali said, earning confused looks from his companions. From what I could observe during my interactions with the other members of DXD, I realized that he is attracted to the Citri heiress. This revelation shocked the others present, but they quickly thought about what the girl said and began to draw their own conclusions. Do you think that's the reason for her explosive response the other day? Lefei asked her companion. It's a possibility, but like I told you, it's just a hunch. Vali replied. You're not that far from reality, Vali. Albion suddenly spoke. The dragon's intervention caught the boy's attention. What do you mean, Albion? The silver-haired girl asked. I could feel the boy's aura and his emotions. Revealed the celestial dragon and let me tell you, his emotions were dark. I don't understand. Vali said, confused. I could feel his draconic aura. Albion answered as you understand, dragons are beings that can be guided by our emotions, right? The dragon asked. In response, the girl simply nodded and waited for her companion to explain. The others remained on the sidelines, equally interested in what Albion would say. Well. The dragon then proceeded to give his explanation. I felt an aura of annoyance from the Vritra wielder that was present with a mere mention of Issei, and I also realized that part of that annoyance was directed towards the girl who is his king. Albion said. And what do you think is the reason? Vali asked. My belief is that the Citri girl didn't reciprocate the Vritra wielder's feelings, and that's why he's upset. His anger towards Issei could be because he has a good relationship with the other girls, and that's why he must be feeling jealous. As soon as Albion said that, the three girls present adopted a sharp look, since they still haven't been able to tell Issei what they feel. And if that were not enough, both Biku and Arthur, as well as Albion, were intimidated when the girls changed to a serious expression. Oh, of course why you would also have a good relationship with Issei. Albion said nervously. And with that answer the girls calmed down a little. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be able to confess to Issei soon. Now the girls blushed at what Albion said. And one more thing. Albion said, drawing the attention of those present, keep an eye on the bearer of Vritra, maybe it's just me being paranoid, but I think I saw him give a somewhat strange look to some girls. Including them. And with this last thing, Albion cut off the communication. Now those present were somewhat dismayed by what Vali's companion had said. No one had noticed this during the meeting. The safest thing is to follow Albion's advice. Vali said. You're right. Kuroka spoke. I'd like to volunteer to guard the Citri heiress's pawn. Arthur offered. I would like to support him. Said Biku. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Volley said. And with that, the Volley team members engaged in small talk while waiting for the meeting. Scene change. In front of Kuo Academy, meeting time. At the main entrance of the academy were Surziches, Riaz and Azazel, who were waiting for the arrival of the DH members who would participate in the meeting. Broom. In the distance they could hear a vehicle approaching. Right in front of the academy, a sizable black truck that appeared to be armored pulled up. The three supernatural beings knew very well that the vehicle belonged to representatives of the human group. The vehicle door opened and two figures stepped out. Surziches and Azazel quickly recognized Reginald, who was wearing the same attire they had seen him in the first time, with the only difference being that he also wore a small metallic badge, symbolizing his position of importance, as it was gold in color and had the initials DH engraved on it. The other figure greatly surprised the two leaders present, as behind Reginald had descended a mature-looking brunette woman wearing attire reminiscent of someone dedicated to science or medicine. She also wore a badge similar to the one Reginald wore, only this one appeared to be silver. It must be said that Surziches and Azazel felt something bad coming from the woman. Riaz, for her part, felt intimidated not by the woman's beauty, but by the strange smile the woman had on her face, which sent shivers down her spine. As if she had seen that smile before. But she couldn't remember where. As soon as both personalities got out of the car, it departed with an uncertain destination, leaving the leader and his companion who proceeded to approach the leaders. It's a pleasure to finally meet you face to face, Mr. Surziches, Mr. Azazel, and Miss Riaz. Reginald said with a small bow. It's a pleasure to meet you in person too, Mr. Reginald, and your companion. Said the Mao Lucifer with doubt as he gave a small nod to the white-haired man and set his gaze on the brown-haired woman. Reginald realized the hidden message in Surziches' words and proceeded to make the relevant introductions. My apologies for forgetting to introduce you. Said the white-haired man while pointing to his companion. This is Dr. Alessandra Natrice, one of the people I trust the most in our group. He said while the aforementioned nodded at the words of her leader, while she looked at those present and her gaze stopped for a couple of seconds on the Redeed who felt a small shiver run down her spine when the doctor laid her gaze on her. And they are. There's no need to mention it, Mr. Reginald. I know perfectly well who they are. Alessandra interrupted her leader as she turned her head slightly and looked into the eyes of the three who had greeted them. The Mao Surziches Lucifer. The Redeed tensed upon hearing the doctor's voice that seemed to somewhat resemble how a Juka usually sounds when she talks about her taste for experiments. The former leader of the fallen and cadre of 12 Wings, Azazel. Now the black-haired man with golden locks hardened his gaze a little when he heard what the brunette said. There was something in her voice that made him put on guard. And the heir to the House of Gremory, the Princess of the Crimson Ruin, Riaz Gremory. Finally, the Redeed felt a sense of danger as the doctor approached her. Something told her the woman was more dangerous than she appeared with her serene image. Forgive the intrusion, but are you two the only ones who attended the meeting? Azazel asked doubtfully, seeing that only Reginald and Alessandra were present. I can't help but remember that you had mentioned that you would come accompanied by people you trust. The fallen one finished saying. Ah. I understand now. Reginald said as he walked towards the black-haired man. The others will arrive in a moment. Ruum. Just as the DH leader said those words, the sound of a motorcycle caught the attention of those present, who turned in the direction of the sound and could see how a black motorcycle approached in the distance, and behind it came another vehicle similar to the first one that had appeared where Reginald and Alessandra were coming from. Riaz realized that there were two people on the motorcycle and recognized Issei almost immediately by the clothing he was wearing, which was the same one he was wearing when she had seen him in that series of images when Reginald had shown her and the others the other day, a mission carried out by his people. Issei. Whispered the Redeed, which caught the attention of Surziches and Azazel, who opened their eyes in surprise upon hearing what the younger Redeed said, making them forget for a moment that Issei had not arrived alone on the motorcycle and that he was coming with a girl who was hugging him by the waist. Reginald and Alessandra also realized what Riaz had said and each reacted differently. Reginald tensed a little, but thanks to Issei's appearance no one noticed, while Alessandra gained a somewhat sinister gleam in her eyes as she looked at Riaz and a tiny evil smile reached her face. There's your answer, Mr. Azazel. He said as the motorcycle stopped and its two riders got off. At the same time, the other vehicle also stopped and 5 more figures got off. Now that the rest of my escort has arrived, we can proceed with the meeting. Reginald spoke, earning curious looks from Surziches and Azazel. Meanwhile, after the second car had left and Issei's companion had removed her helmet, those who had arrived stood at attention. It was at that moment that Surziches and Azazel recognized Colonel Eva as the person who had come with Issei. Riaz, for her part, looked longingly at Issei and was about to go up to her beloved and give him a hug, but she held back since her brother had told her that she and her entourage should behave themselves. Azazel had even told Volley and his team the same thing. Eva, who until that moment had remained firm just like Issei, noticed the loving look that Riaz was giving the brunette, which caused the brunette to adopt an annoyed look, and in a moment of jealousy, she took Issei's arm and buried it between her breasts while giving the retard a superior look. Riaz, for her part, felt her heart break when she saw that scene, but she quickly adopted an expression of fury when she saw the black-haired girl's actions and her expression. That damn bitch. Thought the retard, who was about to say a few less than friendly words to the brunette, but a hand landed on her shoulder. The retard turned around and found herself staring at her brother's serious expression, who was shaking his head at her. Riaz bit her lower lip as she gave another glance to Issei and the black-haired girl who was still hugging him very affectionately. Who does she think she is? The only one who can hug ice like that is me. Riaz thought as she lowered her head and a fringe of hair covered her face. Those present ignored the exchange of glances between Riaz and Eva, except for Serziches, who detected a subtle increase in his younger sister's aura, and so he placed his hand on her shoulder to calm her down, and Alessandra, who, upon seeing the interaction of both girls, could not avoid the cruel smile that became more prominent on her face. Ara, so there are more girls with that feeling towards Icon. Reginald was right. Were the doctor's thoughts. This has gotten more interesting, Yufufu. Aren't you going to introduce us to your other companions, Reginald-san? Serziches asked. Of course Serziches-san, but I would prefer to do it once everyone who will participate in the meeting is present. I wouldn't want to repeat myself. Mentioned the white-haired man who looked the Mayu in the eye. Serziches turned to Azazel and he nodded. I think it's a good idea. The retard mentioned. If you would like to accompany us, we will tell you where the meeting will take place. Serziches said while making the gesture for them to accompany him. Reginald was quick to signal his companions to proceed where indicated. Reginald walked alongside Serziches and Azazel. Behind him were Eva and Issei, who remained in that intimate grip, and Riaz was behind both of them, while a few tears came out of her eyes and she gave Eva a look full of fury. Alessandra was behind the boys while adopting her typical expression with her smile and her eyes closed. At the end were the other figures who kept guard. One of the figures, feminine in appearance, was looking at the main building of the academy and stopped for a couple of seconds, gaining the attention of another of the figures, the one who seemed to be the shorter one. After quickly shaking her head, she resumed her way to where the others were headed. As she passed by the shorter figure, the latter placed a hand on her shoulder, and after a couple of seconds and a quick exchange of glances, they followed the others. Scene change. In front of the occult club building. In front of the building were Michael, Riaz, Piraj and Vali and his team, who were waiting for the arrival of Serziches, Azazel, Riaz and the special guest, hoping that Issei would be with them. Everyone was ready for the scheduled meeting, which would also give them an idea of what the new group might present, as well as what position they would take on the supernatural. Here they come. Akeno announced. This made everyone turn their gazes towards where they could see the arrival of Serziches and Azazel, accompanied by Reginald. Michael and Serafal adopted serious postures upon seeing the arrival of the white-haired man. As they approached, they could see more figures coming behind the three adults. They saw a black-haired girl coming arm in arm with a boy whom they quickly recognized as Issei, after identifying the clothing he was wearing as the same one they had seen him in that time they met Reginald for the first time. Seeing the position of Issei and the black-haired woman, whom they identified as Eva, Serafal lost her serious posture for a millisecond, but recovered it almost instantly. The others present saw the white-haired leader and felt somewhat intimidated, although Kuroka and Kaneko managed to perceive, thanks to Senjutsu, something interesting in the man's aura, almost as if he were the one who was most nervous. Then they saw the person they had been longing to see with such desire for a long time, and they couldn't help but adopt smiles full of happiness and desire, which disappeared almost instantly when they saw Issei arrive with a black-haired girl who hugged him with much affection and love, making the girls' hearts feel hurt by what they saw, except for Vali, who adopted an angry look that was directed towards the black-haired girl. They immediately saw Riaz, who was arriving with her eyes lowered, and they could clearly see a few tears welling up in her eyes. The members of her peerage grew worried and were about to go to the king of the team to ask him what was happening when they were stopped by Roswis. Roswis. Akeno whispered. Why are you stopping us? Can't you see that Riaz needs us? Akeno pressed her, still keeping a low tone of voice while talking to the Valkyrie. We can't act recklessly, Akeno. The white-haired girl replied. We must remain calm. We'll find out what happened later. Roswis said, her words managing to calm her companions, even if only a little. Returning to the new arrivals, they saw a brunette woman approaching behind Riaz. They could see that the woman was very beautiful and that she also looked like a doctor or a scientist. As they watched the woman approach, a strange feeling took hold of those present. Something told them they should be extremely cautious around the brunette. They felt she was more dangerous than she appeared. What is this strange feeling? Asia asked herself, since when she saw the brunette she felt a chill run down her spine. It's like, if I've already lived this. No one realized what the wet blonde was experiencing, and they couldn't see how the girl was trembling, even a little. That woman. Kuroka thought as she saw the older brunette, she doesn't give me a good feeling. The older Nekomata looked at the woman with great distrust. And finally they saw 5 figures coming to the end, as if they were guarding those who were ahead of them. By the time everyone was present, the atmosphere had become tense. Distrustful glances appeared, and before the pressure could take its toll on those least suited to such situations, Asia and Gasper, a small conversation was struck up. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person, Reginald-san," Michael said, adopting a serene smile for the situation. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Michael, Miss Irafel, thank you for having us," the white-haired man replied. "If it's not too much trouble, Reginald-san, could you please introduce us to your companions?" Azazel reminded the man of the words he had said earlier. "But of course, Mr. Azazel." Reginald replied as he gave a signal, and all his companions, except Alessandra, stood in line while adopting a firm stance. "Here is my personal escort, the Royal Squadron," he said as the 5 men gave a military salute. But what no one noticed was that one of the figures, the same one who had been observing the academy building moments before, had been so surprised that he had become almost motionless upon seeing the people waiting for them, and to avoid attracting attention, he quickly followed the orders of his leader Reginald. The figure didn't notice that one of his companions had noticed his actions. The same figure who had noticed him when he stopped to observe the academy, and who was giving him a look of confusion that he masked in favor of following Reginald's orders. "These are agents R, O, Y, A, and L. And they form the most lethal and best coordinated squad in my group," Reginald announced, while Agent A was the one who kept her gaze focused on the supernatural beings in front of her. Agent R, meanwhile, cast discreet glances at her squadmate, hoping she wouldn't do something stupid. Of all of them, Agent A is the newest on the team, but that's because she was promoted in rank, and the one who was originally the first Agent A is now the leader, Agent R. I tell you this to show you that even though a member is new to the squad, she has enough experience to face the challenges that come her way, the white-haired man said very confidently. But back to the topic, now we have the head doctor of the group, as well as the principal investigator, Alessandra Natrice. Reginald introduced to the brunette, who only gave them a smile that put the girls on guard. "And here is my most trusted colonel and one of the most dangerous members, my pride, Eva Vertiger, my daughter." The revelation that the black-haired girl, Eva, is the daughter of the founder of DH, shocked more than one of the faction leaders, as well as the DXD members present, especially Riaz, since she remembered how affectionate the black-haired girl had become with her Issei. "And last but not least, my most loyal and most important soldier, as well as the most skilled ICG, better known as Issei the Welsh Knight," Reginald said proudly as the aforementioned stood at attention while the others gave him various glances. On one hand, the leaders cast suspicious glances at Issei seeing him so submissive. The DXD members gave him hurt and confused looks seeing him on the side of the possible enemies, although Volley had a suspicious look directed towards Eva and Dr. Alessandra. "Now that the introductions have been made, what do you think about starting the meeting?" the white-haired man asked. "As I said before, any questions you have will be answered. I think it's a good idea," Serzicha said as the others nodded, letting him know that they thought it was a good idea. Given the girls' hesitation, as they wanted to talk to Issei, the leaders decided to proceed as planned. Serzichas introduced Reginald to the occult club building and told him that the meeting would be held there, while the DXD members would stand guard. "I think it's excellent," said Reginald. "On our part, only Dr. Alessandra and Issei will be with us," revealed Reginald. "My daughter and the Royal Squadron will also stand guard if it's not inconvenient," said the white-haired man, to which the leaders told him there was no problem. And with that they said inside the building, and as Issei walked past the Gremory entourage, Akeno quickly took him by the arm. "Issei-kun," said the lightning priestess as the leaders, Riaz and Volley had entered the building, and only Alessandra was missing, who took a small device out of her robe and pressed a button while gaining a mocking expression. "Oh, Issei-kun. They are waiting for us," she said in a sing-song voice while the brightness reappeared in Issei's eyes and went unnoticed by the others due to the helmet the brunette was wearing. Obeying Dr. Issei broke free from the queen's grip and entered the building, leaving the girls sad. As soon as everyone entered and the security guards were left outside, Akeno and the remaining girls received a look of hatred from Eva, which intimidated Gasper and Asia, but earned the same response from Kuroka, Zenobia and Roswis, while the other girls and Kiba just looked with distrust at the daughter of the white-haired man and the special agents. Due to the exchange of glances between those present, no one noticed the shadow that slipped through one of the building's windows. Scene change. Inside the building. In the same room where the famous peace signing meeting had taken place, they were all sitting around a table, except for Issei, who was standing behind Reginald. "Now, we can begin," said Azazel when a powerful aura appeared in the place. "Not yet." A voice was heard, which caught everyone's attention. Reginald and Alessandra felt intimidated by the presence and surprise of the supernatural beings, as someone they hadn't seen in a long time had arrived. In front of them, in the center of the table, appeared one of the most powerful entities in the world, which managed to intimidate anyone who dared to confront it. "Now. We can begin." "No way. It could be," Serzic said in surprise. "Is that you?" Riaz asked in surprise. "How long has it been since I last saw you?" Bali said with surprise on his face as a small smile came to his face. Office. That's it guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.